What's up, you guys? Welcome back to another episode. I have a special guest here. Y'all remember her as the nosy neighbor. This is Cory Hardrick, former neighbor. I don't know if you remember. That's when we first got you on the show, and it woke up the YouTube streets.
Hey, what's up? Good morning.
Good
Morning over
morning.
here.
Good morning. It's good to be back. It's good to be here on this wonderful Sunday morning. And I've been following you because I've been keeping in contact with you via social media. And I've been looking at you because when you called out Cory Hardrick and you see what he's going through today with the whole prenup, did it surprise you? Because when you put all this information about Cory, they said you was an obsessed lover. They said you was jealous because you didn't date Cory. Did that surprise you to see that he's fighting to get that prenup thrown out?
Did it surprise you?
It didn't surprise me at all.
No, it ain't no damn surprise. I already know. I've already know what she's dealing with over there.
Okay. Because
And I feel bad for her. And in a ways, hearing her admit after that interview came out, the narcissism and him not wanting to pay no bills and half-ass helping and all of that. That doesn't shock me because he has narcissistic traits and tendencies, and narcissists are really good at mimicking their partner and making you think that they're everything that they want you to be. You know what I mean? So good luck, girl, with that. But maybe, that helped to free her a little bit too, because her friends and family, if she's been covering for him, they probably did not believe what she was saying, because one minute he's the greatest thing in the world. And then when it falls down and you're telling people why, they probably gaslighting her like, no way, saying the same thing that, a lot of the people on the internet was saying. But, the proof is always in that pudding.
I want to always ask you, because when you came on here, you was originally supposed to be on Storm Monroe's show, and he wanted to like charge his people like $50 to see the episode. How did that, as of now, do you still that you got played by Storm, that he wanted to monetize off of that interview with you, because that was supposed to come out and he wanted to charge people at least $50 a piece to hear your interview that you did with him?
No, I don't feel played. I just did not want any of the people who were going to spend money to see the interview to feel played, because one thing about me, I don't care what y'all call me, but you ain't gonna call me no scammer. I do not play with people's money. It's hard out here. Eggs is $9 a carton. So, we gave a good preview of what was going to be on that conversation, and it was up to him whether or not he wanted to post it, and he decided not to. So, that's up to him. I have my own platform, so it's not like that was my time to shine or something like that. No, he just some information. I had information that I did not know would be valuable one day. Now, some of these people can't count. I don't know why you would think I would be interested in some grown man because I was a teenager. That was the whole point that I was trying to make, that this man, only people who can corroborate for his existence in that neighborhood were people who were underage at the time. Okay.
So when you came out with this interview and you were very vocal, did anybody from the block, did anybody say this is not lying? Did anybody like come out and support you, or did you get any hate when you came out with those your story, your experience
From the
with Cory?
neighbors?
Yeah,
From the other neighbors? No. What actually, like I said, one of the girls who one of the women was in Sean Davies' chat when I went on his show briefly.
Wow.
And she was, corroborating. I don't know if people picked up on that or whatever, but like I said, we're all from Los Angeles. She works in the entertainment industry, and so do some of the other people on the block. And so in this industry, if you're gonna be out here telling and things, then that can mess up your business. You know what I'm saying? For number one. Number two, remember he has a gag order on one of those neighbors that can't speak about him because of some issues that they had in the streets, and I guess that's between them. But Cory is a bit of a bully. He shouldn't have if you look at the ages, he shouldn't have no issues with nobody, because he should have been off doing grown man stuff. Now, the times have changed. Okay, so when I was growing up in the 90s, the grown men that lived, mind you, where I grew up at, they had jobs at 18, 19. They got up out their mama's house and did something with themselves, even if they had to get roommates and I don't know, hang out the bando. They wasn't looking for women to lay up off of and all of this. You know what I'm saying? So it was unusual. Maybe now in 2023, that's not unusual behavior for people, particularly men, to stay at home well into their 20s. This is what, at home or somebody else, mama house or wherever they could go freeload at and not pay rent. Maybe that's the norm now, but it was unusual behavior at the time when rent didn't even cost that much.
And so when people were putting it out there, a lot of people were saying that you should be sued. Do you feel like Cory should have sued you for the things you were saying about him?
That would be a waste of his money. You cannot sue people for defamation of character unless they are A, lying on you, and B, they lied on you on purpose to try to harm your reputation. For example, people who got on the internet and said she doesn't have a master's degree, she doesn't have a husband, she's a transgender. Those are lies that they told on purpose to change how people looked at me. So if I wanted to waste some money going out here trying to sue people who have hundreds of thousands of followers, mind you, then I would have a lawsuit. But he doesn't have a lawsuit because I had a conversation with you guys where I just shared some experiences of my. I'm giving you a firsthand account. I don't come on YouTube and share the headlines. That's some other people's bread and butter, and there's no shade to that. We all enjoy that content, but there's a difference between somebody giving you a firsthand account, and there's a difference between that and you giving somebody gossip that you heard that might even come from some good quality accounts. You know what I'm saying? Some quality sources, or you just repeating something that you heard on a headline and ran with it. There's a difference. So,
And you're from Los Angeles, just where you was born and raised?
Born and raised in South Central.
Born and raised in South Central, and you were saying these things about Cory, and then when this story came out that he is fighting to get their prenup lifted, meaning that he want to get money, I'm like, well, obviously the nosy neighbor was on something about Cory, because this man wanted not, because anytime you want to get that prenup thrown out, you want to get some money from Tia.
It was always a money grab. That's what that was always about. That's what he was bragging about, was her money and how he was said. And she, now I don't know if this is what she said, but the rumor he started was she told him, I got it. Don't worry about it. I got it.
I was reading somewhere one of Storm Monroe's producers sent me an email, and they said they were very upset that you came and you spoke to me about that experience, that you're not loyal, that was very ratchet of you to go on another platform knowing that you had interviewed with Storm. And I had your back. I was like, she didn't sign any contracts. Last time I checked, you are a free woman. You are obligated as an American citizen to go anywhere you want to go. And the interview wasn't going to come out, and so I decided to reach out to you, and you agreed to do the interview. But some of his advisors at the time were very angry that you came over here and pretty much tried to debunk the interview that you did with Storm.
That's not what I did. I didn't debunk it. But now, first of all, his platform is on YouTube, right? Absolutely. Or is his platform a pay site somewhere from another link through for $6.99 or whatever? That's not Storm Monroe's platform. His platform is right here on YouTube. So now, when he posted that video, which is still one of the most highest views videos that he's done recently, just teasing that information. And I don't know if Cory spooked him or whatever by saying lawsuit, but that's just because he thought that I was somebody else. He thought he knew who that guilty, a hit dog on Holla. That's all that was. You know what I'm saying? And so I explained all of that to Storm, and he still decided to go behind the paywall, etc. Now, when you talking about lawsuits, it's something different between somebody telling a story and then somebody now profiting off of a story. It's something different now when you add that element to it. And then I thought that the title was very salacious, underage boys. And it just gave a very interesting spin to it. You know what I mean? People can conclude whatever they want to. But now when you direct people a particular way, now you are setting yourself up for him to say, hey, you're trying to present me as some type of predator or whatever the case it is, then you made money off of it, etc. The way that them chips are stacking up now, once that interview had aired, nobody was going to believe that I didn't get any dollar out of that $3,000 that he raised in a couple of days. Nobody, or however much it was. Nobody wasn't going to believe that. So now, and our conversation just kind of happened between you and I. And I really liked your energy. I think you are very professional at what you do. And even though some of these topics are ratchet and all of that, you seem to be more so about your business than becoming a part of the story. So what we did was we had a conversation, and that's what it's all about. I'm accessible. I ain't hiding. So I thought that's what we were going to do over on Storm's channel. One of my followers reached out to him and said, hey, my homegirl has a platform and she knows, she lived on the block with him, whatever. She didn't know that would even be valuable to Storm's channel. How will we know that him just teasing it would get so much attention and attraction? You know what I mean? Now, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes and who all is doing what. There are certain YouTubers that are planted. I don't know who those people are, but there's a lot of politics also that goes on around. So just in case, because I'm here for the entertainment, okay? That's what I'm here for. Entertainment, conversation, education. YouTube is not my primary source of income. I'm a housewife. This is a hobby for me. So I don't need no mess. We could talk and, have good kiki and all that. Okay, pun intended. But let's not take it to the next level when it don't need to go there. You know what I mean? I am more than prepared. My story ain't gonna change. I'm more than prepared to have a conversation many times as it is necessary to have a conversation. But I didn't think it was worth $6. I wouldn't pay $6 myself to hear somebody talk about Cory Hardrick. Cory Hardrick is not even really famous to me, in my opinion.
Because when he put the title out, underage, and he said underage guys and all of that, it was making the assumption that you were saying that, quote, Cory sleeping with underage guys, and that wasn't what you were saying, correct? I just want to clear that up, because that was one of the main reasons of controversies that came out. They said this woman is trying to label Cory Hardrick sleeping with underage teenagers, but that's not what you were trying to say. I just want to make sure we're correct on that.
I gave the information and the vantage point that I had as a teenage girl, not as a ninth grader, seeing this grown man come on the block and then mosey his way down the street to go make best friends. Best friend, not, hey, come and throw the ball around. Best friends, I'm going to your house, I'm driving your car, your teenage car. You know what I'm saying? So now, whatever inferences that grown people can make, especially now that I'm in my 30s, it's even stranger than it was to me then. So, whatever now inferences that we can all make as adults about what may or may not have been going on, we all are entitled to that opinion. We're entitled to that opinion.
I want to be clear with you. You're not saying that he sleep with your underage teenagers.
No, I don't know what he was over there doing.
Okay.
But I don't think he was a good influence on them because their behaviors. And, I have a master's in professional counseling. So now I see a lot of things that happen and grew up that I experienced as a child and process it then as an adult and think back on it again and go, wait a minute now. All the young men that hung out with him, their life took a different turn. They made a beeline and start getting into trouble, or they just entirely disappeared or whatever. And the young men that didn't like him, when we say the neighbors never liked, no, because he always, certain people give you a vibe. That vibe, the ones that didn't like him, they're doing very well.
So with that, did you ever talk to because those young men, they're grown men now. Did you ever try to talk to them and say, hey, what happened with you and Cory?
Look, one of them is dead. One of them is talking to himself because he's a drug addict. And one of them is nobody from that block knows his. I mean, you can find him probably through social media, but nobody is friendly enough in communication with him, to have that conversation. But kids who you think, oh wow, there's nothing wrong with them. These kids should be maybe an professional athlete, or this kid might go off and be a damn bank investor or something. And this kid, and then the next thing you know, they just lose all their zeal, they lose their shine. You know what I'm saying? And it's just maybe it's a coincidence. maybe it's a coincidence. But see, the more we discuss it, it don't sound like a coincidence. Now, that's Cory's fault. That's not my fault.
Mm-hmm. So a lot of people were saying Wiley don't trust her. She is a cloud chaser. She's trying to grow her platform. Your response to that?
Cloud chasing Cory? Listen, I got stories on a lot of celebrities, okay? I grew up in Los Angeles. My classmates were in major motion pictures. If I'm going to drop some tea for some attention, Cory Hardrick is not the person's name I'm going to drop for no attention. So there's that.
So I hear that point, and I believe you said you talked about Cory on TikTok before YouTube, and it just spilled over to YouTube. Is that correct?
What happened was I went over on TikTok and I heard women, in droves, and I hate to say this, but some girls don't have nothing else to talk about but relationships, and based on their past traumas, they like to transfer that onto every other woman, and they like to make inferences about other people's relationship based on what they're going through, and they will side with a woman not knowing nothing going on in that household just because they are going through something. Okay, so I can see a lot of women identifying with her, and not that there's anything wrong with that, but they were identifying with her. They were making all these videos, and the story about how they met was just so comical to me, the different things that I was hearing. So I'm like, what are y'all talking about? They met on a movie set. They met on the, now, TikTok is different because you can respond to people's comments. You can respond to their videos. So I'm like, why are these people saying that they met? Because I could have sworn that the story was they met at the bus stop down the street over there by the Astro Burger. Now, I ain't get this from Us Weekly. I have never looked these two people up, how they met, nothing about their relationship. That's not an interesting couple. They are not couple goals to me, right? So all that I would know about their relationship is from either what I saw or what was told to me by my BFF that lived on that block or one of the other neighbors. Okay. And everybody else is pretty much guys anyway. So they wasn't even really, too much, and they wasn't going to investigate like that. But my homegirl see everything because of the way her house was, positioned. So at any rate, I said, I called her up. Girl, am I tripping? Because these people on the internet talk about they met at a movie theater. They met on a movie set. Have you ever heard of that? Girl, what movie, child? They met down the street at the Astro Burger. Girl, I thought that was it too. So now people get in the media. They change their names. They change their age when they get famous. They make stories sound better. That happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? But that sparked a conversation with me and her to talk about the old days we had not talked about in a long time. Now, just me doing that TikTok, I mentioned something about a female rapper, which I don't even want to go into it no more. I don't even want to be bothered. Okay. But I mentioned a rapper that sent off alarm bells to one of my followers who I know got a real good rapport from and who is in the industry. Oh, anytime that woman is involved, it's some mess. And she also told me anytime that woman's name is mentioned, the story don't come out or some kind of way it get cleaned up. Her reputation in this industry is squeaky clean. And they do what I don't know. We don't know that lady sacrifice chickens or what she got going on over there, but they protects her. So now the involvement of a rapper that he did a commercial with and had a rapport with is what made him look even more shady, because this is a very shady individual. Now, after I mentioned that person's name, I had 4 other people hit me up and say, oh, I know this about her. 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 I'm like, oh, this thing is a monster. So when you see people in Hollywood hang out with certain people and then they blow up and they moderately talented, or you don't really see them grinding as hard as you see everybody else. And like I said, I grew up in watching people fight to get into Hollywood. And guess what? They are up going on auditions every day. They're not playing video games with teenagers. So
you said something, and we're gonna move on to other things that you do.
Go ahead. That's cool.
Your chest when you said that you know things about celebrities. Can you name celebrities that you do know something about that were in major motion films that we may know?
Child, I mean, we could do this all day, and so
Was it who?
but we could look.
Can you
I
name
have
any
my
scenarios?
own personal experiences, okay, with Puff Daddy. I talk about that, what happened to me at a Puff Daddy party, which woke me up to all this stuff, okay? You know, most of these people ain't did nothing to me, so I don't be blasting them. You know what I'm saying? But
So
I grew
what
up
did Puff
in the music
Daddy,
industry.
when your experience with Puff Daddy, was it something sexual? Was it something violent? Was it something? What was
Basically, I went to a party and woke up pregnant. Long story short, his bouncers put something in my drink with the help of my best friend. They took me to another room. That's the last thing I remember.
So wait a minute.
And you can ask, you know,
Right.
here's the thing. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead.
you went to a party and you woke up pregnant. So
Obviously, I didn't know I was pregnant at the time, but I'm
you
trying to
didn't know
spare
you were
y'all the
pregnant,
gory
but
details.
someone violated. So were you drunk?
No, that drink. I took 3 sips out that drink.
And so did you tell Puff Daddy team or did you press charges?
Go ahead. Okay. First of all, when I got to the hospital, the damn nurse kept saying to me, "Remember what they did to that Kobe girl?" This is what people don't be understood. This is when I found out how deep the rabbit hole went. The police, the hotel, the hospital, they don't go after these people. If they did, you would not still be looking at a lot of these characters. If they didn't have people on the payroll or willing to protect them or just not willing to end their careers behind these folks. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Mhm. So with this bouncer, did you reach out to his team and say this happened to me? And
I
what was
seen him after the fact. Let me tell you what they did. Then after, all of a sudden, my best friend now and Big Pat, who was Chris Brown's bouncer, he's in that video with him and T-Pain, whatever that song was in the beginning, with the overalls. Okay, Chris Brown's bouncer and Rihanna's bouncer. They was there. Ask him. We all went to the party together.
Mhm.
So now I've seen him after the fact. My homegirl was hanging out with him. And it was so eerie and weird how it all played out. I had the good sense to know, because mind you, when somebody drugs you, it's like your mind is erased. It take a minute for you to get parts of your memory back. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
These people had concocted a whole story where I went downstairs by myself and all this other crap. You understand what I'm saying? This is what they do. So now when I see a story like the Meg Thee Stallion story, where now you've got a group of people who have corroborated a story together in a line of events. But if you ask them questions about this story out of order, if you try to get into the details, then it get murky and it's all this line going on.
Mhm.
That's what these people do. Okay. They sit
So,
up together and come up with a defense.
I want to ask you when you say you were pregnant because obviously you're claiming that you were violated. Did you keep the baby?
No, I had a miscarriage. And don't get me preaching because it's a Sunday morning. Okay. When I had a dream that I had a little girl and I went and took the pregnancy test. Okay. When I went and took that pregnancy test, I said it was positive. The dude I was dealing with at the time, because this happened in Vegas at the Palms Casino the night of the VMAs in 07. So I tell the dude I was dealing with at the time, we was like arguing, we wasn't getting along real good or whatever. We were not intimate regularly, right? So it wasn't his baby. But what I didn't know was that he had like a live-in girlfriend situation and like 3 kids that he was hiding the whole time, right? So he didn't want me walking around town pregnant because obviously everybody would think it was his, he would get in trouble, right? So he convinced me to go and get an abortion. He takes me to go get the abortion. I'm in there bawling and crying. And what had me crying was not only did I not want to have an abortion, but when I went back there and I saw the women in a line just reading, flipping through the newspaper like they had done it before, the nurse was like, you know what, you was too distraught. I want you to go home and I want you to think about this and come back in a couple of days. I went home and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. That was a Tuesday. Wednesday night, I had a miscarriage. Okay. So I don't know who y'all God is, but I prayed to Jesus, honey.
So when you experienced that, did you say I'm going to sue this guy and sue P Diddy for the lack of security? Because I was just doing a story. I don't know if you heard of the YouTube Kai. is a streamer, and he had a New Year's Eve party, and a woman went there, and she was R-word by somebody at the party, and he's getting under a lot of hot water because A, he didn't protect her, B, he did not want to corroborate about who did it. But did you reach out to the authorities and try to sue P. Diddy for not having the proper security, and or even the person that was associated, the bouncer? Did you file any civil
There
charges
were
or
two
any?
bouncers involved. Puff Daddy, Rihanna's bouncer and Chris Brown's bouncer, and both of them worked for Diddy.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I was 24 years old. And the reason that I was even interested, I went down to the MTV Awards to network because I had a job with MTV that had not started yet, that I was working in the process. You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so, God was showing me how the envy of the people around me was trying to stop me from getting to my next destination and what it was for me to do. And the Lord instructed me to let him handle it. There was times I got in my car to go whoop my homegirl's ass. I was gonna whoop her. I put my tennis shoes on. I had put my hair in a ponytail. Got the Vaseline. I was finna go to her job, whip her ass, right? And I get outside, and my cousin out of nowhere pull up. Girl, what you going to go? No, you ain't. You know what I'm saying? It was so many different things that were taking place at the time. Okay, but the bottom line is this: my degree at the time, I hadn't started media. I hadn't started my master's. Right, I have a degree in media management. I'm in Los Angeles. If I go out here and I go and continue to pursue and try to sue him and all this with no money, no support at all. So now I'm not, my whole entire career that I have been working on right now could be shot. This is what they wanted. Particularly the so-called best friend I have been hanging out with since 9th grade. This is what they want. And they wanted to make me look crazy. They wanted to make me lose my focus. You know what I'm saying? So I made it a point to not allow them to do that, and to trust God that he was going to get them. And he has gotten them people in several ways. In several ways.
And I hear that point about this, and I want to make it clear: you're not accusing Diddy of violating you. You're accusing,
I don't know who did it. I was asleep.
Okay, you were asleep.
Completely unconscious. And the bouncer who brought me in that room, I remember him walking out and that door closing behind him.
Okay. Do you remember that bouncer's name?
He told me that his name was Chris. And then somebody else told me his name was something else. I don't know, but I could pull up pictures and all of that. I know. Listen.
I'm so saddened to hear your story, but that is not uncommon of a person being violated and no charges being brought up. Especially in LA, the culture of violating women is still prevalent today, but it really was prevalent back in the day.
Mind you, this is the part that I didn't know, and that Me Too movement is kind of triggering and irritating at times, because the women screaming Me Too are the ones who walked in the building who were willing to get down for the check and for the job. And those are the ones who push out the women who are not willing to get down for the job. And then when they all dried up and used up and they get fired, they can't land no more roles. Now they want to go to court and they want to talk about it. What I found out, the harsh truth, is that I expected support from women. And it was a woman nurse who, this is why you young girls shouldn't be getting drunk, and, who intimidated me out of talking to the police. Wow. It was her job. I went in and did a rape kit. It was her job to contact the police whether I wanted to or not. She talked me out of it and did not call them. It's not like they came in and I refused to speak with them. So when I got home and called the LAPD, they said, well, that happened in Vegas, so I don't know what you're telling us for. You need to go back to Las Vegas. But the actual protocol would have been for them to still take a report and forward it, at least. When I called Vegas, they said, well, why are you telling us? Why are you telling us now? Do you understand what I'm saying? And these are female cops. And then what I also noticed from my friends is this kind of jealousy that they so hung up on the party and wanting to have been in the mix. You know what I'm saying? So I cut off a lot of friends. I separated myself from people, and, which led to a whole nother series of events. I ended up getting into it with my parents and everything. Nobody knew. Well, not everybody knew what was going on. You know what I'm saying with me, But I wasn't really depressed, but I was more so reserved. I was to the point where, okay, you know what? This place is spooky. It started getting really spooky. Like, you ever seen that movie, Devil's Advocate?
I've heard about it, but I didn't see it.
Oh God, it's a cold movie. And anyway, the lawyer's wife in that movie, they get all this money and they get around all these high powered people, and then she started looking at them and she's seeing faces change. Like, am I seeing demons? Are these? Am I tripping? Or are all these people demons? I was going to church every day. I'm talking Wednesday, I'm like, how my own best friend? I'm more hung up on her than them. They would have never got access to me like that if it wasn't for her. She made my drink. I ain't never left no drink, and then she made it. Went behind the bar and made it and handed it to me. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm sitting here like, what would make somebody you've known for years turn on you like that? What and then as a young woman listening to the advice of my elders, etc., you would think if you go to a party of where there's, a criminal element or something like that. Maybe I go to a party in Compton or something, I need to watch my back. You wouldn't think that if you go into a party full of millionaires and these people got it all, they got all this access and all of that, what would they want with little old me? You know what I mean? I thought I would be more comfortable and more relaxed in those environments like that. I could be more relaxed because they have something to lose. I had on jeans and some kitten heels because Vegas is a lot of walking. Ain't no stiletto. Anybody got time for that? I had on jeans, kitten heels, and a little blouse. So what I learned is that industry, these people are very demonic. Okay. Long story short, they are demonic. These people are evil. These people are greedy. And it ain't a lot of light and hope and even talent and fresh ideas coming through there. Because once you get all hooked up on drugs and all of that, the talent starts leaving you. And so they need new supplies for energy, for talents, just get their ego stroked and all kind of stuff like that. And it's just really not an environment to be partying in.
I want to say this. Have you ever shared? I want to ask you two questions. Have you ever shared the story with somebody else close to you? And B, how did it make you feel when people hear this and they believe that you're lying? How did that make you feel?
All my friends know this story. My husband know the story. My boyfriends and stuff know the story. Or people know my family. I don't even feel like going into that. My dad married the Wicked Witch of the West. So, I was raised by my dad. I don't have like aunts and like women in my family other than my grandmother. And even still, like I don't have women in my family that I talk to like that. So on that type of level, with that being said, since the beginning, like there are several people that know this story. It's not like I ain't never told it before. I've talked about it on my platform, and I don't care about people thinking I'm lying. One thing I have learned is that a hard head make a soft ass, and pride comes before the fall. It's a lot of people that you try to tell them something and they don't believe, and they won't listen. That's the fastest way for something to, for you to get a wake up call.
Yeah, because when I'm reading the comments in here, so people are saying she didn't go to the authorities. Now she's saying the nurse talked her out of it. I don't believe her. Your response?
I don't care. I don't care about y'all not believing me. That's fine.
I want to shift gears. You have everybody have across the country have been talking about Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion. I'm an advocate for victims. I'm an advocate for women that have been victimized. I believe that Tory Lanez shot Megan Thee Stallion. I believe that he's guilty. I was listening to an interview, Hot 97, and they were saying that he should not get 20 years. I want to say he should get more than 20 years. And also, I think that he should, be deported out of this country. But when I was listening to your commentary and listening to your Instagram and what you were saying, you don't believe in that. I believe, if I'm accurate, that you don't believe that Tory Lanez is guilty.
I don't believe that she was shot. I don't believe that there were actual bullets that made any sort of contact with her feet. Now, that's just my personal situation. I don't believe that they proved that in a court of law either. And so the problem that we have now here is that they have used the media, salacious stories, they've got everybody emotional, But now when you are talking about the court of law, you have to be able to prove certain things before you can put them away. And her prosecution did not do a good job of proving the case, and his defense attorney did not do a good job of defending him. With that being said, there are things that I know about California. I know for a fact that EMT knows the difference between somebody who has been shot and somebody who stepped on glass. I know for a fact that the police know they are supposed to collect all of the evidence. I know for a fact the hospital knows that they're supposed to keep up with the fragments and whatever they pulled out of her foot when they got to do. So all of these missing pieces of evidence, and then where the witness house is and where they're saying it happened, the witness that stood on that stand could not possibly, either he didn't see it or y'all lying about where it happened, because his vantage point don't reach all up that street like that. So there are a lot of things that I find interesting. And one of the most interesting things is that man who stood on that stand, Sean Kelly, and gave his testimony of what happened. He called 911 that night about the girls fighting. But that 911 call was not presented in court, and it is not in that evidence that has been released. But there are two 911 calls from two different white people on that block that said, I'm not giving you my name. I ain't giving y'all my address. Don't come back here asking me no questions. I don't want to participate or nothing. So I don't know. They said they had a previous incident over there on that block and it got messy. They don't want people who have weapons coming after them and all that kind of stuff. I don't know what spooked them people over there. But I don't think they had a lot of people who were willing to be witnesses for several good reasons.
I want to say this was when I saw the X-rays, and once the X-rays came available via Street TV, via another entertainer, she actually lives in your city, entertainment blogger, Nick at Night, it was clearly bullet fragments, and wait. It was clearly bullet fragments in there. And also the doctors, they testified that it was bullet fragments. The X-ray even confirmed that. So it's
okay. Now give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Let me ask you 2 questions.
Bullet fragments in her foot.
2 questions. Now you saw an X-ray. Okay. Did you see the actual fragments that you could match the size of the fragments to the size of those white markings that you saw on the X-ray?
I can't do that, but what I saw was X-rays that she was shot in her foot, and the doctor testified that he removed bullet fragments.
The doctor didn't call them bullets; he called them metallic materials.
A lot of people, including you and Milagro Grams out of Houston, were saying that it was glass, and then Milagro had to come out and say it was not glass; it was actually bullet fragments. When I saw this case, number one, this is a Black woman that was violated. And I feel us as people, we must protect Black women at all costs, especially when they have been victimized by a man. And it's a very high profile case. And for me, when Tory Lanez did this violent behavior to Megan, it did not surprise me because he have a history of violent behavior. And so when I listen to people and they say, he's innocent, he shouldn't serve 20 years in prison, I question it. I say, if you violate and shoot somebody unwarranted without a self-defense claim, and you do this because you're angry, you deserve to serve at least 30 to 40 years in prison. And in his case, he needs to also be deported once he served his decades in prison. I do believe he needs to serve decades in prison, and I do believe he needs to be deported out of this country. I know you don't agree with that.
Well, what I'm saying is there's twofold. My personal belief is that it was not proven to me. Now, I'm not even on the jury. Okay. It may or may not have even been, just because it wasn't, or may not have been bullets. That don't even mean it was glass. I don't know what happened to Megan. All I know is that she keep lying. Now, if he did do something to her, if he did violently hurt her or attack her, then yes, of course, he would deserve to be brought to justice. We still have to make sure our police officers are doing their due diligence. We still have to make sure that the courtroom is operating with a certain matter of decorum and professionalism to the law. And these things have to happen. So as Black people, period, when we talk about the law, any other time, we're skeptical of these, a lot of these law enforcement agencies and how they operate. I don't know why all of a sudden law enforcement is getting, all this belief now, because I know for a fact that LAPD is full of it. Okay. And I also know that there's a lot of different games that are played in courtrooms all the time. And so just blindly, Kelsey says that he attacked her and that he pulled her hair out of her head. How come there's no assault charges against Tory Lanez for beating up on Kelsey?
A lot of people are saying in the chat, they said this is a typical Black woman that are defending Tory Lanez, but when she was violated, she wanted people to believe her. She is
Wait a minute. You just asked me, how do I feel about people not believing me? And what did I say?
I believe you say you don't care.
Exactly. So that right there, that you just made that comment, is a nonsensical comment. And the other part of that story, I told you that who made my drink?
I believe you said a woman made your drink.
A Black woman made my drink. So I have experienced a lot of, and mind you, we are not talking about everyday people in America. Once it gets to Hollywood, it's all funky. If you you are even willing to sign a record deal, I'm questioning your character. I don't think Tory Lanez is some kind of saint. I'm questioning his judgment for several reasons, because he should have known better than be hanging out with her or Kylie Jenner, okay? In the first place, especially with the different things he had going on business-wise, he should have seen this setup coming, okay? Because I did. A couple of my friends, we was like, oh, they're going to get his ass one way or another.
Well, for me, I don't think it was a setup. I believe that, number one, an extreme alcohol invaded with his shortness and stature, and in conjunction with the anger issues, and he decided to do this.
Okay.
And when I saw that, I said, oh my gosh, he needs to be off the streets. And I'm glad that the prosecutors put on a good case, and I'm glad that the jury said he's guilty on all charges. Why do you think a lot of women, particularly Black women, and also Black men, are dragging Megan Thee Stallion instead of supporting Megan?
Well, I'll tell you why I'm dragging Meg Thee Stallion, okay? First of all, as someone of her age and the level of celebrity that she is, she does not and has not conducted herself as a professional. Now, it's one thing to say my art is just my art and I like to rap salacious lyrics and we're putting on a show when we putting on a show, but that doesn't mean outside of that you should be running the streets of Hollywood naked, okay? So now we're talking about his alcohol intake. She was already drunk when he got to that party, and the first thing they did was started handing him alcohol. When you are going to Kylie Jenner, who, for people who are fans of her, reportedly this woman is a billionaire or close to a billionaire or something. You should have the mind frame of networking. None of these people are there to be your friends. So the level of comfort that her and Kelsey had or tried to get, it kind of reminds me of that Tiffany Haddish clip when she like, oh, this is nice. You know what I'm saying? Let's go make some nachos. Let's call Tory Lanez over. Like, that's not the time for that. Okay. You're supposed to be at Kylie house. Like, where's the caviar? Because otherwise, y'all could go do that at home.
I understand that, and I feel what Tory Lanez did was very disheartening. And African American women, I was looking at the statistics. They're leading cause of a lot of abuse, and I believe they also need to poll the actions of the people not believing Black women. I believe that if Megan Thee Stallion, if the roles were reversed and this was Kylie Jenner that was shot by Tory Lanez, I believe that the public would be on Kylie Jenner's side. I believe they would not be criticizing Kylie Jenner. I believe they would not be saying that Kylie Jenner was not shot. And these would be particularly a lot of Black people would be on Kylie's side. But because Megan is a woman, a lot of women are jealous of Megan Thee Stallion. They're jealous of her personality. They're jealous of her status as a successful rapper. They decide, okay, let's just throw stones at Megan Thee Stallion. But if that was a white woman,
okay,
I don't believe that you all, like including yourself, will be judging it and saying that she was not shot when the evidence came out that she was shot, when the x-rays came out that she was shot, when the doctor testified that she was shot. I believe that nobody, particularly the Black community, would not be criticizing Megan if she was a white woman.
Okay, well, look, first of all, remember Johnny Depp had a situation with Amber Heard where they set up in court, and a lot of people believe Amber Heard, and I never believed her from jump. I never believed Amber Heard, and I'm not surprised at how that went. Megan has gotten her what a lot of people feel is justice for her. So if she got her justice and the court system and the jury believed her, I don't see what difference it makes that I believe her. Now, the reason that I don't believe her has nothing to do with me being jealous of her or any of that. Megan is an a talented girl, but at the same time, I'm very aware of the fact that she is there to push certain agendas and that this narrative helps several different entities that are trying to push a particular agenda. With that being said, this is what I don't believe. Okay, let's just go on ahead and say she was shot. I don't believe Tory shot her because this is her story. Her story is that he shot her from the back rear passenger seat. Kelsey then says that he was shooting from the front passenger and that he climbed over the middle of the seats. But both Megan and Kelsey say they basically was walking around the car over to the driver's side. So why would he even need to move over to the passenger side in order to shoot somebody who was walking to his direct? Then these girls both omit that they were outside having a full-on knockdown, drag-out fight that was reported by the witness. That was a witness for the defense, mind you, okay? But for some reason, Megan's supporters, they believe him when he got on that stand and changed the story. Now, the prosecutors want us all to believe what Kelsey said when she was in the room with those investigators where she left out those important details about her and Megan getting into a fight. She left that out. But they want us to believe that interview over what she said on that stand. But then when it comes to Sean Kelly, they want us to disregard what he initially told police, and they want us to believe what he said on the stand with that twisted story. And there, Tory had the gun, he was waving it all over the place because they wanted you to believe whatever it was that was going to fit the prosecution and their story.
I hear your point, and he's supposed to his sentencing is going to be later on this year. I want to ask you because you do live in California. Will you be attending the sentencing, and also why didn't you attend the trial because it was in your backyard?
No, I don't live in California. I am a refugee. I'm in Nevada. I got the hell up out of California years ago.
You're not in California. Okay,
no, I no longer live in. And if I was,
okay.
And if I was, I don't spend my recreational free time hanging out in the courtroom with the feds, especially the hell they ain't trying me. I'm over here. Okay. I felt like a lot of the reporting, probably on both sides, may have been a little biased. But when they released them tapes, and I got to sit there and listen to Kelsey, and I know there are certain things and traits that we look for when people are lying. And this whole them two, they might have fell out, but that's still her homegirl. And Megan doesn't want to see Kelsey end up in jail. And Kelsey says she was threatened even. Both her and Tory say that Roc Nation threatened them. She was threatened with a sex tape being released. He was threatened to not put out a statement, and he still has not. I don't know why, he didn't take the stand, and who knows what they threatening these people with, because they do it all the time. They have a lot of money invested in her. They have a lot of money invested in her brand. And to go back and say, well, we have to protect Black women because Black women go through things like this, that, and the third. I know we all have heard of and seen women who are abusive to other women. A lot of us have issues with our own mothers and grandmothers and all type of stuff like that. Just because you're a woman doesn't make you innocent, number one. And number two, it's a bad example for us to set for our daughters that you can carry yourself any old type of way. You're gonna, any way you slice it, that whole situation could have been avoided if she went home with EJ the way that it was planned for that night to go. You know what I'm saying? Even EJ was disturbed. Her stylist couldn't take no more of whatever antics that Megan was putting up. So now, then they leave, and then I forgot a slipper to go back and causing all of this ruckus. So now, it's not a good example for us to teach our daughters either, that you can go out here and act a plumb dumb fool. You can consort with any old type of individuals. It don't matter how much money you got. It don't matter where you are. You just gonna conduct yourself the same way. And then when things happen, you can expect that people are gonna drop what they are doing to support you.
I want to say this, regardless of whatever, it does not negate the fact that or excuse that she shouldn't have got shot.
And
I know
so
the
we're
laws.
coming from two different vantage points. I'm not saying Tory shot her and she deserved it. I'm saying I don't believe none of that story. And I have seen Stranger Things. Y'all ain't never seen Ray Donovan or nothing. When stuff goes down in Hollywood, the fixers come in first. They start rearranging things. They start moving things around, and they come up with a believable storyline, and they tell it and they stick to it, and they don't care if it don't make no sense. And then they start harassing people for not believing it. That is all a part of what they do. And when you are telling the truth, you just allow the truth. Sometimes the truth don't come out right away.
I
Sometimes
hear
it takes a while.
I hear
But
your point on there. Do you think that the judge is going to give Tory Lanez some prison time?
I honestly I don't know. I don't know. There's no way for me to be able to guess, which way that judge is gonna go. I've heard people say they think that, he wants to make sure he doesn't set himself up to lose, an appeal or whatever. I don't know. There's no way I can know how the judge is going to sway or what they're going to do. But that courtroom is not a fair environment like we think it is. Okay. My stepmother is one of the most prominent attorneys in California. I've been going to sitting in courtrooms, going to men's lockup since I was a kid,
Mhm.
and watching her work. And I have seen when the client leaves and the prosecution and the defense and the judge is all sitting there laughing, hanging out, telling jokes, and making deals with each other because it's about a numbers game, especially for the state. And they do not want to lose. So what do we got to do? What do I got to give you? I give you this one, and then you got the next one. There's a lot of other things that are at play beyond just the justice. And then they had two jurors swap out. Like this is a lot of funny things that I think if this was a different circumstance that people would find alarming. But the way that social media works now, the way that people live inside of their phones, where their followers or what people think about them really like affects their everyday life. A lot of people aren't willing to be the lone wolf that's saying, I don't believe her. A lot of people aren't willing to be the one to ask questions, or they want to the social currency from jumping on the bandwagon. Okay. I don't know what happened that night, but my whole point is none of us do, because
I, I,
we never got a clear, organized lineup of the events that night, and we never got a story that actually makes sense. So now, if we're believing their story, they said that the police pulled them over 3 minutes after them gunshots went off. But according to Kelsey, he shot Megan, got out the car, beat her up. Megan ran across the street into the parking lot, to another driveway. The witness said they all ran over there and beat her up. Then she got to hobble back to the car on one leg, all for them to get pulled over 3 minutes later.
Mhm. I hear your point,
That don't make
and
no sense.
I feel like it's some issues with our justice system. Correct, I do believe that. But in this particular case, that wasn't it. I believe that justice was served. I believe that Tory Lanez got what he deserved. I believe the jurors of his peers said, "Hey, we're gonna find him guilty on all charges." In this particular case, I believe he had a good defense. He paid good money for that defense, and I believe the prosecutors did a good job, uh, presenting their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That jury came out with guilty on all charges, and I do believe in this case justice was served. I want to ask you, as a black woman,
That's fine. We're just gonna agree to disagree.
Do you think that Megan Thee Stallion's career? Do you think that she will continue to have a career, or do you think that she will be canceled?
She's gonna have a career for a while, and then people will forget about her and she'll fade out, because that's just the life cycle of these new artists is just really not that long. I mean, Doja Cat was the biggest thing going 2 years ago, and I don't know what's going on now. So
Mhm.
you never really know. It's fickle. They're not creating the mega superstars that have decades long lasting power the way that they used to. But with that being said, when I see somebody like Meg Thee Stallion hanging out with Hillary Clinton, I know they have the machine behind them. The fix is in. The fix is in. Why is this woman, Hillary Clinton? Oh, I didn't know nothing about you till WAP. Why is WAP Hillary's jam? Why when WAP come on, Hillary Clinton is like, oh, this is my song?
I believe that WAP was a very iconic record. If you ever Googled and researched Hillary Clinton, she's all about women empowerment. And I believe that song WAP was a very empowerment record.
There's some hoes in this house. Is an empowering record.
I have to believe it's a women empowerment record for women.
Which part?
And I also
which
believe
part was poor?
women,
Which part?
the women body, the woman existence. You know, hoes need love as well.
And so, what empowers?
Hold on one second. That's empowerment for a lot of people, because a lot of times black men, black rappers, period, were rapping about their peen, their bodies, and all that, and now women are saying, "Hey, I'm going to rap about my body." And
so Little Kim, Little Kim didn't do that in the '90s.
And
she the first one.
She did do that. She
Nicki
was
Minaj ain't never rapped about no sex.
I'm saying is, she did do that, and people have to give Kim her credit because you remember back in the '90s when she released her album, Lil Kim got dragged. So Lil Kim took the shots in order for Megan and Nicki Minaj to walk. But when Kim came out with her album, the public dragged her and said, this is not good for the children. This is not good for America. They dragged her on different radio shows and on different.
Look here. How old were you when Hardcore came out?
I was a kid. I was a baby, but I was just looking at that time, like Googling some errors about Kim, and I saw the resistance of a lot of times when she do interviews, they were coming at her hard. And I'm like, now you don't really get that, like Kim was getting it back in the 90s. People are more accepting of a woman rapping about her yoni and her breasts.
Okay, well, I was 13 years old when Hardcore came out, and I got it as a gift on accident because the parental advisory sticker was over the. My stepmother wasn't paying attention. At any rate, I was very happy. And the empowering part about Kim's lyrics, it wasn't I'm just sleeping with people to be sleeping with people, or I'm the best at just having sex. Kim was talking about getting your own and making sure people are not wasting your time because you got options. It was about a man servicing you instead of you trying to meet all of their needs. It wasn't just simply just sexual lyrics and just being vulgar just for the sake of being vulgar. And every record that she put out was not in that same vein. Notorious B.I.G. had a lot to do with that first album, but her albums after that, you constantly saw growth and growth and growth and growth and growth from her just on an intellectual level. And Lil Kim is a very intelligent woman. When people sit down and talk to her, she was able to really articulate herself and where she was coming from in a way that a lot of other women could not. And so what I see now is people just repeating something that they heard Kim say and they just running with it. Oh, this is empowering. First of all, I don't think it's a good song. I don't think it sounds good. I don't think it's nothing to dance to. It's just not my cup of tea because first, it's just too vulgar. It's nothing empowering about hoes in this house. What's empowering is to be able to take care of yourself and your basic needs as a woman without needing a man to take care of you to the point where you're allowing yourself to be abused, disrespected, and taken advantage of because you don't have any other options or resources. Mm-hmm. That's what women empowerment is supposed to be. Women empowerment, when I was coming up, and it wasn't just Little Kim. I grew up on UNITY. You know what I'm saying? He grabbed my booty. I punched him dead in his eye. That's what I came up on. It wasn't just one.
Nothing wrong with women. So you're saying that's not empowerment, but a man call women bees. A man can talk about smash a woman, call them hoes and all of that. But if a woman use those same type of lyrics, that's not empowerment for women.
No, I find that interesting.
I respectfully disagree. I believe that's empowering.
I find it interesting about
their body, their image, their breasts, their cheekbones, how good they are in bed. I believe that's empowerment for women.
Why does a woman, what women are doing and what men are doing, one don't have nothing to do with the other. You don't have to become, that's what makes a woman a bitch. I remember when I was a kid, when a woman started acting like a man. I remember Snoop Dogg and them, everything was about bitches and hoes, and they would say, no, I'm not talking about the women. I'm talking about, okay, y'all doing too much over here. Come on now. Mm-hmm. No, that's the cat. I'm sorry, the cat knocked over myself. Okay, I remember them saying, no, we're not talking about women. We're talking about bitches and hoes. And it didn't make no sense to me until I met bitches and hoes. Now, if WAP is an empowering song to you, you might be one of them bitches and hoes that they were talking about. They ain't talking about me. So if you feel like that's empowering for you as a woman and you fall in that category and your body and your breast and the way you look and how good you are in bed is the best that you have to offer and that's empowering to you, then that is your own personal choice. You know what I'm saying? To me, the greatest female rapper is Lauryn Hill. To me. But everybody got their own cup of tea. It's their own, do what works for you. Now, does it actually work in the long run? How are y'all mental health doing in these situations? How are your children being raised in these environments? How it all turn out 20 years from now? I guess that would be up to you. But just know these are your personal choices. And we have to ask ourselves, why would the radio that was bleeping out bitch as soon, it used to be okay for Snoop to say, rolling with my bitch is where you might find me. That was cool. The minute Queen Latifah started saying bitch is when they started bleeping the word out. So now, fast forward, why would the mainstream media, why would a former first lady of the United States of America, why would Joe Biden be sitting down and entertaining and discussing world affairs with the likes of Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion instead of all of the prominent Black women that we know that are CEOs and business women and highly educated and business owners who have not gotten where they are through signing contracts and going through dark rooms and playing eyes wide shut with a whole bunch of old white men?
I think that it is in politics, you understand if you want to grow in politics, you have to grow with the times. And right now, hip hop is one of the powerful entities in the United States.
And you got to ask why.
One of the greatest exports, because people support the music. They buy the music. They're supporting music at a high rate. And a lot of people in suburban areas, they buy rap music and all of that, and they will continue to buy rap music. So I don't have a problem with our former First Lady, Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State Hillary, to come out here and support those entities. I don't have a problem with Cardi B having a conversation with Bernie Sanders like she did, because what it does to younger people that are not so much involved or in tune into what's going on in our political structure, they can see Cardi B talking with these political figures and be like, okay, let me talk and get involved into Democrats or Republicans, etc. Because I think that is so great. A lot of people don't understand about inflation, about why the cost of groceries are high. But when Cardi B talk about it, they can relate. Oh my gosh, you're right. The groceries is high.
So this is a prime example of the problem.
New York City, because Cardi about the rats and all of that. And she said, hey, where's my tax dollars going? Because we still have a lot of rats in New York City. And if we're paying all this money in tax dollars, why we still have a huge rat infestation? And
here's a short answer. Here's a short answer to that. Cardi B was not thinking about inflation. She wasn't thinking about taxes when she was using social media to complain about Donald Trump and his tax cuts that benefit her tax bracket the most. Cardi B was not worried about inflation when she was using the camera time that she was getting from the Democrats to further herself and further her career. Eggs is $9 a gallon, $9 a carton, because you have Joe Biden as your president. New York City is a hot ass mess because you have, what's his name, Eric Adams, a Democrat mayor. This is why it looks the way it does. So now
inflation, to correct you, inflation is high across the board. Is even higher in Europe. So, and my thing is not just about who's in office as the
president.
It's about
we in my backyard.
It is about
this is what I do on my platform is talk about politics.
It's about, a lot of it comes with corporate greed, but it's not just inflation. It's high in the United States. It's also high in Europe. A lot of parts around the world, inflation is high. But let's be clear, one thing that Biden tried to present, as well as the 110 Congress, now we in a whole new Congress right now. They presented a bill to bring down inflation. The Republicans said no.
Okay, what the Republicans Party's job is supposed to do, and the point of conservatism at all, is to conserve, to save money, to save on spending. So now, when after a $1.8 trillion COVID bill is passed and then only 9% of it goes to COVID relief. These people don't want to continue to allow y'all to take out more and more money. The reason the inflation is the way it is because all of those COVID bills came out in various countries, especially the European countries. And then what they did was they took all of that money and they spent it on everything, any and everything that they wanted to. But when you create, they're printing the money up out of thin air. So when you add all that currency into the economy, it's going to inflate the cost of everything. Then on top of that, we have issues with transporting goods to this country. We didn't have all type of issues with the truckers, with the with shipping, you know. And COVID also backed up a lot of things that got us right where they want us. Okay, so this is not none of this is an accident. This is by design.
I think also too, anytime we're dealing with a worldwide pandemic, the world was completely shut down. People wasn't buying goods and services. And one of the things what a lot of, you know, Fortune 500 CEOs and people would say that the demand was so high once the world opened up. Again, they didn't have enough truckers. The orders was back order. Then also other parts of the country couldn't keep up with demand. I understand that. But this is where you need, in my humble opinion, government intervention. And said, okay, we see inflation being high. We're going to increase the minimum wage to keep up with the inflation. For anytime the inflation goes up, the wages do not go up. And I believe that is a disservice, not only for people in my city in Dallas, Texas, but a disservice in the country. I was just reading one of the politicians, see Gen Z, if I'm saying it correct, one of the youngest congresspersons just to get elected. He got denied for an apartment because his credit is bad. And he ran for office and he was spending a lot of money to run for office. He won. But it's so difficult for him to get approved for the apartment, and also the high cost of rent to get an apartment in DC is out of this world. So this is why I am advocating for affordable care, affordable housing, because again, it's not just affecting me as an African American or many African Americans, but it's affecting middle America. It's affecting middle class that have good jobs, but the rent is so damn high they can't afford it. And it's affecting all people that's trying to make living but check to check, and majority of their income is going towards their housing. And that is sad.
First of all, bigger government usually puts a Band-Aid on something, and then the ramifications of it are seen decades down the line, and it makes the problem worse. Most of the financial issues that we're having right now are as a result of decisions that were made when you know, the boomers basically came of age. Okay. So now, you know, they have trickled down a lot of responsibilities onto the next generation, and it is a lot of times coming to head. That's one thing. But going back to the pandemic, are you aware of Agenda 201?
No, I will tell you this though. And when the pandemic happened, and a lot of people will say this, they did something that was so amazing for the working class. For the working class, they saw something what I call was a raise, meaning that they had got on unemployment. And the government said, okay, we're going to give you extras of hundreds of dollars with your unemployment. The average worker, that's the most money they ever seen. And they the most money they ever seen. And now you got a problem where people are going for jobs, and the minimum wage in some areas $7.25. That's a disservice. You can't survive off $7. You can't survive off $9 an hour. You can't survive off $10 an hour. You can't survive off $12 an hour, because if you look at the average cost of a one bedroom, you're spending over $1,200-$1,300 in a decent area where less crime. Now, if you're in a crime infested, I'm talking about a crime infested area, then maybe you can find you a cheap. Even in those areas, the rent is high. But a decent area, to live in a nice area with a nice school, you're paying about $1,300 to $1,400 just for a one bedroom. And to this day, it's been almost over 10 years that the federal government have not increased the minimum wage. But here's the kicker. The federal government, the same people that we elect in office, they voted to increase their salary. So their average salary for a congressperson is $174,000. When was the last time have those same congress people, those same senators, increased the minimum wage for the working class?
So,
you know what I'm saying? So I think that's a disservice.
You're making perfect sense.
I believe the minimum wage should be increase to keep up with the high cost of living because the rent is extremely high and people can't afford it because the wages is just not keeping up. And it's not just affecting people with high school diploma, it's affecting people. I was watching an article, I was watching the news, and this person have a master's degree, in environmental science, right? A master's degree, working for the state of California, but have to live in somewhat like a hotel that they made into affordable housing because he can't afford to live in a regular apartment because the rent is so high, with him being a single father with 2 children. So if he's going through it with a master's degree and making good money, what do you think people are going through with a high school diploma and working a minimum wage job at McDonald's or Burger King?
You are making excellent points, and I don't disagree with the points that you are making. What we're having here now, this debate is this is one of the fundamental debates that was had, in the early stages of this country: federalism versus anti-federalism. The problem is that the bigger your government is, they're going to do that. They're going to make decisions where they're getting paid and everybody else is getting taken advantage of. And they are going to be beholden to the special interest groups that are giving them money. They're going to favor the corporations. That's what they're going to do. And you used a very important word: wage. Wage, meaning this is what you're being paid to go work for somebody else. Now, when you're an entrepreneur, then based on how hard you're working and you have a little bit more control over how much money that you receive. But now so many people are more dependent these days on a wage than being able to independently create a business for themselves. For example, I should be able to maybe go to my neighbors who got chickens in the backyard and get some eggs from them, but now we have different regulations and laws and things that people lobby to put in place. This has been going on forever, since way before we were born, to make sure that the average American would have to earn a wage. They want you to go to a public school where they train you on how to be a good employee. So this kind of stuff is all in the mix, and it's not Republicans aren't perfect either. Everybody, power corrupts absolutely. And so now when I'm having that conversation with young people about Democrats versus Republic, or more so liberalism versus conservatism, that's the part that I keep trying to drive home. Yeah, we could go around here and just hand out money to make it easier for people, but you have to pay for it on the back end. We can raise the minimum wage to $15, make it $25, but I guarantee you, every time you raise that minimum wage, these people are going to raise their prices. They intentionally.
This is where I come in and I say this: it needs to be rent control in this country, and the minimum wage need to be increased, because I'm always reminded when they had the housing crisis, when the banks were failing back in 2008, and this was the first time I ever heard the word recession. Not only hearing the word, but it affected me in my personal life, because during that time I was working at Chili's. I was working in their to-go area, and I just saw at one point people was not going to the restaurant, and went from 40 hours to just 2 hours a week, in which I eventually just quit. But when they needed to bail out the banks, they did that. They bailed them out. And now
and they should not have. And that was Barack Obama.
And they did do that, not only with President Obama. It started with Bush, and then Obama had to continue with the auto loan because again, that we were so embedded with these companies. They were so powerful that they were the backbone of our economy, and we didn't really regulate them like that. We just allowed them to just go crazy, and it just almost destroyed our economy, not just our economy, but the entire world economy. But again, my point that I'm making is they bailed them out. My response to the working class, to America, to the regular citizens, we bailed them out. Now it's time for the wealthy and those powerful industries that we bailed out with our tax dollars. Now it's time for them to bail out the working class, because it's a lot of people that are working regular jobs that are struggling right now, can't afford to live in housing, but working 40 hours a week. It is sad, but when it was time for us, the taxpayers, to bail them out, we did exactly that.
So this is, I think, too, a part, and the messaging changes. I see how, as time passes, how these new ideas come into play, and it's like they'll have a whole generation of kids, and they just learn things or are taught differently than we were taught in school. The one of the things that makes America special is that you have the right, if you want to become a millionaire. If you don't want to do nothing and you want to be broke, then you can do that. You have the right to succeed or to fail. It was a mistake for them to bail out the banks and not to allow them to fail. That's what was supposed to happen. So now, it's basically a concept of survival of the fittest. Is that fair? Maybe not. Do certain people have certain advantages and a head start? Absolutely. But now, let's just say, your channel is growing. You're a property owner, right? All of your costs goes up just like everybody else's, right? So say you go and you get an apartment complex with your money, you done made it a long way, and you got to pay gardeners. You're not a slumlord. You're gonna make sure they got the best amenities. You making sure that this is a very nice place to live. Well, everything else is going up. Your cost to maintain that property is going up. You have the right to increase the price of rent there in order to make sure you're meeting your bottom line. Or sometimes you see, okay, it's COVID, everybody getting evicted, everybody getting thrown out on the street. I don't want y'all coming to move up over here. I'm going to inflate my prices because I don't want people who already couldn't pay rent where they are to come run over here to my house. And then now I got to go and spend money to get them out. And it would be your choice. So now what we want people to understand is that you might be broke today. That don't mean you going to stay broke. So now if y'all want socialism.
I hear your point about this, and I understand that. That's why government must intervene. And government must intervene and say, okay, we have to do something with the rising cost of rent. If it's the property taxes, we must do a property tax freeze to make property taxes affordable. And when I look at the budget of this country, and you just look at the budget, we spend so much money, billions of dollars in our military, billions. And a lot of that, we don't even use all of that money, but they continue to give the military billions of dollars. It is time for the working class to get a bailout. And if we do not get a bailout, you're going to continue to see homelessness. If you look in Texas, it's a lot of homeless people. You're from California.
It's plenty of homeless people.
Y'all have a huge homeless problem. And a lot of those folks are not drug addicts. Some homeless people that are working jobs but cannot afford to live in decent housing in the state of California. The same issue in New York City. A lot of homeless people in shelters working regular jobs but cannot afford to live in a one-bedroom, hell, not even a studio. The same thing goes in Central Florida and so many parts of Florida. And this is why the government must come in. And if it is the property tax, the government, okay, let's freeze these property taxes, let's lower these property taxes, let's give more assistance to these states so they don't just depend on property taxes. Okay, marijuana, that's another, let's get another source of income. And when I understand this, I'll be like, okay, marijuana is bringing in billions, it's a billions and billions of dollar industry. Let's deregulate it, let's make it, legalize it in this entire country. If you're 21 and older, you can operate your own dispensary, and that revenue can be used to help combat affordable housing, help bring in more infrastructure, and help the economy. And I believe in this, because if this country does not do that, or they continue to do things the way they're doing, and everybody's increasing the rent 10, 12, 15 times the more you're making, the average person is just going to be on the street, and then the government is going to have to pay it on the back end anyway. So before we get to that point, why not invest in affordable housing? Why not the government get involved and say, okay, let's develop some land, let's get affordable housing, let's do this, and let's do it according to your income, so you don't be out here on the street or have to be in a homeless shelter, which in return is going to apply pressure to the local and state government, because they're going to have to pay for that in the long run anyway.
So first of all, one of the big problems I think is this illusion of this like government. Because as you mentioned before, these people are doing what the corporations want them to do. And these corporations have a whole lot of power, Now, whenever we ask the government to come in and do something, they're glad to come in and do it, because that gives them more control over people and over their everyday lives. And now you have a government that is primarily sold out to other corporations that want to know every single thing about you. They want a social credit score. It's not just our government we have to look at. We have the World Health Organization. We have United Nations. We got the Council on Foreign Relations that have a whole other agenda where, you know, they basically want everybody to live inside a little cubicle. And you know, you'll work and live your life on VR all day because they don't even want you going outside creating carbon emissions and all this other kind of stuff. It gets spooky. Okay, so it's not just as simple as our government cutting us a check. Now, with that being said, our government has no problem with bailing out Ukraine and sending money over there that could have gone to American citizens. But now that is something that this particular administration, who has ties to Ukraine, this is something that I already knew that. So now the economy that we had when Trump was the president was going in a more positive direction. People complained about it for a whole bunch of emotional, nonsensical reasons that had absolutely nothing to do with us half the time. So now you got a president who don't mean tweet. Okay, he's a Democrat, and they like rap music and all of that. And your eggs is $9, your gas is $7, and all the extra money is going to Ukraine.
And
this is what the American people voted for.
All the money is not going to Ukraine. This country give billions of dollars to so many other countries. Ukraine,
why would we be sending money to Ukraine at all?
Because again, is in the way how this country is in the interest of their national security. They don't want Russia to overthrow Ukraine and be empowered to overthrow other countries. So I understand that logic about that. But if you can afford to give money to Ukraine or other entities, whether Israel, we give billions of dollars to Israel. Many people don't know that, but we do. So when you give money to all of
these, Kanye, you better slow down before they cut you off.
We give other entities to other countries, whether it's Africa, whomever. We give money to other countries. But I've always been taught that you take care of home first before you try to take care of somebody else's house.
That's right.
And so our house, the American house with American citizens, are struggling. So the government must invest in this infrastructure. And this is why it is so important that we get people in office, whether it's you're a Democrat, whether you're a Republican, or whether whoever you are, to get in those institutions and be like, okay, I'm going to advocate for the working class, because for decades, the working class have been struggling. Usually now we had a strong middle class, even the middle class are struggling because they can't even keep up with the high costs, because you have children. Not even going to talk about the high cost of daycare. The high cost of daycare is it's expensive. And I'm from the era of, if you have your children in daycare, the government should give you some type of relief because you are working.
See, everything can't be the government. That's why we in this situation, sir.
Hold on one second. We give you some type of release because, again, the rich get so much in tax credits. They get lower taxes. When I looked at President Trump, when they released his taxes, some years he paid zero in tax. Zero. But have you ever, as a working class person working at McDonald's and Burger King, you have to always get something out of your check. You're paying taxes. But for the wealthy like Trump, some years he paid $0 in taxes. Even some other companies, I believe even Amazon at one point wasn't paying nothing in taxes. That is sad because, again, the rich are taking advantage of this outdated tax code that catered to them, and that's government. And the working class are getting screwed. And then when we call for government intervention, people say, oh, no, don't get the government. But these powerful corporations are getting massive government tax credits and all of that. And we, as the working class, because I'm a part of the working class, I don't know about you, we're getting screwed in the long run.
No, I'm not. So now look, it's bigger than that, because now you have factories that were all over America where people could go and earn a living wage and take care. A man could go to work and take care of his wife, buy a house, take care of her and all 5 of his kids off of one job. Those jobs were shipped off to other countries. Okay. Then you also have rampant immigration, not just coming from Mexico, but coming from everywhere. Okay. So now you have that situation going on. There's a lot of different things that affect middle class people. And especially it also depends on what area that you live in, what demographics you belong to, etc. Right? Now, what the government or the powers that be, when you follow down that rabbit hole, okay, and you find who's really pulling the strings, they want us to keep saying government, 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 government. When COVID was going around, now they admit that it was an overreaction. But what's the first thing people said? Government come and intervene. And so they gave you some experimental real quick. And then now all of the ramifications that come along with that, now nobody's supposed to be held responsible. When the AIDS epidemic broke out in the 1980s, people came out and said government, 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 government. The government came and gave them something called AZT that took them off the planet. So the thing is that the government is not your friend. And the whole reason that this country is set up, this is a constitutional republic. Okay, because we are not supposed to be relying on big government and the government to do everything for us, because for all of that, we could just have a king then. See, the reason is so many problems, and it goes back and forth. We have this two-party system, and it wasn't always two parties. You used to have 8 major parties, but now we have a media that only allows Democrats and Republicans to get on TV. So when it's time to vote, that's what most casual voters are going to do. Both Democrats and Republicans are the most moderate of those big parties that, was sprouting out back when people were really actually paying attention. Democrats and Republicans really ain't that far off from each other. And we find that out all the time. Ultimately, their ultimate goal is, like you said, to get rich and to continue to get richer. If we want a piece of the American pie, we have to get it through hard work, through entrepreneurship, through savings, through investments. Ain't nobody gonna get rich and ain't nobody gonna get comfortable through the government. When the government give people food, when they was giving out cheap, they was giving cheese. They wasn't giving people the best cheese. They gonna give you government cheese. When you want the government to pay for your health care, you're not gonna get the best health care. You're gonna get government health care.
That's not true, because you got a lot of politicians higher up get incredible health care. Another point that I want to make.
You have what?
Another point that I want to make. The government, this same government that we under, gave so much acres of land to a lot of white people. So the government have intervened. A lot of these Fortune 500 companies that are thriving today is because of a lot of tax breaks. A lot of that they get from the government. And these same people preach to the working class and tell the working class, no government. But those same entities get billions and billions of dollars of tax release and all of this stuff that catered and keep their pockets fat. But when the working class say we need government intervention, it is an issue. I'm still going to speak on that because I see how they give money to all of these corporations, all of these people. Because if that wasn't the case, you wouldn't see a lot of special interest groups. You won't see a lot of people on Capitol Hill and giving money to all big dollars in cities campaigns, because they want to make sure that their corporate America continue to thrive and the working class continue to suffer. My message is going to continue to be the government have to intervene and give the working class their fair share, the same way they have been giving corporate America billions on top of billions.
Well, that unfortunately is not going to happen.
They need to do the same. It will happen. It will happen. May not happen in our lifetime, or it will happen in our lifetime. If more people continue to advocate and more people continue to run for office, if more people continue to get into media and more people continue to educate people on the streets, it definitely can.
So let me give you another example.
Definitely can happen, but we must, as people, not sit on the sidelines. And that's why on this channel we talk about these hard-hitting issues, and we call people out and say, listen, what are you doing to increase the minimum wage? What are you doing to help with rent control? Because those issues are affecting.
Let me ask you a question.
The working class.
Let me ask you a question. Okay. So now there are people, thousands of farmers, okay, that the government has come through, taking their crops, taking their livestock. One lady had them people, FDA ran up in her house with guns drawn, talking about it was a goat disease going around. It confiscated 200 goats. None of her goats were sick and never brought them back, because the government wants to have full control over the food. So this is not a government that can be trusted with your life. You cannot trust them with your health decisions. It might be more convenient, but the reality of it is they do not have your best interest in heart. I don't disagree with you on that. So now, why will we continue to keep going to the government that we already don't trust and asking them to take care of our food, how we educate our children, where we live? And I think that, there is a particular mentality that, and granted, Black people's condition in this country is different. Those of us who are not descendants of immigrants, because we don't have another country to go to. Okay, all my lineage is from right here in the United States. I'm not from the islands. I'm not from England. I ain't from Africa. All my lineage is here. So I don't have another country to go ask for money from or whatever, dual citizenship or none of that, whereas pretty much everybody else does. You know what I'm saying? So our condition is different. And our government has, not only our government, but those corporations you name, they made a lot of money. They stole money and got free labor that they never paid for. Now, our condition specifically as a Black community and the condition of America as a whole is not necessarily the same thing, number one. But now, if we looking at just America overall as a whole, everybody does not have the same living standards, living conditions, or goals in mind. Everybody not trying to be rich. Everybody don't want to live in an apartment. Some people want to live a house. Some people don't care what kind of house they live in. Some people don't need a whole bunch of stuff. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, you should be able to have enough to take care of yourself. But the trick bag of this matrix is that you're going to get it through working for somebody else. Odds are, if you are being paid by somebody else, they're not going to pay you what you're worth. They're going to pay you what they want to pay you. So the best way to honestly solve this problem would be to starve these corporations and stop working for Walmart and stop working for Target and stop working for Quiznos and stop working for these large companies and do like you're doing and start creating your own. You'll be at a position, if you're not already, where you're hiring people and then you pay them $20 an hour because you feel that that's what they deserve and all of that. But I'm just saying that I know when people get money, they make different decisions and they start seeing the world through the eyes of a vantage point of a rich person. So this is what our options are. These are our options.
I hear your
So
point.
our options is this. Look, my last point. Our options is this. Either the government gonna control everything and they're gonna control it all the way till we end up socialist, and it don't matter how much education you got, don't matter how hard you work, it doesn't matter how many degrees you got, don't matter if you a doctor, everybody gonna live the same, everybody gonna get the same thing. Either that's gonna happen or you gonna have the right to succeed or fail if you want to. I would rather be broke in this country the way that it is right now to live in a socialist country. And
I would say this, and into the corporate, to these banks that got built out, America the working class need a break, and they need help. They need assistance.
No, you don't. You don't need no break. Get up off y'all lazy asses. You better work and get you some education and stop thinking you gonna rap and twerk your way out of it, because that ain't finna happen.
Hold on, let me finish my point. Because again, we are seeing a lot of people are getting college degrees and they're still struggling. They're struggling in student loan debt. In this country, college and university, that should be free. It should not be that you should be able to get a student loan and get into all this debt and have to struggle because it's difficult for you to make ends meet. But then you try to go get a bank loan to start your own business, you get denied. That needs to change in this country, in my humble opinion. A lot of businesses, a lot of people step out on faith and start their own corporation, to start their own business.
Joe Biden is also the reason why they can charge $20,000 a semester.
One second. Let me finish my point. And they fail because it's difficult to become a business owner. It's difficult to get capital. It's difficult for you to have to hire employees. The average Black business got about 2 employees, because it's difficult to expand, especially when you're Black, and when you try to expand your business and go to these banks and say, hey, I have a business. Can you invest? Can you give me a loan? They say denied. So we're still yet dealing with those racist tactics, and that's why we need government intervention to let these banks actually come out here and to intervene. And
so you know what? What if Black people supported? What if Black people supported the Black people in their family who are business owners the way they want to support Meg Thee Stallion? That would solve that problem.
Let me say this point. To give these people these bank loans, because it's still a challenge, and we're still not getting this. We're still not getting the justice like everybody else. And even when you're talking about becoming homeowners, a lot of people were saying we're getting denied to get loans for houses. A lot of people that do get loans and they want to, sell their home, it get appraised very low. Then they get a white family, or they get their white friend, then they get now it just so happened they get appraised $300,000 more than their original appraisal for that property. In this country, I don't care what nobody say. When people talk about socialism, the banks, the corporations, The wealthy have been getting, socialists have been getting deals from the government from day one. The people that has been getting screwed, not just Black America, but the working class, all in America that's working in this country, has been getting screwed since the beginning of time, especially African American through the free labor.
Because you're an employee. That is built in there. So if you don't want to get screwed, then you know you need to do something else.
Hold on, especially doing Jim Crow and all of that. And so again, I don't want people to say, oh, you need to work harder. It's people that are working harder. People working 2 to 3 jobs, they're working really hard. If people are in school getting degrees, still have to have 2 jobs, because just because you get a degree does not guarantee that your wages are going to keep up with these high rent costs.
But I tell you what, your quality of life improves. Your decision-making skills improve. Your problem-solving abilities improved. Okay. So now, you know, a woman with a degree is probably not going to get desperate enough to go and strip and put herself in a position where she's going to end up in harm's way or some drama or whatever the case it is, because don't feel like you're not doing enough because you're not making a whole bunch of money at your call center job or whatever you're doing today. Where you are today does not mean that's where you're going to be 10 years from now. But the fact of the matter is that the way that this system is set up, if you are an employee, their objective is not, the business owner's objective is not to make you rich. If you work in sales or something commission based, then you're probably going to be a lot more comfortable than people who are working off of an hourly wage. There are certain positions in the tech field or certain industries that pay very well. Most of those industries require you, if not to get a college degree, to go and get some type of certifications, etc. Okay. Regardless of all of that, people survived bartering for thousands of years. The original problem is the money, the promissory notes that we have that's supposed to be backed by gold. That's not. Once they were able to create a system where they can just print up money out of the thin blue sky and create and set their own value to it, now we all are players basically in this jacked up monopoly game. If you step on the wrong spot, you're going to end up in trouble. How did that happen? The government gave these people that power. How did the government get that power? Because every time somebody didn't get what they want, they said, government, come and save me. So now we can have our emotional opinions about it all we want to, but somebody has to pay for it. The reason why economics is the way that it is right now is because that's what the boomers did, is had the government bail them out and 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 bail them out. And they figure, hell, we'll be old. We'll be you know, it's not going to be no more Social Security benefits somewhere around 2025, 2030. Ain't going to be, I remember these conversations in the 80s, and they was like, oh, well, ain't going to be my problem. I don't care. So now we're dealing with a lot of the,
I want to say this point though,
trickle down issues.
I don't say that there's nothing wrong with being an employee, number one. My answer is that
ain't nothing wrong with being an employee, but you're not getting rich as no employee.
I'm never said to get rich. What I'm saying for you to live comfortable. It is insulting to say to the working class that are working that, you know, you can't afford the rent because the rent is high. That is a challenge. It needs to be government intervention, because if you have to work 2 jobs and still can't make ends meet, that is an insult. The minimum wage should be increased. It should have happened 5 times over.
It's not going to make a difference.
Because these same people that are in power, they have voted to increase their salaries. So yes, the minimum wage should be increased. A minimum wage in this country in 2023 should not be at $7.25.
They are still going to raise the prices on everything else, so it's not going to matter.
A lot of, back in the day, I was talking to some workers. They said they were able to work on the faculty for about 30 years and get a good pension. Those rules have changed.
Right.
A lot of corporate America don't even want to give people good pensions anymore. So, and then they do something with that pension, and they think, and they can't even really retire. It's a lot of people that are older have to go back into the workforce because their corporation did something funky with their pension plan.
No, they going back into the workforce because they neglected to put their children in a position where they could take care of them
with their retirement. So again, that is something where the government have to intervene, and also the government have tried and have been shut down for decades. But this is why we will continue to preach this, because when I look at the mother in California that work a job, that's working 2 jobs, have children, and still struggling, she need help and she need assistance. And my thing is, they say, well, Wiley, they should go to school and get those tech jobs. I agree with that. So why not in America and say, you know what? We have so many shortages for tech jobs, for people in technology and with computers and all of those type of jobs, like building apps and all of that. Why not the government say, okay, you get free college and free college in order to fill those jobs? They did the same thing in the military. They allowed the military, one of their strategies to get y'all in there, they have a such thing called the GI Bill, meaning that if you're in the military, we will pay for your education. So with that mindset, with that idea should be adapted for the working class, period. If you're working and you say, hey, I want to go and further my education and get those jobs that are paying good money, the government should pay for that education because we.
And now, would that apply to immigrants, to illegal immigration too?
No,
That's for everybody?
I'm talking about American citizens. I'm
Okay.
talking about people that are in this country, American citizens. That should be our right. Education should be our right, and it should be free, and that will actually help the society and for other people to be able to compete with those high-paying jobs that are available, but people can't get it because, again, they don't have the degree. And a lot of people, unfortunately, can't really balance college and balance working and balance with their children. That is a challenge.
Well, it's a free market competitive society. I
understand that.
So now,
you definitely need the government intervention because
no,
back
you
in the
don't.
day, it was a time where children had to work. Children were working in these faculties and dying, and they were doing all the time. And corporate America was using children to work, and the government had to intervene and say, okay, you can't let a job be working 40 hours a week. So the government intervenes. So let's not act like the government never had to intervene in situations.
The government intervenes all the time. But the problem
is,
in
this particular issue, the government must intervene because they intervene for the banks, they intervene for the auto industry, they intervene for the airline industry, and they gave them billions.
Well, so sir, it sounds good. And hopefully maybe you'll see, because I like the way it's playing out now, because with nobody listen. So now everybody getting a trial of communism trial, and let's have this conversation again in 10 years and see how you feel about it. Because I'm telling you right now, it don't work that way. They can print out all the money they want and save all the people that they want to save, all that they want to, but the way that this works is the more money they print up, the more they give away, the more they raise the minimum wage, the more that they try to help to even the playing field, even though that is the fair thing to do. The consequence of it ultimately causes more inflation, more problems, and more government control in the long run. That has been the case 100% of the time. When we look at the Black community, a lot of problems with the Black community, people blame on slavery. The reason y'all ain't getting along and you ain't got no business and you ain't got this, that, the third, because of slavery. It ain't because of slavery. A lot of these issues Black people did not have at all until the government got involved in integration and all that other kind of stuff. And then Black people started coveting working for white corporations and shopping and dining and purchasing white brands and sitting at white counters over the Black ones. So now if Black people use that same energy that y'all got from Meg Thee Stallion, who got shot over the door, under the door, around the door, from the passenger side, from the back seat, to the root, if y'all would support your Black friends with their businesses the way that y'all supporting Meg Thee Stallion, who you do not know, then that would probably solve a lot of people's problems. Okay. So now you ain't gotta like me, don't agree with me. You know what I'm saying? But go and support your homegirl that's selling hair, your homeboy that's got a real estate agent. Go to that real estate agent. I had a friend who went to school to be an entertainment attorney and said, I don't even know why I wasted my time. Here I am trying to make sure that, I think Black people should have more Black agents doing business for them. And guess what I found out? Black people don't hire Black lawyers. Black people don't hire Black people to diversify their funds and to make investment decisions for them. Black people don't hire Black realtors. So now, before we look at everybody else, if we learned how to get along with and work together with one another, which ain't gonna happen. But if in a mythical world that we did that would solve a whole lot of problems. If you was renting from your people instead of renting from them people, you probably wouldn't have that problem. But see, I remember this rap music, these empowering rappers that convinced and got a control over a whole young group of Black people and got them aspiring to play basketball and got them aspiring to go out and be musicians instead of being business owners or intellectuals. And now anytime you want to get some business done, you be hard pressed to find somebody Black to do it, especially if you live over here in the West Coast. Okay. So then you got to go to everybody else. How about all the property that Black people did own that got put up to save or get somebody bailed out of jail who was guilty and then turned around? How many grandmas then lost their house
And
behind
I want
trying to say? So
I want to say that at this point, when I'm talking about government intervention, and yes, African Americans should support Black businesses, and we're seeing that, and they need to support Black businesses more.
But they don't.
And I get that. And I remember I was reading a study, a Black woman, she tried to support everything and she wanted to buy everything Black, but it was close to impossible because of some things Black people just do not sell. So you still have to go to those same other entities because a lot of Black businesses try to grow. They just don't get the same type of capital as their white counterparts.
You shouldn't need capital from a white bank. Why you can't get your capital from Magic Johnson or one of these elite Black Negroes, LeBron James?
But this is when Black folks say that, I'm speaking on where the money already exists. These white power players, they go to these institutions and they're able to get all this capital. Hell, they're able to get all this investment. And Black people are not able to get that same type of capital. When we go back to Mr. Bob Johnson, when they owned BET and all of that, and when they sold BET, it was I forgot the name of the book, but this author was examining how much money that they got in BET and advertising compared to what MTV got. And when he studied it, MTV got twice as much in the advertising dollars. He predicted and said if BET was able to get the same fairness in advertising dollars, they would be able to sell BT 10 to 20 times more than what they sold it back in that time. My thing is this: when we see African Americans that are coming up and African Americans that are having businesses, it needs to be government interventions when it comes to reparations, when it comes to giving them business owners. I believe in this country, if you are a Black person and you in business, it should be a special loan in a program just to help Black people and say, okay, we have this special program. We're going to help you with your credit. We're going to help build your credit up. And we, by law, we have to invest in your business. That is what we need in this society. And that will help uplift a lot of Black
people. Donald Trump tried to do the opportunity zones and he offered forgivable loans, and Negroes was not even trying to hear what he was talking about.
1 second, in order to give to other Black institutions. Because again, we can't say all Black people, y'all support your institutions. I get that. But we also cannot say to this same government that's stolen decades upon decades of Black wealth and then say, well, Black folks, y'all support your institutions. I get that. We're going to support our institutions, but y'all have to give back all the land that you stolen. Y'all have to give back all the payments that y'all have not paid to these Black people and have to give those people that money back. And
first of all, that's not going to happen. And second of all, reparations and a business loan is not the same thing.
1 second. And that's what it definitely is. And what I'm saying is that definitely needs to advocate. So shout out to the activists that are actually doing the work, that are not just saying, oh, it's not going to happen. Because if you keep saying it, in your mind, it may not happen for you. But in my mind,
America don't even own China. How is America going to give you land that China owns, sir?
I believe it will happen, because with that same argument, oh, China own this and stuff like that,
they do.
They're still able to give loans to these corporations, and they're still thriving. And why Black America, and not just Black America, I'm talking about poor people, period, are suffering because the government have neglected them for decades, and they tell them, these same poor folks, to pull yourself up for your boots, but they can't afford the boots. But let's talk about
that whole concept too about Black people are suffering. What do you consider suffering?
Let's talk about this. When I was just reading this, and this is happening all over the country, they're shutting down a lot of hospitals in rural areas. If you stay in a major city, you're blessed because you pretty much have a hospital in your area, especially if you're in a nice area. You pretty much got a hospital you can go to. But that's not the answer for a lot of these areas in America. A lot of these hospitals are shutting down, meaning if you have a heart attack, you have to go an hour away to get some type of treatment. So that means it's a 90% chance that you just ain't gonna make it, because if you have a heart attack, you need to get immediate services. You can't try to travel from one place an hour away. Again, because the government have neglected our system for decades, it is bringing pressure to Black America, not just Black America. Also, poor white folks are suffering as well. If you're poor, no matter your race. And they need intervention from the government.
Do you know what the third leading cause of death is in this country?
Because people cannot afford the high rent costs, and people cannot afford bringing home these low wages.
Do you know that the hospital is like the third leading cause of death? Half the damn medical issues y'all got is because you over medicated and spend too much time in the hospital anyway. I ain't even got to check to know that people who live in rural areas have a longer lifespan because they're using older remedies and not running to the hospital and taking all these little simple medications and all that other kind of stuff. So now you have to look at things from different areas. Yeah, you should have a hospital if you have an emergency or something like that. But the bottom line is that there is too much trust in these institutions. It's too much trust and carte blanche given to these hospitals and these institutions anyway. We should be delivering more of our children at home. We should be using more home remedies. We should be eating natural things. We should be growing our own food instead of dependent on, I got to go buy the food from the grocery store, or, every time I get sick, I got the flu, I'm going to go down to the hospital. That costs people their lives a lot of times. So it's a mentality.
Is if you have a gunshot wound or you had a heart attack, if you have a complication with your birth where a person in home cannot deliver that baby because they don't have the skill set, they don't have the type of equipment, you need a hospital in your area. And a lot of areas they're saying, where's my hospital? It's like, oh my gosh, this is not good. And a lot of us, we have been preaching this for decades. I said, if the government do not intervene and cap some of this stuff that's going on in this country.
Look, it's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna make me agree with the government intervention.
Hold on one second. I'm talking to the audience and I want to get my point out. Because again, if it doesn't happen and people are suffering, because again, when people are waking up and they say they have a medical emergency, they should be able to call 911 and they should be able to get to the hospital quick, fast, and hurry. It should not be in America, one of the richest countries in the world. They say we're one of the powerful countries in the world. Many people are trying to get into this country. And when you call 911, it should not be that you have to, the ambulance have to, it's be an hour away. That is an insult and it's not right. And I do believe the government.
Donald J. Trump, okay, had his whole first salary donated to infrastructure. Half the things that you have suggested are things that came out that man's mouth that black people didn't even hear because they were so busy worried about what he said about some immigration that don't even apply to them. Okay. So now y'all go on ahead and keep crying to the government.
I'm gonna ask you a question because you keep bringing up Trump, him saying that and actually telling the Republican Party, telling his caucus, and also telling Democrats and proposing bills and House Representatives is one thing.
He sat down with the Black National Caucus and presented all of these specific itemized issues for the black community and the black. Wait a minute, you talking over me, sir. You talk for 5 minutes. Let me talk. Let me talk.
And the House of Representatives have passed multiple bills.
Can I talk?
In the Senate, but in the Senate, those bills was dead on arrival.
Can I talk?
Did not pass it at all.
Can I talk?
When
Sir.
One second. When the House of Representatives passed something for the infrastructure bill, they passed that. When they passed something to bring down inflation, Republicans said no. When they passed something to pass HR 40, most of the Democrats have agreed and voted for that. Republicans said no.
And this is the reason why it took them so long the other day to vote a House Majority Leader, because they wanted Republicans' whole thing. The reason why we saw all that turmoil the other day when they were voting for the House Majority Leader is because the Republicans were saying, or these grassroots Republicans were basically saying, we want to stop this situation where every time y'all put a bill out here, it has a whole bunch of earmarks and all this other fancy stuff in it, because a lot of times things get denied because of the things that are being hidden in that bill that everybody is not privy to. Okay, so what they're saying is, we want you guys to start introducing these bills with less stuff on it, so we can actually read them and we're not rushed into forcing to agree and sign to something that's just going to pour out more and more and more money. Okay, so it's bigger than that. Bottom line is, people have relied on the government, but ultimately, the way that people lived for thousands of years on this planet was not just everybody just sitting around waiting for the government or being entitled to certain things. So now, what we have to figure out how to do now is we have to get up off of our behinds and start bartering and start trading and start creating our own businesses. If you can get your hand on some loan, or if you can get along with, stop, baby. Come on, y'all. So if you can get along with your relatives in order for you guys to live together, see, you don't hear the other races complaining as much because they can live together. When Mexicans first started coming to Los Angeles, they were living several families to a damn house. They would turn the living room into a 2-bedroom if they had to. Black people can't even get along well enough to do none of that. So now some of these problems are government overreach. Some of this stuff has to do with our mentality. And we have had a mentality problem. Okay, since I would say that civil rights movement and integration, there's a mentality problem where every answer to everything is the government and somebody else finna come and save you. Meanwhile, if you was broke when you got here on this planet, you know, if you have some type of wherewithal to make certain decisions, you're gonna avoid certain things. I grew up in South Central. I knew the fastest way to permanent poverty would have been to let one of my neighbors get me pregnant. So now, because we live in America, you know what? You get it out of it what you're putting out. And a lot of problems that Black women face in this country right now, I don't have them problems because I did not make some of those other decisions. Okay. So now, in the way I see it, I don't think it's fair for everybody to come and keep bailing everybody out, because what lesson do we learn? What ultimately has happened when we say, let's go help that single mother. Let's keep help. You know, there are cases where, yeah, they need that help, but now it wasn't never supposed to be intended for people to abuse it. It had a lot of the government programs that they knew people were going to abuse have been abused to a point where this is now what they think is a way of life. And what happens out of the children of these government dependent households? They're not producing lawyers and doctors and business owners. They're creating a class of people that they know that they're going to be able to use and feed off of that will be government dependent in the future, because the government wants your support. The government needs you to think that they're the good guy so that you will keep going to them so they can keep selling your interests off to these other corporations. That's how you got where you are, whether you like it or not. Now, as a conservative, you and I are never going to agree, you know, anytime on government intervention. I ain't never calling the government. As far as I'm concerned, if it get that serious, I'll move out this country first, if that's the case. I'm never going to agree to government. That is just not how my brain works. I have never been a Democrat.
I want to say this.
I ain't never been a liberal.
I talk to a lot of Republicans and that are suffering. And they say, you know, this is bad. They're going through and all of this. I said, this is why we must have government intervention. When I look at
y'all intervene when y'all voted for Donald Trump, y'all voted for Joe Biden. This is the government you got.
Let me say this point. People are suffering. Even under President Trump, people were suffering, cannot keep up with
it. Was definitely getting better. Our economy was improving. The more people were making more money, they had more money left on their taxes. And eggs was $9. Y'all did this to yourself.
Kiki, you can't interrupt. I gotta finish my point. Because I let you talk. So again, people have been suffering under President Trump. They've been suffering under President Obama. Poor people have been suffering. Hospitals have been shutting down under President Trump. Hospitals have been shutting down under President Biden. Hospitals have been shutting down under President Obama. And the list go on and on. Poor people has been suffering in this country since the 60s and beyond. And again, when the working class, you're paying taxes. Everybody in here pay taxes out of their check. We don't have a choice on how much taxes we pay. They take it out of our check. But the wealthy are able to find loopholes they take advantage so they don't have to pay that much in tax. I remember Warren Buffett said something. He said, I should not be paying less taxes than my secretary. That is still going on in America today. The working class, our argument is we're paying into this system and we're not getting something out to help benefit us in this system. If you said we don't want no government intervention, then stop taking taxes out my damn check, and then maybe I will be able to thrive. Maybe hold on one second. Maybe I will be able to go and patronize this like this. But you don't have that choice because they're going to take the taxes out of your check.
Sir, and so the conservatives are the ones that are fighting against the IRS. Listen here, no. Because honestly, this is stressful.
Let me let this. If you are paying taxes, you have a right as an American citizen to the people that we're paying taxes to and say, hold up, bruh, y'all taking all this out my check. I need some help with my rent.
Who do you think you're paying taxes to?
I can't afford the rent. It's going to the government. It's going to the IRS.
It's not.
Or wherever it's going.
Exactly.
Wherever it's going, We don't have, the point I'm trying to make, it is taken out of our check, correct?
Sir, it's taken out of, wait, you're not even supposed to be paying taxes. Now watch this. Wait a minute. You're not supposed to be paying taxes at all. The IRS is not owned by the United States government, and that money is not going to your infrastructure. This is the reason why everything around here is still raggedy, which is the reason why McCarthy just stood up there the other day and said, we're shutting down funding for y'all to hire a whole bunch of new IRS agents. These are things, what you're saying is something that the conservatives are talking about. But now, wait a minute. Let me say this, and then hold on. The things that you are saying that are fundamental issues, sir.
This is the point. Hold on 1 second, because you brought up the IRS. The IRS have not been auditing the wealthy. They have not been auditing the millionaires, because the IRS have been underfunded for decades. The IRS need to be funded, so when people are making this
they
good
need
money,
to be disbanded.
And the people that are making this good money, they should be paying their fair share.
So here's the thing. Wiley,
it should not be that people in America are paying less in taxes than the middle class. It should not be that President Trump were able to pay $0 in federal taxes. That is an insult to the working class, because most of the working class,
nobody don't listen. These people don't care about none of that. Now, before, we can't just start in the middle. So I implore you guys to take the time to go and really find out what the IRS is, where it is, where that money is actually going. Just because you believe something does not mean that it's true. You believe that your tax dollars go to your city and your state and all of this kind of stuff, and that's for your roads and infrastructures. That's what they told you. That's not where your money's going. You believe that your government has the power to make certain decisions that they don't have the power to make. You believe that the government's making your money. They're not.
Do you pay taxes?
I am a housewife. I ain't got to do shit.
But do your husband pay taxes?
Of course my husband pays taxes.
Do you pay property taxes?
No.
So you don't pay any property taxes? So
I don't have to pay a property tax. No.
So you rent. So I'm talking to a lot of homeowners that own their property.
Okay, well, listen here. Sir, stop right there. Stop. No. Look, let me just say this. Let me say this. No.
It's a lot of property owners that I'm looking in Chicago, I'm looking in Dallas, all over. They're having problems because now their property taxes are more than their rent, and it is so high that they have to leave their homes that they've been living for a while. Because the
Chicago is ran by Democrats. I don't know why you want to live there anyway.
It's not just Chicago. It's not just.
It's all the damn Democrat ran.
It's Chicago, California, Texas, Florida. You could just go on and on and on. People are dealing with high property taxes in Republican counties, Democratic counties. The working class is getting screwed.
Look,
and that's why the working class.
Listen here. You cannot, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say. If you are interested in preserving the working class, yet you support or endorse any Democrat of any, no, we would deal with the Republicans on a case-by-case basis. I'm telling you right now, my black ass is telling you, you don't believe nothing else, that's fine. You cannot say that you are for the working class or the middle class and vote for Democrats at the same damn time. These issues that you are raising, this is what the conservatives be worried about while y'all sit there and have these conversations with Cardi B about dumb shit. Okay, and nobody wants to talk about it. So now, wait a minute.
What bills lately have the Republican Party have proposed to help the working class? What bills?
The working class here is the answer is to fix the infrastructure. Okay, look, I'm done because I don't. It's too early. It's 10 o'clock in the morning over here.
They gave tax cuts to the wealthy.
10 o'clock. That's not true.
When
Donald did not only go to wealthy.
They
people who had more children got to claim all of their kids. Everybody got more money.
Majority of the, let me say this, and this is a fact. Majority of the tax cuts, the owners, the corporations had those tax cuts.
They got tax cuts, and so did everybody else.
They did.
Everybody had more money on their damn paychecks.
It did not trickle down.
If you don't work and you are government dependent, then you're not gonna see the money changing in your hands, okay? But the people who were paying taxes under Trump had more money in their pocket when it came down to it.
You think it's fair that Trump paid $0 in taxes?
Every other bill, if I had $1 billion, I'm gonna pay the least amount of taxes too when I'm a billionaire.
I'm asking you a question. Do you think that is fair to the working class that a wealthy person pays $0 in taxes?
Sir, I'm not a Democrat. I don't deal with fair.
I'm asking you a question. It's
I
not
don't
about
deal
you
with
being a
fair.
Democrat or Republican.
That would mean having
Paying
Asian.
somebody paying zero,
Listen
and
here,
you're paying. Your husband is paying taxes, correct? So do you
sir.
think it's fair for
We
your
not
husband that worked every day that he had to pay taxes, but Trump didn't have to pay taxes? Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, I think it is fair for somebody who provides jobs, who pays all of you so you can have a cell phone to sit up and complain about all damn day long. It is fair for them to be able to have certain tax breaks because they are trying to incentivize people to create businesses. All right. So now it's nothing about this shit is fair. It's not designed to be fair. Fair is an emotional feeling about how you feel about what's fair or what's not. And if you get stuck there, you will be stuck there forever.
Do you think it should be illegal for a person that makes all this money pay
it should not be
$0 in tax?
illegal.
So
It should not be illegal. Because that person provides jobs. That person has taken the time to build infrastructure. That person might be providing a place for people to live or to grow farms or whatever. There is a reason why they pay. They have figured out ways to have different tax loopholes. Now, if you have the best tax preparers and all of this, then of course they're gonna make sure they can cook the books in whatever way, and you just gotta hope you don't get caught. That's on them. A lot of times people do get caught for making mistakes with their taxes, and they get involved in a lot of trouble. The fact is, none of us are supposed to be paying any taxes, especially the everyday working man. That is something that we as American citizens, okay, long ago in the early 19th century, gave away, not paying attention, making emotional decisions, voting on shit because some body in charge who you like said this is a good idea, and they've been sticking stuff in earmarks and making decisions and everything that the general population is not paying attention to. That's how we got here. People did not always pay taxes. We're not supposed to be paying no taxes. With that being said, now the way it's set up, I'm not surprised that it's being handled the way it's being handled. That's how it was designed to go. So you stop that by actually paying attention and making decisions, the best wise decision for you, the way things are now. And then when you get in a position that you can make some change, then you go from there. But it's a lot of people that's sitting at home complaining that really don't contribute nothing. And ultimately, that makes you a victim to this shit. Somebody got to be poor so that somebody can be rich. This world where everybody's going to be living wonderful and everybody's going to have a Mercedes and we all just going to be living comfortable, that's not going to happen in the United States of America because it's not supposed to. It was not designed that way. That's just not the way. That's not the makeup of this country.
And this is why I'm so involved and going to run for public office. And my message is going to be, whenever I run, whether it's Congress, whether it's city representative, whether it's mayor, or whether it's governor, we must increase the wages for the working class, and we must have the wealthy pay their fair share. If you must pay your fair share, if the working class got to pay taxes, then the wealthy must pay taxes as well. Trump he wasn't a good businessman because a lot of people did a lot of work for President Trump.
Look,
and President Trump didn't want to pay those.
I'm over it. You're running for office.
Hold on one second.
Not.
Hold on, Kiki. Let me say this point. He was a business owner, and they have to sue him, and they're still
so fucking court, what? Listen. I'm done. Listen here. No, you had a president,
and it's still in court because he did not pay those workers for the job that they did for President Trump, and a lot of those businesses have to go out of business because Trump did them dirty. That is an example of corporate greed, and that need to be investigated. And that also, I believe that if you take advantage of the working class and don't pay them, you should get some criminal charges. You should be in prison for taking advantage of the working class.
Sir, good luck with your campaign. Democrats, good luck with your taxes and shit. All of y'all liberal-minded, you Meg the Stallion, whatever, y'all go ahead and do what you want. I have a different ideology. I have a different way of life. Okay, I am very well educated and but I am a kept woman. Okay, and none of this shit really ain't even my problem. So look, y'all know everything. So good luck. I'm about to make my family breakfast. Wiley, thank you so much for having me on your platform. Good luck with your campaign. If you're running as a Democrat, I'm gonna tell you right now, talking about bigger government, I won't be voting for you, but you know what? I would still share your campaign videos or whatever materials that you got for the people who is interested. All right, I respect you and your platform, and nice shirt, by the way. You know,
thank you.
And Y'all have a good Sunday.
Thank
All
you so
right.
very much. Thank you, Kiki.
All
Praise
right.
God. I want to say this because she said, "I have a husband that work. If your husband gets sick and can't provide, then I think she will feel the economic pressure that many people are feeling in America today." I remember I used to preach on my radio show, "Get off them food stamps and get off the welfare. Get off the well." I used to preach that a lot. I done shows and I said, "Get off of food stamps, get off that welfare," and blah blah blah. And I lost my job. I was homeless. I needed a place to stay. I needed to eat. I was hungry. So I applied when I came here to Texas for emergency food stamps. I had no job. I needed to eat. No one was going to provide me for some food. So I had to go out there and apply for emergency food stamps. It is easy to tell people, y'all need to work, stop being lazy. But if your husband get a major medical emergency where he can't work anymore, then I think she will understand why government is important, because she's mainly going to be trying to apply for Medicaid. She mainly going to be trying to apply for some type of services, going to try to apply for some food stamps, mainly try to get on Section A if your husband do lose that job. And it's a lot of Americans that were doing good. They got a health crisis or they got laid off, and now they understand we need government intervention. Just like if a natural storm happened, a lot of Republicans that say we need small government, but they had a hurricane in Florida and it destroyed their property, and they were screaming for FEMA, aka the government. And they were saying the government is moving too slow. They're moving too slow. We need help. But these were these same type of conservatives saying, we don't believe in no handouts. We don't believe in no government intervention. We believe in small government. But once their property got wiped out, they were screaming for FEMA. Who is FEMA? Who is FEMA? I'm going to tell you who is FEMA. It's the government. And a lot of property owners that had insurance, a lot of insurance companies tried to play and not want to give them and was playing a game with them, not willing to do it. And they needed help immediately, because even if you get insurance, you're not going to get just like that. It is a process. But you're homeless today. You need help right now. So they was pressuring the Biden administration and said, please bring in FEMA. And those were Republicans. So when Republicans say we believe in small government, we believe in less government, but then you'll say that until a crisis happens, and then, we need the government. So let's not act like government don't exist. Government do exist. And they make a lot of money. A lot of black media exists in this country. And I talk to a lot of black media, and a lot of black media is dead. And why is they dead? Because they said, Wiley, we was frozen out the advertising dollars, the billions of dollars that advertisers get. We was frozen out. We couldn't get the money. A lot of the reason why CNN and MSNBC and Fox News are wealthy today is because they get billions of dollars of advertising dollars. But with black media, you only get 1%, even less than that, of getting advertising dollars. Let's talk about the federal government. The federal government spends billions of dollars in advertisement. How much money does black-owned media get from the government? They get less than 1%, even if it's that. And that's why they say, well, why black media dying out? Because we can't compete when we're frozen out of the money. All right? So let's go to the phone lines. Not to the phone lines. We're gonna go to the stream, y'all, because my phone is dead right now. So if you want to come on and say something, you come on stream, y'all. All right, let's go to the first person that's backstage. EVB. Good morning. Oh, good afternoon. It's afternoon now.
Hey, good afternoon, Wiley. How are you?
Doing good.
Oh my, how are you doing good when you were talking to a cuckoo bird?
I think that I don't think that she's cuckoo. I think that in her mind she's conservative. Her mind, her husband is working.
Yeah.
Her mind, her husband is working. She believes the government should not get involved. And if she said something that just didn't make any sense, your husband is paying taxes, but it's all right if Trump don't pay taxes. That's not right. That should be that corporate America can get away with not paying taxes, because we can't get away without doing that. Because when we get our check, the IRS didn't already deduct that money from your check.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a nice political answer or response, Wally. That lady's crazy. Okay, she's a nut. And I only say that not because of her political stances, but because of her stories and everything like that. Now, if she was a victim, I definitely, pray for her healing or whatever. I'm not even going to touch on that part. But outside of that, no, she's very delusional. One of those type of people, like I said, that tell you to pull yourself up by the bootstraps without having no boots. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't stand that type of mentality. But anyway, I just wanted to come up here and say you did a great job or whatever. She did have a couple of valid points. I ain't going say she didn't. But as a resident of DC, I'm in DC or whatever, and as you already know, that congressperson that applied, his story broke initially, and when I heard it here, I'm like, I don't feel bad for him. Hopefully, that will put some more fuel in the fire for him to fight for the
Absolutely.
out of control rental prices. Now, even though DC rent is off the chain, I will say this, and particularly when it comes to Bowser, I don't like her a lot of things in a lot of ways, but I will say as far as housing goes, with DC, every DC is building so many new properties. And like I said, and like you already know, the average rent is about close to, for DC, about $15 to $2,000, and that's just for a one bedroom, and that's in a decent neighborhood. And most of the properties that they're building are newer, so they're luxury apartments. But nonetheless, every property that they have, a certain amount is set aside for Section 8 voucher holders, and a certain aside, every property also has to have tax credit properties. Every single building has to accept a certain amount of voucher holders and tax credit. So I will say that is one of the advantages with that. But if your median income is probably like about 60 to 70,000, you make enough, but you don't really make enough if you include like your everyday bills and stuff. So it's just,
It's really difficult because when that Congress
it is difficult for the average
and I'm
salary.
glad that he said he got denied. Rent is expensive. He had to couch serve. He had to ride Uber. I'm glad that he experienced that for this
Mhm.
regard, so he can go in there with a personal experience and with a drive, like you said, to propose a bill for rent control. It is insulting
Exactly.
that you're working and you got to be in a homeless shelter. Do you think that's right? That you're working hard but can't afford to live in a one? I'm not talking about a mansion.
Exactly.
I'm just talking about a one bedroom.
Yep.
It is
Yeah.
challenging, and it's a lot of Congress people. Some that are most people think all Congress people are rich. That's not true. It's some people,
Nope.
and you have to understand when you get elected, you got to have a place in DC, and you got to have a
Mhm.
place in your city. You know what I'm saying? Because you
Yep.
ain't gonna get, and if you have a family, they just can't up and just move to DC. They got to stay where they at. So you're taking on two type of bills, and they're not making enough. And you think $174,000 is a lot? That's not
Exactly.
$174,000 up front. You get taxes.
Mhm.
That's probably a once a month thing, and then you account for rent costs. That's a lot of your money.
Right. And then Wiley, on top of that, like DC is really trying to cut down on like emissions and trying to get people not to drive and take public transportation, which is cool. But even if you get an apartment in the city, not only is your rent on average about 1,700 to 1,800 dollars on average, you talking about $250 to $300 a month for your car. In order for you to park your car in that building, you're paying an extra $200 to $300 a month on top of that. On top of the quote unquote amenity fees, on top of it don't have a damn pet because that's an extra $500 deposit. I just toured an apartment up there by Capitol Hill. Literally, you could walk to Capitol Hill. I love doing luxury apartment tours, and I just love it, to see my city or whatever.
Mhm.
That two-bedroom apartment on the ground level, stainless steel appliances, all that beautiful. That apartment was $6,000.
Right.
Two bedrooms, two full baths, and it wasn't even that big.
It
But you
wasn't.
know what I'm saying?
It
That's
wasn't that big. And if I ask you what is the minimum wage in DC, what is the minimum wage? Like, what is your minimum wage?
the minimum wage in DC. I think it's 15 now.
And it's no way you can
Mhm.
afford. Let's say you working $15 an hour, you working 40 hours a week. Can you afford that two bedroom for $6,000 with a $15 an hour
Hell
salary?
no.
I'm just asking.
Absolutely not.
You
Absolutely not.
so
Now, what I will say as a DC resident, um, and there have been times when I have, definitely lost my job or whatever. So I've used government assistance. I don't have any children, but I've used it and I'm so grateful for it. I will say this, DC will help you when it comes to getting food stamps, when it comes to getting Medicaid, when it comes to mental health. They have mental health services. And even to the point where if you are a person with, dealing with some mental health issues, they will actually put you in housing for that, and they will pay your rent, and they will assign you a caseworker. They have tons of programs here in the city that do provide services like that, and I mean, it's one of the best. Now I can say, outside of that, DC is not the worst place, but when it comes to needing help, the government does step in and it does help. I don't know all the technicalities
I know
because DC isn't a state.
I get mental health,
Mhm.
assistance. I was able to get food stamps when I needed it. I think I had to get on food stamps twice because I was out of a job, and I was able to get it. But I look for a lot of people. That's not you can't. It's difficult for you to get rent assistance because a lot of people are trying to sign up for Section 8.
Mhm.
That's one of the popular programs. And
Mhm.
last time I checked, when somebody was on the list, they said is they're about a 2-year waiting list, 2 to 3 year
Mhm.
waiting list to get picked. But where do you do
Mhm.
for those 2 to 3 years? And then if you just so happen to get picked, the challenge is who's going to accept your voucher. So that's like another
Well,
challenge that you have to go through. Because I remember my sister got approved, and we called about 30 places in different parts. They
mhm.
all said no, and the ones that said yes had a 2 to 3 year waiting list. So her voucher
Yeah,
was able to expire because she couldn't find a place within those 60 to 90, whatever time frame they gave her. She's
yeah. Now that
fortunate.
that is the issue.
Yeah.
Now, if you have children, you can kind of be put as a priority. So in some cases, it's kind of it's kind of unfortunate with that. It's tricky with that kind of like who situation. But they are building up a lot of new apartments or whatever that is accepting those programs. But like I said, they're only accepting a certain percentage now. The Attorney General Ray Steen, who was here last year, they don't play when it comes to landlords and discrimination. I know I've been in property management. My previous company, they just got sued for discrimination against voucher holders and for discrimination against low income, quote unquote, like, with the tax credit type of properties. Because, like I said, every property in DC has to accept a certain amount of voucher holders and tax credit. So, yeah, the section as far as the waiting list goes, it is tricky. It's a new mayor and a new congressman. I can't think of his name, but nonetheless, they're cleaning up DC Housing Authority. They're cleaning up Housing Authority. Period. They're getting rid of everybody and redoing the whole system. That is something that they're working on because it is and always has been an issue.
Yeah, and that's just an issue all around the country, and that's why I'm
Mhm.
call in, and that's why I'm getting more active into politics, calling my senator, calling my congressperson, asking them to propose this bill, and then yes, I'm going to take some trips to DC because I've been to Capitol Hill, but never inside Capitol, just on the outside. I want to put boots on the ground and bring people with me and be like, well, why are you here, sir? And not just speak to my congressperson, people, period, that's in there,
Mhm.
you know, and tell them like we need rent control. And I want
Mhm.
the last question for you: do you think it's time for the federal government to increase the minimum wage? Because when was the last time they increased it? Do you think it's time that they increase the minimum wage?
It's beyond time to increase. I feel like if rent gets raised, even though they have rent control, I'm sorry, the stuff here, the rent control here in DC is it's still high. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these properties will cap it out, or they would say, or if you are a voucher holder, they would say, okay, if your voucher is worth say $2,500 for a 2 bedroom, they're gonna max it out. They're gonna say, okay, the rent is gonna be 2,500. So every time the rent raises, that I feel like yes, then minimum wage should be raised. And I see somebody asked about Baltimore. I don't know what I do know about Baltimore is that even the of course, like Baltimore, what is it, county? It's either the city or the county. Nonetheless, all I know is Baltimore has a lot of abandoned properties. I mean, I'm talking about rows, streets, blocks of abandoned properties, and
Oh,
some of the properties are so bad that the ones that are being inhabited, they look like they're abandoned too.
they're
It's so ridiculous, and the prices. Now you can get properties in Baltimore for so cheap, a nice row house, but you're going to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars just trying to fix it up
And
because it's so bad.
that is so true, and that's why again, I know people. Oh, he keeps saying government. You need some government assistance because
Mhm.
banks get a lot of tax credits, to build
Yes.
affordable housing. So if you're a regular person, you come in and you qualified to get this property, they should give you okay. You able to buy. We're going to help you rehab this property, but you must give it to a low income
Mhm.
or stuff like that, and that will help a lot of people, in those
Yeah.
areas. But I also believe that it would help because again, when I looked at all the stuff that was coming in with all those abandoned places, I said the government intervened and encouraged people to buy those properties and use that for homelessness, use that for people, period. And it'll also empower the citizens of that neighborhood,
Yeah. To
to be
own.
better, to be owners and to do better. And the reason why I'm still talking about this is because it needs to be talked about.
It does need to be talked about. And I will say this, when it comes to DC, they do have tons of programs because that is my goal is to buy a 4-unit building to rehab, to rent to particularly Section 8 properties. I mean, voucher holders or whatever. But they have a lot of programs. But with these programs, it's a lot of red tape. It's a lot of red tape to get through and get ownership and start your actual business and get funding in DC. It's a lot of programs, but when I tell you that it's a lot of fees, upfront fees when it comes to trying to register a business, go get certain credentials. Then in DC in particular, the housing, you have to go through the housing inspections that's every year. You have all the programs that they have. It is a really tedious job. And it's like if you're not already a big establish a corporation, it's
Absolutely.
really difficult for someone like me to just, kind of say, hey, I want this building. I'll go through the steps, but I gotta have $2,000-3,000 just for me to get the damn paperwork to even start the process.
Absolutely. I
Yeah,
agree.
they got people that will help you and guide you through the program. I'll give them that. But shit, you gotta have $300 every year for them to file your taxes for
Yeah,
your business, even if you don't make money off of it. It's but
I agree.
anyway.
You definitely have a great point, and that's why I'm
Yeah.
glad that we're talking about it because you in the business, you in real estate, this is what you do, and you see this.
Mhm.
You're in the city, you see them trying different ideas and all of that, and people always say, "Well, Wiley, the crime is so high because a lot of it is with poverty. Most of these
Yeah.
crime stricken, with most of the homicides are in low income areas. They're not in the high income, even though they have crime, but it's nowhere near like most of the homicides in Baltimore. They say they have 300 for 7 years straight, 300 homicides a year.
Mhm.
Majority of those homicides are in low income areas.
Yeah, it is. And I'm gonna tell you, and I'm from there. I live in. I'm putting it out there, but I live in Southeast DC. It is not, it is not a walk in the park around here. But even in particular, when it comes to Baltimore, I'm scared. I'd be scared walking through, like just riding through there, because I'm like, it's just, it's just a different world. And and DC and Baltimore, anybody from this area will tell you DC or Maryland is Baltimore is a whole nother world from Maryland, even though it is in Maryland. But nonetheless, you are absolutely right with the crime rate and everything that's in Baltimore. But I will say this, Baltimore does have some programs that will help you if you want to purchase property and actually rent it out to low income / homeless people too. They have properties too, but
Absolutely.
again, it's a lot of red tape.
Absolutely. And that's why
Yeah.
that's why government have to intervene and say, okay, let's cut out some of this red tape. Because again, when they
Yeah.
give them businesses all that bailout, it wasn't no red tape. They gave it to them.
Exactly.
so,
Exactly.
let's not act like they can't cut that red tape. Because
Exactly.
when they gave them banks that money, it wasn't no
Mm-hmm.
question. Oh, the red tape, man, they gave it to them.
Mm-hmm.
And so they must have that same type of spirit with the working class. But thank you, man. I'm so glad to hear you call it in. That's why I got to stay on this topic because it's very in-depth. And so when I saw that congressperson, I can't pronounce his name, out of Florida, when he said I got denied, renting so high, I said, I
Yeah.
gotta keep talking about it. And I emailed him. I emailed his office. I said, can he come on the show? Because people need to see that it's not just
Uh-huh.
you got some politicians that are struggling to keep up with the high rent costs.
Yeah. It's the Instagram page called the DCist.
Mhm.
And I'll message you the
Okay.
page, but I seen that story and the first thing I said was welcome to my city. Oh, welcome. I'm glad you experienced that BS because it happens all the daggone time. Now I live in a co-op, so I have some advantages with that. But I mean, yeah, that's what happens. I ain't feel bad for him. I said, good, this will wake his behind up. He'll be okay.
Yeah, it will wake them up, and it will also show to people. It's like, this is why you gotta have affordable housing. So I'm gonna see how he do in his tenure. It's gonna be difficult because the
Mhm.
Republicans are in charge. So I don't think a lot of bills that that Democrats going to sponsor is going to be put up for a vote. And you've seen how the Republicans took them about 4 days, 15 votes later to pick their own leader. So I'm not expecting much from the Republican Party, but I'm not discouraged because I'm just not going to sit on the sidelines because they represent us just like they represent us, whether you're a Democrat or not, whether you vote or not. What matters in DC trickle down to us here in Texas or DC or whatever. What happens in your city or state, it trickles down to where you live at. So you must get involved into politics. So whether you vote, is going to affect.
I'm glad you brought this up. I'm glad, you know what I'm saying, to hear this conversation. It inspires me to definitely get back out there and stay more on top of these type of situations.
Yes.
Yes. And we're not gonna bash the government. I know the government got a lot of BS with them, but we're not gonna bash them because
I'm telling them, to the government, give us that fair share because we seen when you want to give the budget, the banks, you build all these wealthy folks have that same mindset with the working class. And
and we have not, this ain't nothing we ain't been through before. This country has seen it all. It's just a cycle. Just hold on, everybody. Just stay informed as much as you can. Get involved as much as you can. And let's just keep each other encouraged. We're not going to sit and be the despair drum. We all right. We're going to be all right.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you, EVB.
Okay.
Thank you. Love you.
Love you too.
We have somebody else backstage. Key, is it Kilo Key?
It's Kilolo Kai. Hi, Wiley.
Oh, Kilolo Kai. Welcome.
So one thing about you, Wiley, you are messy and I live for it. That's why I'm an executive producer. I love it. But it is the Wiley show.
Yes,
so Miss Kiki was bringing up valid points, something to think about for sure. But
absolutely,
the delivery could have been a bit kinder, let you finish all that good stuff. But anyway, I love this topic because I'm from DC. I'm from Prince George's, gorgeous Prince George's. And so we know about survival mode and what you were saying about, all of the crime going on. When you're poor, you're in survival mode. And that's all as long as the lights stay on, as long as we got something to eat, I'm going to do what I have to do to make, is it right? No, but that's how life works over here where we're from. I don't live in Maryland anymore. I live in Florida, and it's all over. The have and the have-nots, the line is growing smaller and smaller. Like we're all literally becoming the same. And I remember, because I grew up privileged. My mom is a 6-figure earning woman. She came from an E3 to earning what she does now. And she's a success story. She really pulled herself up by the bootstraps. And she wants to start her own business. She wants to do all this, but she will always say to me, baby, I got DC bills. She can't just stop what she's doing to pursue her dream because lights need to stay on. Heat needs to be working. But I remember I wanted to move out to California, Wiley. And that was my first time learning about working homeless people. People who go to school, people who go to work and come home, not to a home, but to their vehicle because they can't afford. Are you like, what is that? What is working homeless, Wiley? And listening to you and Kiki go back and forth, and all of it does sound nice on your end. And all of it sounds really bleak on hers. Because what is the solution? Realistically, how can we solve this problem? It's just the rich keep getting richer and wanting to restrict access to helping people obtain a comfortable lifestyle. Not even comfortable, just not having to struggle. I don't know. This is
and its policies they need to be in there. Number one, the wealthy pay their fair share in taxes. Number two, the government need to fund programs and cut off this red tape to allow affordable housing and say, hey, we have to back up more properties so people can do it. And we need to increase the minimum wage. Because again, our politicians, they increase their salary. So those are entities that we can go in and say, okay, if you're working a job and you're paying taxes, the government will pay for your education, but you must be working a job and paying taxes. In return, we will pay for your education. With that idea, and if you get a degree in economics or you get a degree, whatever, you have a better head start because you didn't accumulate $100,000, $200,000 in student loan debt. Governor DeSantis out of Florida still owe money because he's still in debt with student loans. President Obama, it took them almost 10 plus years to pay back their student loans, and they were able to do that. But they had good careers. But the average person is bowed down to getting a regular paying job and yet still in debt with student loans, in return affecting them to become homeowners because the little money you got left, you got to throw it back to student loans to pay that off. So the government should relieve the pressure and say, hey, you're working, as long as you're working, as long as you out here being a productive citizen, working a job, we will pay for your education to allow you to compete for those high paying jobs. And it will help make the middle class stronger. It will uplift a lot of people out of poverty and they will be able to live a better life. And that's what it needs to happen. A lot of military folks are thriving, some of them, because they were able to get a such thing called the GI Bill. They was able to get a degree in the military paid for. A lot of them was able to get housing assistance to become homeowners. It was challenge of African Americans because they was getting kind of frozen out, but then eventually they were able to get into that program. So it's ideas, it's solutions that the government can do. It won't completely wipe it out, but it damn sure will relieve some people that need the help because it's a lot of people that are quote unquote working, but you're still homeless because you can't afford to live because of the high rent. And that, if that doesn't call for a national emergency, I don't know what is, because obviously it is.
Obviously. And I mean, today I shouldn't have gone to Chipotle, but I did. And there was a homeless man next, they're everywhere with their cardboard signs, anything will help. And it's devastating. It's heartbreaking that they're veterans, Wiley, people who have given their life to serve this nation, who self-medicate because they don't have assistance from the government, who sent them out there to fight for them. People go to the military 9 times out of 10 because they need to survive. Mom and daddy ain't got me after 18. I got to find a job. Right. And so I'm seeing all these people on the side of the road, a lot of people, Wiley, and it's cold out here. It's cold outside. And all they can do is beg. And nobody wants to do that. I'm sorry. And, at some point, we got to kill that pick yourself up by the bootstraps foolishness. Some people just end up in a really crappy part of life. OK,
I get you. You're right. You're right. And then people are saying, well, it's some people that don't want to work because they just want to do drugs. Yeah, those people exist, but we're talking about a lot of people that are homeless. They're working and they can't make ends meet. They're in a shelter. I just researched and I'm looking at different places. I'm looking in Florida and I'm looking at the white folks. I'm like, oh my gosh. She said, I just can't afford to stay in Florida. I'm getting frozen out. It was one man, forgot where that was. He said, I'm making $20 an hour and I'm in a homeless shelter because I can't afford. In some part of this country, the rent just so high, he can't afford it, but they're paying him $20 an hour, but he can't afford the rent. And so that is what people have to understand. It's not just affecting African American, it is affecting the working class, no matter your race.
Yes.
And you know what I'm saying? And if this country do not intervene, you're going to see more crime. And that's why you're seeing crime continue to be high. And that's why you see it sprinkling down to areas that they really didn't see crime. Now they come into those areas as well. And you're going to continue to see that if they don't tackle the homeless problem and they don't tackle poverty in America.
Absolutely. And one thing that really was profound to me, I heard it years ago, but Kiki brought it up as well. Black people, Black Americans, we don't have a country to run to. And so the government doesn't have any incentive to really help us. Reparations being, you know, chief among the complaints that we have. And I just said we need to kill that pick yourself up by the bootstraps rhetoric, but we really do need to insulate ourselves more as a community. More doctors, I mean, everything. People who make sweaters, mail, anything, groceries, anything that can be Black owned, we need to do that, because relying heavily on other communities is what I think has hindered us a lot.
Absolutely. And a lot of these communities that have these thriving businesses, they get help from the government and they take the money to help the other entities. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And these same folks are, well, I come to this country with nothing, but they were able to get loans, they were able to get assistance, and they were able to hire people in their family. African American people does not get those same opportunities. Even those that are in business, that are in the hair business, it is so much racism of finding vendors that are willing to do business with them. And for those that do want to do business, want to charge them out, want to charge them so much money. So it's not like that Black people don't want to get into business. They're getting into business. A lot of them businesses don't thrive because it's hard for them to get capital. It's hard for them to get advertising dollars like the big corporations, and they get frozen out. In return, they die out and they have to work a regular job. So let's not act like people are not trying to become business owners. They're trying. They're in the biz getting it. But it's they're trying to expand it, and they go into all this red tape. They don't get the same type of capital like all these other organizations, and that's why a lot of them go out of business. And Black people, a lot of our wealth was kind of wiped out during a housing crisis, and we never were able to rebuild from that moment. Because anytime, if white America is suffering, if they get a cold, Black America get the flu. So if there's something, how we are going through. And so we are still trying to get that wealth that we lost back in 2008, and we still haven't gotten it back, and we're still going through. And like I was having a conversation with Kiki, she's a conservative, but again, if her husband loses her job, what do you think she's going to go for assistance? She's going to go and apply for some government services, whether it's Medicaid, you know what I'm saying, some food stamps, try to get, she's going to try, because you have no other way. Yeah, you're going to try to get on your feet, but you're going to be like, government, let me see if I can get some government program. And most people that get government assistance are white America. But they painted this picture that is Black folks. The majority of government assistance
is from
white America. Take advantage of government assistance. But they painted a lie that us Black folks, we're the only ones on food stamps. No, I live in Texas, and I live in a predominantly white area. When I went to the food stamp office, 99% of the people that was in there were white folks.
Now look, and it's funny because you paint this narrative. Okay, the hair business. You don't have to do much to get a hair salon, hair store in a Black community. But in order for a Black person to get that same type of business in their own community, there's a whole bunch of what you were talking about earlier, red tape. All these non-Black people inputting their businesses and collecting Black dollars from us. But when we try to put our businesses in our own communities, they fail. And maybe that's a little bit on both sides. Maybe Black people don't want to support other Black people, which is true. It's the case. It's unfortunate, but I don't know, Wiley. At the end of the day,
it's a lot of entities. It's a lot of, when they try to expand, they can't get the loan, or rent costs is a lot. Property taxes is a lot, where you just can't afford to be into business. It's all other entities. I feel as though the government owe African American, for us alone, owe us some backup. because
Absolutely.
a lot of our ancestors worked for free, and they took advantage of us from Jim Crow, took advantage from slavery, and Jim Crow ain't that far away. Your grandma, your 80-something, your grandma, that's Jim Crow. Like you're going back to that era. Like you see grandma and with the gray hair in their 80s, that you're going, they can tell you something about Jim Crow, and they can tell you about trying to come up and how hard and difficult it was for them to come up. And that affect a lot of generational wealth. White America, some parts of white America able to thrive because they were given a lot of opportunities back in the 50s and the 60s and all of that Black America did not get. And then they become Republicans. They say, oh, small government, pull your bootstrap. But they ain't gonna tell you it was a time where the government was giving loans to a lot of white families, but did not give the loans to Black families, froze them out. So don't give me that government, oh, small government, when the government was giving people all type of loans and white folks were thriving and they froze Black people out.
Absolutely.
So let's not let's not talk about, because the government, a lot of white people will not be thriving the way they thriving today and won't be living on land if it wasn't for the help of the United States government. They gave them acres upon acres of land, just giving them land, and we got frozen out of our land because during that time the KKK and them were threatening Black folks to leave, and it would take their land, so they have to go north. So come on, let's not. I'm talking about the root, and that's why our people are dealing with struggles today because they did not get those same opportunities that their white counterparts have gotten. Ma'am, your closing remarks, and I'm gonna go to the next caller.
Yes, sir. So at the end of the day, we live in a white supremacist society. Even look at when, most recently, when someone deletes their family, when it's a white man, they use a lovely family photo of him every time, with the whole was opioid crisis that they have going on now. But when it was crack, throw our tails in the slammer, right? Because it's not a mental health issue for us. It's not, prison isn't going to help them for us, but
Absolutely.
for you. But see, that's why we need to insulate ourselves. I believe,
and that's why we, in a lot of those spaces, you're talking to people of power that are white and didn't see our stories the same way as Black people. This is why representation matters. This is why we need Black executive producers. This is why we need people in new. How many stories have we seen? And I'm talking about a Black celebrity and they post the wrong Black person on there. You know what I'm saying? So you mean to tell me you don't have a Black person on your staff that can do this? But no, they're allowing white. And most of these newsrooms in this country are majority white. Majority white. So when they have their crisis, opioid, this is a health crisis. They do that. But when it was Black people, crime, lock them up, crime, because most of the people that was creating the narrative in media was white institutions. And that's just how that goes. But thank you, Val. I was so glad to have you on. Make sure you call back.
Wiley, I love you, and I hope you have a great rest of the show.
Thank you. Okay, we got Sister Conservative here. And then we're gonna come to you, Queen Barbara, after Sister Conservative. Then after Queen Barbara, we're gonna come to CD. Sister Conservative, you live on the air.
Hello, Wiley. Good morning.
Good morning.
I like this conversation because it's different. And this is, and I think I first called into your show when we was having this kind of discussion. This is how I was introduced to you. But as, me calling in, how I feel about most things. I identify with most of the things that lady said because I had to take myself out of this. We're caught up in this whirlwind of everybody else, and I really had to focus on us, the Black community. And I do agree that we are dependent. We depend on the government just a little too much. Back in the days, our grandmothers, our great grandmothers, they did not have the help and the services that we had. And just somewhere down the line, we have gotten lazy as the Black community, and I don't like it. I think it's not a good look. Our ancestors would not look at us in a respectable way right now. So, I agree, with most of the things she said. Now, she is not a working woman. That's where I have to call her out at, Wiley, because you're, talking as a woman who's being kept by a man. I don't respect that, because at the end of the day, you have to help that husband. Because, like Wiley said,
It
if
was good.
you lose your job, y'all are going to call the government. So, lady, unless you have a big old savings or inheritance or something, you will be a hypocrite. And Wiley, like I said, we're calling all this out down the middle. I'm only speaking to the Black community because this is my community. Lady, I do agree with you in some of the things, but you as a housewife just sitting here running your mouth, I don't respect that. I am a working woman, okay? So I can sit here and I get what Wiley's saying about the taxes. I went in the grocery store this morning to do my weekly groceries. Orange juice is $6 a gallon. Wiley, I had to go to the Target and buy a juicer because I just refused to pay that. I'm not paying it. So we have to go back to our roots. We have to start making our own food. We have to start growing our own crops and, getting our own chicken for eggs and making our own juice, because I refuse to pay Public $7 for a carton of orange juice. So, lady, you as a housewife just wiping your husband's card, you sitting here running your mouth about something you're not living in. We're living in this. And I call out the Black community because I'm living in this with y'all. But lady, I cannot respect where you're coming from that point of view. But Wiley, this is a good conversation. I just had to call in and say that I do respect what you are doing, but at the end of the day, we do have to call our brothers and sisters to the stand. We are we need to pull each other together and get out of this bind in America that we are in and stop dependent on the government. There are more Black billionaires and millionaires than there ever have been. There's no reason why we see our Black brothers and sisters sleeping in the cold on the streets. So at the end of the day, we have to do better as Black people. So good day, Wiley. Talk to you later.
Thank you so very much. Okay. I'm gonna go to Miss Barbara and then CCB. I'm gonna come to you next for Miss Barbara. Miss Barbara.
How are you, Wiley? Good
Hi.
morning.
Good morning.
Let me tell that lady congratulations. Stop coming on here trying to condemn another person's lifestyle or situation. Wiley, I want you to listen to me very clearly. When I was young, I dated the first lawyer that they gave $29 million to. This is all about housing, preservation, development money. I'm going to get a pen, Wiley, because you got to write this down. Samuel Pierce trial. There was a Samuel Pierce trial where landlords were stealing millions of dollars because Hillary taught them how to print it up. You understand? They was allowed to do that. They were saying that they was going to develop the ghettos of America. This is my fight. When I learned about this, that trial, no one was arrested. If we can get that trial going again, we could prove that most of these developers, which are JEW and mayonnaise and more, rich people are privileged with money, still is stealing that money. Once we prove that they still stealing that money, we could get their property taken away. I'm talking about legal action. That's why I'm trying to unite the Black Americans to get together and sue the United States. That's a federal crime. You will have to give me my building in my community back to the community because you did what? You stole housing preservation development money. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get Black people to understand and sue. Now, they do at this point. It was called Samuel Pierce trial. When I was on Facebook, I was shouting this out so much they even tried to remove the trial. A Black man was never ever allowed to own any kind of property on 125th Street in Harlem. Remember, there was a big thing where one Black man had to carry a bomb on his back. Back in the day, it was a big thing because we wasn't getting property. We are not allowed storefronts like that Jamaican family, or African family, or Indian family is allowed to to get a storefront in our community, we are not allowed to get storefronts in our community, just people with our color. So they could confuse the United Nations that they are giving Black people equal opportunity. That's another reason we got to sue as Black Americans for our reparations, because our descendants died for us to get equal housing opportunity, equal opportunity to buy buildings. We don't have this. This is why I'm trying to unite everybody to sue. See, we don't need to march no more. They marched, they lost their jobs, they got bit, they died. You understand? When I first came on Facebook, I said the descendants put me on here so Black people could be revived of their information. Okay. Hold on 1 second.
Okay. All right. That's Queen Barbara. Queen, I'm gonna give you about 2 more minutes to finish your point. Then I'm gonna go to CTB. Go ahead. You got 2 more minutes. Go ahead, Miss Queen Barbara.
Okay. I would like for people to know right now that's struggling, including yourself, Wiley. They have, besides Section 8, federal money. And the reason why us Black people have to depend on it mostly right now, because the rent in major cities are $5,000, $4,000, $3,500 a month. So, if you do have to use these substances, don't feel like that lady was trying to condemn people. See, that's the problem. Instead of people trying to help their fellow brother, man, they want to get on internet and try to condemn her for being a stay-at-home mom. It's a blessing she could be a stay-at-home mom where she could watch her children are not molested, left with a babysitter, undernourished, underfed, and everything. You don't know what these working moms have to go through. We have to get back to the day where a mom could stay home and nourish their child if they choose to live that house lifestyle. If they choose to live that lifestyle. And there was just one more thing. I want everybody to know these words. Write it down. Capital N, capital A, capital C, capital A. That's a nonprofit organization for anybody with any kind of job. You can own your own housing. Capital N, capital A, capital C, capital A. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you so very much.
When you coming on texting, I look for you all day yesterday.
Okay. I also, Miss Barbara, I don't know if you have a cell phone, but if you do have a cell phone, I do send a text out every day.
That's what I was looking for. That's what I need, because I'm exhausted.
Yeah, 888-534-4933.
Right, I could get the notifications when you come in.
Yes, you definitely.
That's the only reason why I got a 95. That's the only reason why I missed yesterday. And by the time I caught you, you was off. I'm trying to pull up to the bumper, baby.
Okay, I sent a text out, but thank you, Miss Barbara.
No, before I go, what was the name of the trial I want you to study?
Wow, I had it wrote down.
Samuel Pierce. Okay, yeah, Samuel Pierce trial. And that's what it's all about. Okay. And once you take these developers,
I wrote it down, Samuel Pierce trial. Thank you.
And get another federal trial like that. Okay, we could get our ghettos back. That's important.
All right. Thank you so very much, Ms. Barbara, for calling in.
All right.
I'm going to go switch gears here. We will be giving you an update on Miss Holla about the family and all of that. But I'm going to take these last 3 callers. I'm going to go to CCB. Then after CCB, I'm going to go to the best producer. Then after the best producer, we're going to go to CD. CCB, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wiley. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for taking me. Hello. I just wanted to say I completely agree with everything that you're saying. The reason why, as far as the rent cap, I agree with that, because if they continue to move the rent up, but don't pay us more money, then at the end of the day, no one's going to be able to afford the housing that they're creating for people to move into. There's more homeless people there's more houses available than people available to take them, because they can't even afford it. So I just believe that we need more money in order to, afford the housing, in order to live in this world or in this country.
I agree. I really, really agree. And people are definitely going through. The average American is one check away from being homeless.
Absolutely.
One major incident, the average American don't have $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 laid up in a savings account. People are not fortunate enough to have and some people do have a husband at work, but it's income not enough, so you have to work. Because if you have a family of infant children, you put them in daycare. Have you when the last time you look at the daycare expenses? It's extremely high. It's more than a mortgage that you have to pay for that. So people are dealing with those type of costs right now, and some of them got degrees. They are they're working, but the cost of living is just too damn high.
Absolutely. I totally agree. Thank you so much for having me. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
So much.
Is this your first time calling in?
Yes, I'm so nervous.
Good morning. Well, it's good. It's a good conversation. It's good that you call in. Hopefully you subscribe, but thank you
Yes,
for calling in. Good
I subscribed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. We have another person behind backstage right now called the Best Producer. Best Producer. Good afternoon.
Hi there, Wiley. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. So I called in because it was a good conversation between you and Kiki. I feel like I relate to both of you guys. I agree with you that government assistance and depending on the government is not a bad thing, because that's what they're there to do, is to actually be public servants and to aid us in times of need. In terms of depending on that assistance, that's truly the problem, where, especially in our community, where we really do depend on these programs for years and years, and it enables us. So I think that's where Kiki was trying to come from, where there's truly a vendetta from the government, where you can't depend on them because they're depending on you to rely on them for an extensive period of time. So that would put you in a downward spiral. Like when you think about the Social Security Act, with the aid to families with dependent children and the temporary assistance for needy families, those acts made it to where you couldn't have a man in the household. So a lot of Black women had to alienate their men. And they also made it to where you had to cash in your stocks and bonds. They said that you can't depend on us if you already have money in the bank. So you had to pretty much forfeit any type of generational wealth that you did have other than actually being a homeowner. So I think that's where Kiki was trying to come from, but I also understand where you're trying to come from too, because I myself was in a situation where I had to depend on the government, and I wasn't, I was a little proud because there was a lot of programs that I had to opt out of that I did not wish to be a part of. But there are also programs where I knew, I absolutely needed it because it was an emergency, urgent situation. So I just wanted to call in and just kind of mention where
that assistance should be there for us for paying taxes. And when I was unemployed, didn't have a job, and I had to apply for food. When I first got into Texas, I was broke. I had a CNA license, but it took a while for it to come to Texas to get approved for me to get a job. But until then, I need to eat. So I applied for emergency food stamps, and they did the interview over the phone, and I was able to go to the office, took about 2 buses to get there, and I was able to get my food stamp card. But majority of the people that was in the office were white folks. So they was getting assistance. So, and at one point I felt pride, oh my God, I gotta get on this program. But then my other mind said, this is what my tax dollars pay for, to have this quote unquote safety net.
You're right.
Now, did I get on the program and lived on it for 20, 30 years? No. When I got a job, I got off the program. When I wasn't working, I got on the program. Because again, this is what my tax dollars have paid for. So I need to be on there. But it's a lot of people that are working that need to be on food stamps because they can't keep up with the high food costs. Right. So that is what I'm talking about. A lot of people are going through right now, and they're asking for help. Like for this sister that was talking, she a conservative, but if she have a national disaster and lose her home, she's going to be begging FEMA to intervene, and that's the government.
Absolutely. I agree with you. With my situation, I'm actually in real estate development. So with my situation, and with the housing market, how things kind of took a turn in the second quarter of last year, I was working for a startup company, a home investor, and the debt facilities said that they had to lay off 20% of the company. And I was a part of that 20%. And I made a good living. I make a little bit under 6 figures even then and now. Thank God that I'm in a situation that I'm back to work. But I was able to live off my savings, the little savings that I had, for about 2.5 months. And then, you know, I was interviewing like crazy. I had 2 and 3 interviews lined up in a week. And I just knew that I would get a job before 2.5 months. And I did not. My savings dried up in about 2.5 months. I went three months without a job. So I just started a new job. And, you know, I had to lean on, I actually never signed up for an actual government program. I went to the First Baptist Church, the Catholic Church. They gave me a gas voucher. They paid my rent for a month. I also went to, actually, there was a lot of programs that turned me away, which was kind of surprising too. Although I had no income, but they were looking at my last 3 years of income, and they said, you make too much money. And I was like, I don't have any stream of income right now. So you guys are looking at 3 years, and God damn it, here and now, presently, I don't have anything coming in the bank. You know, I don't know when I'll have a job. So that was kind of like an interesting situation that I wasn't aware of, being that I was never on government assistance before, and I wasn't aware of the system. So when it was there, I was so glad that it was there, because I didn't have anywhere to turn to. So I would never shame someone for being in that situation, whether it's for a short period of time, like a month or two, or a year or two. The issue is when it becomes 20 years. That's the issue for me. And I'm not sure how Kiki feels about that. It sounds like maybe she doesn't agree with it at all, which would make it a bit extreme. That would make her a bit of an extremist conservative. But it's not so much that she's a conservative. It's just her views that she needs to understand that this is where our tax dollars goes to. And when we need them, they have to be prepared to actually service us in that way, because that's what the programs are for. We pay for those programs.
I agree. And what if your health fail? Because it's so good in your mindset as a healthy person that it's able to work. But what if you lose your health?
Right.
Then what? Should I just come to you? Pull yourself up your own bootstraps. Stop being lazy. It ain't the government's job. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to say it when you're healthy, but what if you lose your health where you physically can't work anymore? Then what? Become an entrepreneur. You know, it's good at all the ideas. You're most of the time are going to go to the government for some assistance.
Absolutely.
A lot of these Republicans, they're telling you, but when them bills pass, when them infrastructure bill pass, them Republicans, they call Biden and, hello, my name is Mr. Johnson from the District 10. Is there any way y'all can give us a part of it for my constituents? They calling. And hell, they even taking credit for the infrastructure. They didn't even vote for it. But it's so popular because all them people are going to be able to get jobs. But they voted against it. That just doesn't make any sense. And my idea is, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat, I'm just using basic knowledge that if the government intervened, that's going to create jobs. If I know the rent is too high, we need some government intervention, because I'd rather them to help you, whether you be under a roof, than to be out there on the street and then go to a homeless shelter. And then in return, I'm going to have to pay for this whole situation when it comes to homelessness. And just like the whole thing that's going on in the border, it is so broken because for decades, Republicans as well as Democrats don't want to address the elephant in the room, is our failed immigration policy. Biden don't want to address it because it's a very hot button issue. President Obama, he tried to address it by passing the Dreamers about the people that's already here, a lot of that, and now you got people just still coming to the border, flooding the border. You know what I'm saying? And they don't know, and Biden don't know what he doing about it, nor did President Trump. He don't know. We need a policy for that because that's a crisis that taxpayers, me, you, whomever, that especially live in those areas, are paying the cost for people that are not even a citizen. You know what I'm saying? We have
Right.
to pay for that. Just right now, Illinois, Lori Lightfoot is just asking the state of Illinois for millions of dollars because of all the migrants that came to the city of Chicago. Who's gonna foot that bill? The taxpayers. So if you're willing to foot the bill for people that are not even a United States citizen, what about the citizens that are here in this country that did not break the law to get to this country? They need assistance as well. Because they're already up there. Okay, we need millions and millions of, and these people are not no citizen, but you still gotta clothe them, you still gotta feed them, you still gotta give these people some health care. But what about Pookie and Ray Ray and them in the hood? They need some health care, they need some shelter, they need some assistance, they need some job training, they need some housing. When they brought in all of Afghan refugees, nothing wrong with it, but y'all was able to get those people housing and everything else. What about Pookie and Ray Ray that's in America that's been struggling for decades? They need housing too.
Absolutely. And I like when you brought up, like an extenuating circumstance that every American could possibly be in, that her husband could be in a situation where he can no longer work. And that's something that she really could consider. And maybe that will give her a matter of perspective on the situation. That is great that his one income can take care of the family, her, and obviously she has kids from what we heard in the background. It's great that they don't have to live off a dual income, but in the event of an emergency, when his income is completely terminated, that is a completely different story. These insurance companies, these short-term disability and these long-term disability insurances, that does not kick in right away. That was also a wake-up call for me when I was laid off. The situation for me was I had all of these kind of like insurances on my credit cards and whatnot, and they would only pay the minimum. And my minimum on my credit cards was $15, $20, $30. And I was paying that amount for my insurances on my credit card. So essentially, I still had to pay for my credit card bills because they wanted to wait 3 to 4 months before they paid off any significant amount. And I wasn't laid off for that long, thankfully. So maybe that would be her wake-up call. Hopefully she's never in that situation. But people should never feel like they are above any event, because I myself, I remember I speak in a way where I would never have to have a handout. I make X amount of dollars. I'm living a life, no, wrong. I could not have ever predicted, after working for a company for only 2 to 3 months, I was with the home investor after leaving a major real estate investor, a global real estate investor, to go to a startup because they had all these bells and whistles that lure you in because they're a startup that had unlimited PTO. They paid for 90% of my insurance. They had a company annual offsite where they fly you out to these nice places around the country. They had all types of amazing benefits that I was looking at, and they paid me a little bit more. It was just a slight salary bump from what I was making before. And of course, being a startup, they can only sustain themselves for so long. I was in a situation that I wasn't speaking so highly of myself and thinking that I was above everybody else who was on government assistance, because I myself was in that situation, and it humbled me tremendously. And Sister Conservative Kiki has to realize that she too is not above that she could be in that situation at any given moment. And that that's why it's important to support those agencies and to understand what the average American is going through, especially Black Americans. Although, like you were saying, that when you went into the office, it was primarily white people. As a whole in this country, there are more white people on government assistance than Black people. But as a community, when you look at the percentages, we have a higher concentration of Black people on government assistance than white people do. So that's why it's important for me moving forward that I would support I would be an advocate for these type of programs where, although you shouldn't live off of it and let it be a crutch and some type of handicap, it is important to actually understand what it's there for. And as in the future, actually vote for those programs, because you yourself could be in that situation. Absolutely. You, your grandmother, anybody.
And that's why, in Texas, they have rules that it was a certain amount of time I was able to get on there. And I believe it should be stipulations say, okay, you got to be on Section 8, right? But we're going to pay for your college. You have to get a degree, and we're going to help you close on a house so to get you off the program. So it need to be policies in place that if you want, let's say for instance, you on food stamps, particularly you're probably a woman with some kids. How about the government is going to pay you to become a nurse? You go to the nursing program, we're going to pay for it. If you become a nurse, your paycheck going to be pretty nice compared to where you live. So you don't have to be on this government assistance program. So I think that it needs to be an incentive. Okay, you on this program, we're going to make sure it's temporarily, and we're also going to help you get into other entities so you don't have to thrive on this, to be on this program for decades. And it's not only African American to take advantage of the program. You get people that steal welfare. It was a case in Mississippi, a man stole hundreds of millions of dollars that meant to go towards, food stamps, and he took it and pocketed the money himself. And so I didn't really hear people say, lock him up, throw him away, put him in prison. But there's so many people that take advantage, that are having good jobs, that are taking advantage of these programs, and they're not even telling them that you have this good job and you still, pretty much scamming. You pretty much, it's fraud. That was the same thing that happened with the guy, what I'm saying, Big Frida. Big Frida failed to tell them that he was making good money and still was getting, I think he was on Section 8, I forgot. And and he's banned from the program permanently because he was still taking advantage being on Section 8 while he was making all his good money, television deals and all that. And I think he was still and he didn't tell them that he had this income, and he was like frauding the Section 8. So he had to wind up paying that restitution back to them. And I believe that he can't even get on there if he needed, because he was scamming the system. So yeah.
And one more thing, like I said, I work in real estate development. So I build, well, you know what, I won't even get into that, what I do exactly, because that just gives too much of my identity away. Okay. But one thing that Kiki should keep in mind, and that everybody should keep in mind, and I like that Ms. Barbara brought it up, NACA is what the program is named. I work in real estate development, and I know the rent cost 2 years in advance, because I'm building the actual multifamily buildings and senior living facilities. So I'm on the pre-construction side for that. So I know for a fact in my area that rent is going to go up tremendously. Think more like 25 to 40% is what the real estate development team tells me when I'm building these buildings, and I'm working on the cost for intangibles and tangibles for these constructions. So that's something to keep in mind, that you are not above anything, because when you think of rent going up that much over the next 2 years in a relatively not a relatively robust economy, I'm in the metro Atlanta area, then I can imagine what it's going to look like in California and DC and New York and Texas and Miami, some bigger places around the country. Is going to be just as much or twofold. So that's something to keep in mind too, that you could be knocked off your feet in a second when you get that notice only a month or two before it's time to renew your lease, that your lease is going to go up from $1,500 to $2,200, $2,500, etc. That's a big wake up call. That's a big difference. That eats into your lifestyle quite a bit. So it is important to have home ownership. And NACA would be a good alternative for a lot of people who would want to be a part of that program, because that program, whether or not it's a subsidy, how you consider it, they actually, from my understanding, they actually do not have a requirement of how much you should be making. I thought that there would be a cap on how much your annual salary could be, but apparently there's not a cap. and all they do require you to do is go through a few steps. Like I was told that you have to go through like a training and kind of like a lot of courses to actually be eligible before they actually allow you to start shopping for your houses, and they put in the offers. So that's something to keep in mind. The home ownership is very important because it's rent-ish. It's about to get real serious real quick.
And when West now, even for the homeowners, they're dealing with a crisis because the property taxes are so high. You know, one lady, she said she had a property bill. It was like $700, then it went up to like $2,500, and she was like, "It's no way I can afford this. It's no way." And a lot of people I know in Chicago, they was dealing with this, and I don't know about in other cities, because a lot of businesses are leaving, they're shutting down, and when the business shut down, that means that tax revenue is gone. So what do? They increase in the taxes for property owners. So your mortgage may be $600-$700, whatever, but your property taxes is going up, and it's and now people got to leave their home. Not that they can't afford the mortgage. Hell, they can't afford both. They can't afford the mortgage and the property taxes. So that is like a crisis that I'm seeing brewing up, and I feel like it's not being discussed enough. But if they're not careful, you're going to see more people leaving their homes and living on the street, because they're not only going to be able to afford the rent, they can't even afford to live in a house because of the high cost of property tax. And it all depends on where you stay. And I know for Chicago, for a fact, a lot of homeowners that I've seen to, that I've talked to, even my own mother dealing with, she said, these property taxes ain't, she said, yikes. She said, people want to become homeowners, but make sure you let them know about them property taxes. People forget that you got to pay property taxes.
Yeah, you do. But I'd rather pay for that and have a fixed mortgage than to have to pay for renter's insurance and then my rent and all types of other fees that are tacked on, because nowadays they have fees for cable, they have fees for the trash compactor, everything. So, you know, you're not just paying $1,500, $1,800, $2,000 rent. When you figure in the fees for parking, trash, everything, renter's insurance, you end up paying closer to $2,500, you know, for rent, depending on where you're at. So you're paying an extra few $100s per month. I'd rather do that and invest. I'd rather pay property taxes and invest in my home and in myself than to these property management companies and everything.
Because I was a lady here, she just said a comment. She said, "You're right. I'm dealing with that now. I live in Chicago. My property taxes is $3,500. And correct me if I'm wrong, if you don't pay your property taxes, can they take your property even though you're paying your rent?"
They can seize your property. Mm-hmm.
So I just want to put that out there. So all the people say, I just ain't going to pay them taxes. They can take your property.
They can take your property, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, the best producer. I love having this conversation because it is a conversation to have. And you told me about the program, and you're not the first one that told me about the program about help people first time home buyers, because a nurse at my previous job, she took advantage of that program. She got like a fixer-upper. And she's like, she went through the program and they paid for all the housing costs and all of that. And now her house is looking good, and she was able to get it because of that program. So that program do exist. And I actually know somebody that went through the program. So if I could email her and try to get her on the show so she can talk about her experience being a part of that program, I would definitely bring her on. But the best producer, you keep calling in because you got some knowledge. You have a career. And I'm glad that you were able to give us your input.
Yes. I definitely wanted to give my 2 cents, and I appreciate you having me, Wiley.
Thank you so very much.
Here, bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, we're gonna go to CCD. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Yes, welcome.
Hi, Wiley.
Hi.
You know, I never call into your show too much unless you know what I'm saying, start talking nonsense about Donald Trump. I've had to call you a couple times and cuss you out. But this food that you had on here, this green Kiki girl or whatever, that's probably laid up underneath some 80-year-old limp dick old white man getting taken care of. Don't have that girl back on here no more, Wiley. You need to be slapped with a piece of bread with peanut butter on it across your face. That was nonsense, and you know it. She has no idea what she's talking about. She don't live in the real world. While she's sitting up here calling everybody else lazy, she's at home all day long watching YouTube or whatever, probably doing an OnlyFans or doing some shit like that all day long while everybody else is out working. My first point that I would like to make, I'm a real estate agent. I have been a realtor since 2005. So I was on the roller coaster when it went 2008. I was there for that. I can tell you this now. Back in 2018, 2019, the feds kept telling Donald Trump, stop lowering the interest rate. He kept doing it anyway because it made him look good out here. And now we're paying for it as realtors, buyers, and sellers. It is starting to...
Now say that part again, what you just said, so they can hear you. Go ahead.
Like I said, I've been doing this since 2005. Okay. Back in 2018, they told Donald Trump to stop finagling with the homeowners' interest rates, because that was a part of the reason why the market was exploding. You could put a house on the market and you have 5 to 10 offers in 24 hours because of how low the interest rates were. Okay. They kept telling him, stop doing it. He kept doing it anyway because it was giving him some approval points in the polls. He had nothing else going for him. Okay. And the program that little dumbass girl was talking about, the they was going to do this with the land. That was a scheme to regentrify the hood, like they are doing in all the urban areas, to take the property from Black folks and do other stuff with it while she was propping it up. She sounded so damn stupid, Wiley. I'm sitting here. My man don't like for me to even watch you because I be having nasty dreams about you.
Oh my God.
So I had to sneak and get on here and do this because she had me so mad. I was 38 hot sitting there listening to this girl. So, please don't have her back on here anymore. And as far as the healthcare situation is concerned, she spouted off some nonsense about that as well. I also have a degree in healthcare administration because I wanted to do something along with my real estate career. So I got a degree in healthcare administration, and I basically was sent out to all the rural hospitals. I live in Missouri. So all the rural hospitals, their books were upside down. So I was sent out to get that stuff cleared up. Now, every single one of them hospitals is closed down.
Wow.
What she's talking about is that, we shouldn't rely on the hospitals and all this and that. And we need to go outside and pick some herbs and do all that. Listen, I agree with all of that. I've been one of the biggest marijuana advocates in Missouri since 2015. So I do agree with that. And there's mainly a reason why, because like I said, I have my degree in healthcare administration, and I've seen the backside of these hospitals and how at the bottom line is these pharmaceutical companies is what's killing us, not the doctors in the hospitals. They're pushing all these pills on people and all this unnecessary stuff on people. I do smoke, Jasmine Nicole. What, you got a problem with that? I sure the hell do. I smoke weed.
Okay, let's focus.
Anyway, let me go back to,
because people need to understand that the pharmaceuticals, it is so sad. They are just charging so much in medication. And I heard that you can go to Canada for that same medication and it's 300% less than what we paying for it in America. So you're not lying about that. And we're losing. I want to say it again for the people that are listening. We're losing a lot of hospitals in rural areas. That's correct.
Yes, we are. All the rural hospitals in all these little small towns are closed down. And I can tell you another reason why, and that's because of the addiction problem. You have people slamming their arms in car doors and pushing themselves down steps and stuff like that where I'm from, just so they could come in and get a script for pain pills.
And then let's be clear, when the hospital shut down in your town, you have a crisis. In some cases, you have to travel an hour and more to get help. And
you could lose your life in that time frame, from trying to get from 30, 45 minutes to the nearest hospital. That's an issue. So for her, as far as her saying we need to do this and that and the third, girl, shut the hell up while you sit at home and watch The Price is Right. Other people are here hustling. It just angered me to no point that you had that fool on there, and you had her on there for more than an hour. You know what I'm saying? Don't have her on there no more, please, because she got my blood pressure up so bad.
I think that the reason why I had Kiki on is because it drives conversation. Because I don't think you would have called in if she didn't call in on the opposite side. And we had a conversation. She's on the conservative side. I'm on the side for the working class. I don't know if I guess they call me a liberal. I'm more so on that side, and we're having these conversations. And you're because she spoke so great about Trump, and she said Trump did this, but Trump also, like you said, he put down an interest rate, and that helped. That we're dealing with the problems with it now. And Trump also passed a tax bill. A majority of that tax bill gave corporations massive tax breaks, and the working class didn't get that much of a break like that. So, now we're dealing with those repercussions of that, and we're still you're in real estate, the rent cost is high. And then also, is it true? Because I'm seeing it's out, maybe you know it. Is it true that people are dealing with the increase of property taxes?
Yes, they are. Yes. That's an issue too here in Missouri, is the property taxes have gone up a lot. But once again, like I said, I have been one of the biggest advocates for the marijuana industry since 2015 here in Missouri. And there's a lot of people making money in that industry that if they would go ahead and legalize it federally, they could level out these property taxes where people won't have to pay so much. But it's just like listening to that girl talk is just like, wow, she must think that she's like the equate version of Angela Stanton or Candace Owen, because she don't even know what the hell she's talking about, and, she sat up there, and what else was she saying? That she's a kept woman and her man takes care of her and all that. Listen here, lady, I have lupus, and that shit snuck up on me like nobody's business.
Wow,
I thought I was a kept woman too, but when you get sick, you'll be asking anybody to try to help you. And you could anybody can get sick. Anybody can get lupus. Anybody can get MS. Anybody can get cancer. Nobody knows what's going to happen to you in the next 5 minutes. So while she's talking about pull yourself up, become an entrepreneur, you ain't never been 2 frog hairs away from death, lady. I don't think. You don't have a chronic autoimmune disease or nothing that you have to deal with, along with trying to work out in the world with these funky ass white people every day stressing you out. So she has no idea what she's talking about. And the fact that, and I really believe the reason why she was on here trolling like that is to boost her little raggedy YouTube channel that ain't nobody going to subscribe to or listen to, except for people like I said, Angela Stanton and Candace Owens.
And then also, you have to understand what Kiki was saying, and that she have a husband that's working. But I don't have a husband that's working for me. Everything that I make, I have to provide. I'm speaking for people that don't have.
What if her little ugly husband dropped dead in the next 5 minutes? I bet you she would take her little raggedy ass to the welfare office and get her some
what if he get laid off? Just like we had a previous caller called in making good money and got laid off and had to get some assistance. And that happened with a lot of people where they were making good money in the company. Say, all right, there's a lot of people in Facebook making good money. And Facebook, I think, did they have to lay off almost 20%? Even Amazon is laying off people. So then where are you going to go? Most of the time, you're going to go get unemployment. Most of the time, you're going to go get food. You're going to get some type of assistance. And I think that Kiki was more so speaking from a place of privilege, just like back when I was speaking from a place of privilege of 2016 when I was supporting Trump. At that time, I was young. I was a young man, and I love some of the policies he was talking about. He was like, your schools ain't no good, your neighborhoods ain't no good. I'm like, man, I never heard a politician talk like that. So I'm going to give him a chance. And I voted for him in the primaries, but in the general election, I voted for Hillary Clinton. But then I saw Trump in office. He finally in office. He really didn't do nothing to help me. And in Chicago, in the hood, it's still no good. It's still crime. He didn't get the crime down. I didn't see no massive investments. I can still drive on the side, and I'm speaking from my city that I was raised in. I can still drive on the south side of Chicago, those same abandoned buildings, and they're saying it's actually worse now than it was 4 or 5 years ago. The grocery stores that I seen on the south side are closed down now. So, but Trump was talking like he was going to make all these massive investments in the hood. And I forgot the program that he proposed that it was going to just help the inner cities, and in reality it did not help the inner cities. They did not get any type of major help from the Trump administration. And so I'm saying the same thing to the Biden administration. I understand the infrastructure bill, but how much black owned companies will be able to raise the capital to take advantage to get those government contracts? Will it be fair, or would you still give it to the same white corporations? And then I also would say, where is the government funding or the government grants to help the people on the South or most of the low income areas so they can become homeowners? Like, because that will help your bottom line. If I'm able to, if I'm able to get help, if I'm able to get some assistance for a down payment, that's going to help your bottom line, because don't you get paid by every house you close?
Yes. And that's another thing, I just wrote an offer on a house for a young lady, single white lady, that her father just died and left her 20 acres. That's how she's able to and then that came from his parents. So these white people are standing on generations of foundations of money that we don't have the access to.
20 acres.
20 acres. She was able to take that to the bank and use it and get her money to buy this house with cash. So don't sit up here and tell me, I'll pick your straps up pick yourself up and all that. No, these white folks are standing on stuff that has been building for centuries. So they are able to get ahead and we cannot. And Miss Gemini Dog, go get you a brush and go brush that weave. Don't worry about what I'm saying on here. If you don't like what I'm saying, you could click the hell off.
Hold on. Let's focus on the topic, because again, the chat going to say what they chat about, because you're making a good point. You have a client that her grandfather was able to pass down to her acres. Now just imagine the black folks that had acres that was frozen out and that had to leave because of pressure of white rage and because of government policies, where we would be at as Black America today.
Exactly.
So when people compare us to white America, you can't, because they're dealing with generational wealth.
Right.
They're dealing with loan. They're dealing with money from the 18. That money worked different than the money than we come in now. And so you're able to go into a bank and get it, but us, we don't. The average person, mama, ain't leaving you no acres.
Exactly. That's not happening in our community, not very often. And another thing that had happened, I'm from a small town in Missouri, and I see this happen a lot to a lot of the older Black people that have property, that they want to sell or whatever, or get on the market. And they call, the white real estate agent. I had this happen to my friend's mom last summer. Her mom had called another agent to come over and put her house on the market. He told her he would sell it for half the price of what I got for that house. And you know why? Because he was going to come along and buy it with his investment company and do something else with it and screw her out that other $50,000 that she was owed. That's what the house was worth.
Absolutely.
It happens a lot to a lot of older Black people because they don't know. They think that let me call this white realtor thing they getting ahead. No, you getting it. You are a bottom for these white folks.
You getting screwed, just like my grandmother, and I spoke against it, but I don't have power. I'm not over her money, over her property. They sold her house for $60,000. They're remodeling the house right now and going to resell it and make 3-4 times that amount that they sold it. And I told my family, I said, y'all should have never sold that a property for that low. And them developers going to come in and it's going to sell 3, 4, 5 times, because when you sell off grandma's house, you're selling off of wealth. You're selling off generational wealth. You know what I'm saying? And the major wealth key points of a lot of wealth in this country is property. Yes. This is why they froze African Americans out of owning properties, and because they never wanted us to have ends meet. We couldn't get the loans and all of that. It's property. But a lot of Black folks, let's sell. Oh, we got to sell grandma's house. No, don't sell, and then don't sell it that low, because a lot of people in New York, a lot of Black people that sold their brownstones a lot of them regret it because them same brownstones they sold is worth $3, $4, $5 million.
Well, not only that, you know, you get somebody that is business savvy, like my dad. He owned a lot of property where we're from, and the city started to harass my family and say, oh, he didn't cut the grass. No, one thing about old country folk, black men, they love a good grass cutting session. And my daddy and my uncles would get on that ride lawnmower daily if they could. Like, so no, they would try to threaten us with, you need to cut the grass and all this and that, because they wanted to sell it, because one of his properties was right directly across the street from the highway department where they stored the trucks and all that. So they wanted that property for that. And they thought he was going to be dumb enough to come up off of it if they deboed him enough, saying you need to cut the grass. He paid his property taxes, so they couldn't use that against him. So they would use little stupid petty things to try to scare him into giving up his land. So no, there's a lot of tricks that these people pull that folks still fall for and everything these days, because they don't know any better, or they're intimidated when the city calls or the government calls and says, we're going to take your land if you don't cut the grass or this and that. People get scared. They don't know that they have other things that they can do to keep their property.
And then a lot of times they know when they can't afford no lawyer, they don't know their rights. So we can take advantage of them. And black folks have been dealing with this for generations. So when we get somebody like Kiki, you're speaking from a place of privilege, and you're actually preaching talking points for white supremacy, because
exactly
what you're talking about, they're eating well off of government money.
Yes.
So so you can talk all that, they're eating well off of government money, and you're telling the working class that they can't take advantage from the same government that we are giving into. And you are a real estate agent, you in the business, you see things differently because you're in the industry. And this is one of the show I'm glad to have you on, because you're saying him bringing down those interest rates affected us.
It made him look good. Everybody thought, oh, this is great, this is wonderful. The real estate market was literally out of control for about a year. And what that also did too was, when he done that, like when I would list a house, I would get 10, 15 offers on the property, but a lot of times it was first-time home buyers getting FHA loans, getting USDA loans, different things. But guess what these folks are going to take first? Cash. So we had a lot of cash people coming in, didn't even look at the house, but they had cash. So that's what my dad used to say, money on the wood, make the deal go good. So a lot of people that I had worked for years to get their credit together so they could be ready to buy a house said, fuck it, let's find me an apartment to rent, because they couldn't find a house to buy because they were getting knocked out because of all these cash people coming in.
That and when they put my grandmother's house up for $60,000, someone gave $60,000 cash. Didn't get it financed, pay $60,000. So you're right about that, and that's another thing people need to understand. People they want to become homeowners. These are black folks, but they being frozen out because other people are coming and paying cash, and that's priority than somebody doing financing.
Right. They don't even look at it. If you send an offer that's got a letter from a bank or says conventional loan, they'll throw it to the side. They don't want that, because they know they're going to have to deal with inspections and all that crap and appraisals and all that. Or they got somebody that's got cash, they don't have to deal with all that. They can close quick and get it over with.
And that's true. So, you said something I didn't know. So if you're paying cash, you don't have to deal with inspections. And
absolutely, you don't. And what was happening last year or last couple of years was that on the contract, people were putting that on there that they would waive inspections. So yeah, a lot of times that happens where people will put, I'll waive the inspection. So they don't even have to deal. And that makes their deal move up, because it's more appealing when you put down, I will waive inspections. And so, they know, well, they won't have to deal with all of that. So that does help. That's also like writing a love letter. They cut that out too a couple years ago, because another thing people were doing where when they submit an offer, they would write a thing called a love letter, where it would say, I really love this house, blah, 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 for whatever reason I want it. But what was happening with that was people were writing love letters and saying, I love this house. I was in the military, or, you know, so that makes it look more appealing to the owners if they were in the military. So they would choose that offer or stuff like that. So they had to cut out the love letter stuff because it was making it difficult for people to buy houses, because of course you get some weirdo that's all hyped about the military that sees someone serving in the military. Yeah, they're going to pick that offer over the LGBT couple that's buying their first house. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to deal with that. So they had to cut that out as well too. So it was a lot of things happening.
So I want to ask you, do you, because people say racism is not over, everything is fair. Do you still see housing discrimination with African Americans that's trying to become homeowners?
Let me tell you what happened. The reason why I moved to my newer another company as a real estate agent. I was in a class that we have every week, you know, and I wasn't feeling good because of lupus. And so I decided to go on the class on Zoom. So I wasn't actually in the room. There's another agent that had just started, an older white man. You know, he had retired from one of the biggest banks here in Missouri. He was the president of the bank and he retired, and his wife told him to go out and find him something to do part-time because he's getting on her nerves. So he became a real estate agent. Well, I was on the Zoom class and he seriously asked this question. He said, "What is the form that you use to get out of a contract when you find out the neighbors are Black?"
Wow.
And he said that with a full chest, and he wasn't joking. And this was the president of a bank where I bank at. That was a huge wake-up call for me. A huge wake-up call. It is real out here. It is real. The president of the bank, where my parents, family, and everybody had lots of money there, this was his mentality. It was heartbreaking. I left the company after that, you know, and I raised my hand in the Zoom call just to let them know, hey, I am in the room. You know, I did, you know, I heard that. But then the next class, you know, I did go into the office. He was all nice. "Oh, how you doing?" And I was like, "I heard you. I heard what you said in the last class." So you got to consider these people in high places of power are still very, very racist. Very.
And what did he answer that question when he asked it?
Well, the lady that was doing the class, she was like, well, you know, she kind of slightly, you know, told him, you know, she was like, well, I would hope nobody would do anything like that. You know, that was her response. And that was before I raised my hand just to let her know that, hey, I am in the room. So, you know, but I never addressed it with her because it wasn't her fault. She didn't say it. It came from him. But then the other couple old white men in the class were like kikiing and laughing it up. But this man was 100% serious.
Yeah. And it's good that you were able to witness that, because you got some African Americans believe that discrimination don't exist because they're not in those industries. It exists. They just haven't felt it yet or experienced it firsthand, but it exists. I want to ask you about the appraisal part, because I was seeing an article, a Black family got their house appraised and they felt that it was very low. They got their white friend to come in, put white stuff in there, white pictures and stuff like that. And the same they came and appraised it and it was real high. Do that still exist in housing?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It does.
Tell us about that. So the people that out there that need to know.
It does happen. And a lot of times if you get a white realtor, they'll tell you, take your pictures down. Don't have the African, you know, stuff hanging on your wall. They want you to take all that stuff down. Because, yeah, unfortunately, they will tell you, take all that stuff off your personal family pictures and stuff. Anything that would make your house look cultural. Now, I did have an Indian couple. Now, this was $1 million house. You know, he was a doctor and all that. And you want to talk about culture down from the ceiling to the floor. I mean, they had everything was Indian, and I had the worst time trying to sell that house just because of how it looked, you know, because it had their culture, you know, the way that they live, you know, they built the house custom. So, but yeah, the appraisal thing is real, and they will tell you, take your, you know, if you're not white, I've heard them tell people, take your pictures off the wall and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, people won't know, you know, so it's very real.
Thank you, CDI.
Oh, you're welcome, Molly. I didn't want to call in. Like I said, my man probably gonna, you know what I'm saying?
No, you need to call in, because my job is media. where I'm going to bring information, but I'm not as knowledgeable because I'm not in your business. You have to call in because African Americans need to hear what you just said. They need to hear that because it's some people that are living. Oh man, get out! This ain't the 60s no more. We ain't in Jim Crow. Get out!
It's worse than the 60s.
But it's worse
because we got the internet that fuels it too.
Absolutely, and we need African American professional folks because we got people that think that Black folks ain't in real estate. We got a sister that's in real estate, so you need to call in and give us this information because it's going to help somebody that is trying to buy property or why they can't find a home and they got good credit. This need to always call in when I have a good show. Don't worry about your man. Tell your man to call in as well.
Well, I need to rebuke these dreams that I be having about you.
Don't have the dream. Don't have the dreams. Don't have the dreams at all. Because these are the conversation, these tough conversations that we need to have because in the Bible it said, "My people perish for the lack of knowledge." So we need knowledge so you'll know how to deal with these devils, because that's what it is. Anytime somebody want to come in and steal from you, don't want you to grow, don't want you to be successful, that's a devil. Yes. So we need to be educated and aware of what people are doing to stop our growth as African American people.
Right. And this pull yourself up by the bootstraps is a bunch of BS because guess what? They owe us. I don't care what nobody says. They owe Black people, period. And we shouldn't have to beg or ask for any of it because it's owed. Not to mention what they did with us with slavery, but what they did to us in the war on drugs. They owe us, period. And that's why I advocate so hard for the marijuana gang because I've seen it, what it did to us. And then you got all these people making millions of dollars around us while the Black people are still struggling and nobody's speaking up and saying anything. Nobody's saying anything.
Yeah, you have to speak up, and this is why YouTube we have the internet. Our ancestors, in order for them to communicate, and they did very well communicating. They had to do a word of mouth, on the phone, passing letter. You know what I'm saying? Knocking on doors. Now, by a touch of a button, you can reach hundreds of people, 1,000, and in some cases, millions of people.
And that's the thing. Like everybody's like, oh my God, federal legalization. But what they fail to understand is some of these states have been real slick. Like here in Missouri, when they passed our recreational marijuana law last month, what they snuck in there and wrote is that whatever laws that they got passed, if say Joe Biden does come along and make a program for Black people or minorities to repair some of the damage they did for war on drugs, that the state of Missouri's law will be precedent over anything Joe Biden says. They snuck that in there. There's a lot of sneaky things. So even if somebody does come along and want to do the right thing and repair the damage that they did for the war on drugs, it wouldn't take in Missouri anyway because of the way they wrote the law. And the people were not aware of that because they didn't read or didn't dig into it and understand. So we keep screwing ourselves by not reading and understanding stuff 100% before we go along with it.
Absolutely. And and I'm gonna come to you, EVB. I'll finish up with this. That was the same thing in Illinois when they passed dispensaries. A lot of African Americans was frozen out to get those licenses in order to sell marijuana because it's discrimination there dealing with giving people those licenses. And so that's why yourself and others and myself as a show, it is my duty to educate myself, and not only educate myself, but it's my duty to bring the information that I learn to my people. So when we leave our houses and get into these spaces, we're not done. You know what I'm saying? And I like this show. So when I have these conversations, I'm gonna remember what CD said. So when I talk to my senator or my congressperson, I know what to tell them and what laws they need to propose, because these conversations are great. So I'm glad that you call and keep calling in, CD. I don't care if you have 50,000 wet dreams, you have knowledge, and I need to hear that. And you need to come to Vegas. Okay, you're gonna come to Vegas in October of next year. You're gonna come to Vegas?
I might come. I'm tired of Vegas though. Like I've been there several times. I'm not a gambler and I'm not a drinker, so it's just
I'm just doing a reason why I'm doing Vegas. I'm gonna do it one more time and then we're gonna pick another city. But I do want to meet my subscribers. We're gonna have fun. I want you to come. You can come by yourself or bring your boyfriend. It's gonna be great. Last year was fun, and I want to have a good time this year. So y'all got into October, so y'all got more than enough time to save your money to come and see me. But
if I say I'm going with my mama, he might let me go, but he can't see no pictures of us online or anything like that.
I don't know. I'm just doing a show. Like, well, another man, he said, "Oh, my girlfriend can't cook because she like you too much." That's what the guy told me. He said his girlfriend cannot come to Vegas because she liked me too much. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wiley, you out here, you doing it to us. So yeah, I had a dream that you took me in the choir stand. Okay, I'm about to get off. Okay, bye, Wiley.
All right. Oh man, bye. Wow. I don't want to hear that dream because I don't want her boyfriend to be mad at me. EVB, your bike live on the Wiley Show.
Wiley, don't be getting these women getting put out their daggone homes, okay? Breaking up families.
I just do my content. And
Wiley, you better cut it out.
I don't be doing nothing. I just do my show.
No, you women fantasizing over some Wiley, honey. Okay. Oh my God. You ain't gonna get me in trouble. I love my man. You ain't gonna get me in trouble. I'm staying focused.
Yes.
No, I just wanted to come back real quick. I ain't want to take up too much of your time, but I just seen like in the chat, like shout out to the chat. We was having like an amazing conversation. People were just sharing information and all that stuff. And I want to make a suggestion, if I can, respectfully. Like, you know, I don't know how you can do this or whatever, but if we can just like connect more, because we was like asking for each other's social medias or whatever, but we can just like, I don't know if you can do it, but kind of bring us together more so we can exchange information and exchange, you know, like what's going on in our cities and stuff outside of the platform, respectfully, you know what I'm saying? However you can do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say too, as far as, because I seen, you know, some references to Biden or whatever, and I just wanted to also say we need to stay on our Congress people's asses or necks. I'm sorry, keep our foot on their neck. Just trying to make sure we stay on top of them, because at the end of the day, yeah, Biden is the face. But he does have a process that he got to go through, which is the Congress people, the Senates or whatever, staying on top of our mayors and attending like the town hall meetings and stuff and sharing that information. And, you know, that would be really important and helpful for us to do, too, because the president has a process.
I think that, you know, the average American don't understand the government, the process of how government works. The president do have power, but it's not a dictatorship.
Exactly.
You can't say, all right, I'm just gonna give like a 50 billion. He can't do that. It's a check and balance that the purse holder is Congress. They got to pass these laws. They got the purse, they got the bag. So if they don't cooperate with the president, now what the president can do is use his bully pulpit and travel the country and say, y'all, and I'm glad they did that for the infrastructure bill, but he also need to travel the country and say, we need to increase minimum wage. Go to these Republican districts, talk to these Republicans as well as Democrats, talk to whoever, and then tell them, y'all call y'all senator and y'all Congress people to pass bills. That's how change needs to happen. And that's why a lot of these don't just be in the Oval, go on the outside. And that's what Kamala was saying. She said, you know, I'm tired of being in DC. I want to speak to the voters, but she couldn't leave because Democrats 50, Republicans 50. She's the president of the Senate. So if it's a tie, she have to be there to break it. And because of that, she had to break like over 50 ties. So she had to stay in DC. So now that they got a little bit more cushion with Democrats, she's able to go and travel the country. And that's why a good vice president, they go and they advocate for what's going on in the country. Just like I like Pete Buttigieg, the transportation person. This has been the first time I've really seen the transportation secretary doing interviews with the Breakfast Club. That's smart because who lives in the Breakfast Club? A lot of black folks. So we need to hear what's going on with our transportation and what's going on with infrastructure. We need to hear these things so I can bring it to my people and my individual social media as well. Because if you don't tell people what you're doing, they gonna say you ain't doing nothing.
Exactly.
So, yeah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, you are absolutely right. Staying on their necks, understanding how government and stuff works, and then also what else I want to say? Oh, my point number 2 is I want to hold you up. Life insurance. What Miss Barbara was saying, I can't believe I'm saying this. Miss Barbara had a point. As far as definitely the power of life insurance, having life insurance, understanding how that works, because I was also I also sold life insurance for like 5 years, and it was the hardest time selling to my people. Like, they did not prioritize it. If people had older children, they felt like, it wasn't necessary, but at the same time, it's like, if your child is still trying to get on their feet, they're not really established in their careers, something happened to you, your child won't be struggling either ways. You know what I'm saying? And also the importance of having a will. That type of stuff is free. You can do certain things for free.
Absolutely. And then a lot of times people, I was learning, because I'm in the process of doing it now, because I'm single, don't have any heirs. If something were to happen, I need to have somebody over my bank accounts so they can cremate me or something, do something so they could be able to go to get access to your money. So because when you're single, you have to think, like, because anything, you know what I'm saying, anything can happen. I always tell my people, just cremate, don't have no big old thing, cremate and live on whatever I have, because you still need a will, because you got computers, you got laptops, and for quote unquote YouTubers, that's a part of your estate. And I don't know if Kevin Samuels, obviously they probably don't have his password. That's big money, because somebody in the family can take, can use that online real estate and build upon that real estate. So that's all a part of your estate. Your social media, part of your estate, your laptop, your car, your computer, your books, your clothes. I think people think, I ain't no millionaire, I don't need a will, but you got a car.
Right.
You got some watches, you got some socks. Who you want them socks to go to? So,
you are right. And my father, he passed in 2020 during the height of COVID, like the very beginning, April. And I'm his only child, thank God. But I had the hardest time of trying to find out what to do with his body. I didn't know what he wanted, and I tried to have these conversations with him. He didn't want to talk about it, but I just had to do what I thought was best in the height of a pandemic. But just trying to figure out what insurance policies he had, because he was retired, he was a vet. I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? So I just prayed, and I was like, I hope this is what you want, talking just in general. I'm like, I hope this is what you want, Dad, because I don't freaking know. And you did not want to have these conversations. And we need to have these conversations more in our community. Getting a will is not that hard. Getting a prepaid legal service is only $30 a month. If you're young and don't have no health issues, your life insurance is not that expensive. And just kind of making that a priority. And the last thing I wanted to just point out was I don't know. I wrote down some notes. This is such a good conversation.
Like, say for instance, like, I don't want to people, but I have a savings and I have money away, and this is going to be for me to be cremated. It's other way you have your mom or somebody, a beneficiary, so they know, okay, this is the money to cremate them. So because everybody don't have to have this big extravagant funeral and just have a memorial service and stuff like that. My grandmother was old school, her generation believe in insurance. And so her son, she paid the policy. Once he passed, they cremated him. We're able to have a good homegoing service. She was able to recoup that money. I had another grandfather. He wasn't my biological grandfather, but still my grandfather. He passed, but his mother made sure that he was on the policy. So when he passed, she was able to bury him. He had a good home going, and she was able to have money from that. So having insurance is very needful. And if you don't want to pay insurance and put some money away to you to be cremated or whatever, and you can have that money there and have somebody as a beneficiary, have it there. But especially if you're single, and a lot of my LGBT couples, you in a relationship, you got to make sure your documentation is done correctly, because if not, it's going to go to your family, and you may not have your family, and they knocking at your door, and they able to take advantage of all of that because you did not leave no will, and it will technically go to your closest heir, and that may be
the next of kin.
So you probably didn't never talk to your next of kin in forever. They come in and take everything. So that lover that you living up and humping with, you better make sure that the documentation is in order so they can be taken care of if you're not married.
Exactly. And it makes things so much easier, because I've dealt with this with my brother passed. Don't nobody want to go through grieving and trying to get funds together. Like, you already have to grieve the loss of a loved one, but to try to scramble and try to gather funds, that's added stress when the person who's deceased could have had that stuff in order, even if you don't have any children. You know what I'm saying? Like, have some type of plan in place and go out with some type of decency for the next person, because if you drop dead at the drop of a dime, it's like nobody knows what to do with you, or your body or your stuff. Nobody knows what to do.
Absolutely.
And that happens so often.
That happens, and you know what I'm saying, because I represent a brand, so you want to have your entities in order. So if something were to happen, you want your funeral to be streamed on your YouTube channel. You have to think about those things, and you have those wills to have everything taken care of, so everything can be done right. So like you said, so your family won't be embarrassed, B won't have to deal with that stress, because everybody can't put a GoFundMe and people donate to the GoFundMe. Everybody is not fortunate to have that. So you don't want to have a GoFundMe in replace of insurance. I would rather have insurance than ask that people, can y'all donate to the situation. For me personally,
that's embarrassing.
You could just cremate me or do whatever. Because I'm not here to see. I don't want no big going to no debt. I don't believe in. I'm going to go into debt for you to have this big extravagant funeral. I'm from the school of, you can't afford to be that, we can't have it. Let's come together, let's put some coins together and get you cremated, and have a little memorial service, throw up some balloons, you crying, give Big Mama a big turkey, and be done with it. But if you want a big extravagant funeral where you want a gold casket, 15,000 flowers, you want to be with a horse in a chariot, you want Beyonce to sing at the funeral, you gotta have the money. I'm just saying, you can't walk.
Exactly.
I want the Chicago Mass Choir. You can't get the Chicago Mass Choir at your funeral. So if you want all of this at your funeral, do you have the money? Because it ain't free. I want Bishop T.D. Jake. That's my favorite bishop. I want him to preach my eulogy.
I'm telling you.
But do you have the money to pay Bishop T.D. Jake to come there? Because he ain't gonna come there for free, especially if you wasn't no member. So I'm just saying, if you want these things, you gotta have your money in order, because funerals is not free. Because it's just not free. I would love to have Shirley Caesar, singing at our funeral. But can I afford it? Because you gotta fly in, pay a hotel, and pay a background singer, a musician. If you want that, but if you don't have that, you can't. And a lot of Black people, they die broke, but they want an extravagant funeral. They want all the bells and whistles. They can't afford it.
And then we get mad at these white folks sometimes, because it's like, okay, yeah, they have all these major inheritances, and it's like, well, that's because their uncle done left the will. They done set the will up. Uncle Jimmy from 2 generations ago done set the will up to keep it in the family. You know what I'm saying? But that's one of the fastest ways to become a millionaire, or not even a millionaire, but just to be wealthy, just in general, to leave a legacy for your family financially, because them wills are, they're tax free. You know what I'm saying? It's instant cash for you, and you can just go ahead and live your life, and you can have the will set up to where it's designated out in certain portions, or it has to be used for certain things. it's different ways that you can do it if you don't, trust the family, so to speak.
And that's what I'm saying. You're right about that, because I work with a lot of white people that had
Hmm.
money. Man, when they die, it's like a smooth transition. Everybody know what they're gonna get.
Everything is smooth. Okay,
Boom, 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 smooth. You die that Monday
done.
afternoon, by Tuesday after by the next they been buried. We didn't divide. We know we gonna get, like, everything is just taken care of. I've been in some spaces
Hmm.
where and I've been in some spaces when the mama didn't like her kids. She left it to a neighbor. She left it to her next door,
Yeah.
all her millions, all her assets, and it was in a million, because at that I was eavesdropping. She said she had about $14 million, and the kids was mad because she left it to the neighbor. Everything to the neighbor. Everything went to the neighbor. But this neighbor would come visit every day, and the kids didn't get a
Mm.
dime.
Mm.
And they thought all
Hey.
what she let, and how she had it up directly to the neighbor. The neighbor came in, cleaned out the place. The kids couldn't come into the place. Everything was to the neighbor. And I saw that,
Hmm.
and I'm like, whoa. But you have
Yeah.
that's issues. Like, you have that power. And I said they have that mindset. I said we as African Americans must have that mindset of accumulating wealth and knowing how to pass things down to our children. It's a lot of people
Hmm.
accumulating a lot of wealth. They're becoming streaming. Like Kevin Samuels, he made a lot of money on YouTube. I wonder, do his family still get those residuals, or do they even got access to them checks that he
Yeah.
accumulating? Because them videos are still up and they're still making money.
They still making money, and God only knows what he had in his bank accounts. You know what I'm saying?
You know what
All
I'm
that stuff.
saying?
It's
And
it's it's a whole process too. And going through that process, if you don't have something set up, that whole process can take years.
like I say, years.
You know what I'm
It's
saying?
very
Years.
expensive. It's very,
It
it's
is
very expensive.
it's a very strenuous process, and it can end up going, if you don't have it set up, it can end up going to somebody that you haven't spoken to, you don't even know. You seen the movies where Uncle Jimmy had left little Billy some money, and it's like little Billy don't have no idea who Uncle Jimmy is. But that
Absolutely.
was his great 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 uncle. You know what I'm saying? Something like that.
You just
But
don't
it's
know.
important for us to do that. And it just takes a little time to sit down and study that stuff. We do a lot of things on the internet all day, every day. But we need to have more conversations like these and more spaces like this for us.
It have to be. We definitely have to have, you know what I'm saying, those conversations. And that's why whenever I get paid, I make sure to put money away in a savings account for emergencies. We have to preach
Mhm.
to our people to say not to spend everything. Put some money
Right.
away, whether it's $1, a quarter. Because I always say this mindset: you keep putting some in that savings account, it's gonna grow. Or
Exactly.
having it and getting all of that, putting
Or a
things,
mutual fund or
or
something.
mutual fund, or some people say I want to do something for like a college fund, something like that to set your kids up for that. Because I know if I have children, I want to make sure I put something in the fund if they turn 18 to invest in a property or a business, or invest them in some real estate. And it was something that this white man told me. I can't think what he said, what he did for his son. Oh, he put them on his credit card. Like, he set his kids up for good credit. So he's putting them on their credit card and all that. So by the time they turned 18, they had good credit. And I didn't know you could
Hmm.
do all of those things. I didn't know that. I'm
You
like,
can do it.
really?
Hmm.
What? It's
Hmm.
surprising. To hear
Yeah.
that. And he said, yeah, Wiley, get your credit together. If you had kids, put them on your stuff. So by the time they're 18, they got good credit.
Yes, you could do that even with secure credit cards. You don't have to always
Yeah.
go to the thing. Even if you have bad credit, you got to have some money to put down, and of course they charge like annual fees. They got to make their money, whatever. But you can
Yeah.
get a secure credit card and start building up off of that. It's the self credit app. You could do that. It's a lot of things that you can do if you have jacked up credit.
Yeah,
So,
it's so many things you could do. But thank you,
mhm,
yeah, for calling in. And I'm talking about
yeah.
Miss Holla. Y'all know who Grandma Holla is. Somebody out there in these streets reported Grandma Holla granddaughter. They said that the granddaughter is forcing drugs, weed, drugs on the grandmother and that they are abusing Grandma Holla. Y'all know who Grandma Holla is? The grandmother that's doing all that cussing. Somebody on the lottery frappe in Labs reported them to the adult protective services, and they said they are trying to force drugs on this woman, and they knocked on the door, and they came, and the social worker came to question Grandma Holla about what's going on in that house. I'm not shocked, because once you open yourself up to social media, somebody is going to report you, and that's what happened. And I was like, whoa. So she was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. But once you open that door and you open yourself up to social media, you got a hater out there. Oh, they said something about some herbs. Because they said something about we need her to get on some herbs, meaning some type of natural healing stuff to help her. But somebody told the Adult Protective Services that they are trying to force drugs on Grandma Holla. And they came and investigated the granddaughter. You know, the granddaughter, you hear her voice, all it, they reported her name, and they said, and then they came to the house.
Wow. I don't know who Grandma Holla is.
Grandma
But
Holla, go in there, and
horrible.
she's very funny. Like she have cancer in her family, and she's a Black woman. She's in her 90s, and she gets a lot of views. I'm talking about millions of views, and she goes viral all over TikTok. Hell, people steal their content and getting good views over there on social media. So when I saw that, I said, I'm definitely going to talk about it. I do believe they use Grandma Holla as a cash cow. I'm not going to apologize for it. We had somebody that did a video saying Wiley should apologize. No, they don't want Grandma Holla to go. She's in her 90s because, yeah, they love Grandma Holla, but they also love all them thousands upon thousands of dollars that Grandma Holla bring in that house. And I know she ain't spending it all because she's bedridden. So who's taking advantage of all that money that's coming in the house? So when I said, so let's be crystal clear. Yeah, they want Grandma Holla. They love Grandma, but they really love all that money that Grandma Holla is bringing up and all them donations that they bringing in. Like the people and them t-shirts, them raggedy t-shirts that they're selling. And stuff like that. But yeah, she ain't spending that money. She's bedridden. She got cancer. She's ready to transition, but her family want her to stay forever. And I understand that, but you also got to look at that money Grandma Holla bringing in. She bringing in that coin. I get it. She got cancer. Her family is not ready for her to go. They want her to have tubes. They want her to get fluids. They want all this stuff. They want her to be here as much. And it's so sad, to see that they want her to live, and they put a camera in her face, and she has cancer. Shouldn't y'all not putting a camera in her face so everybody can see her thing? And her channel is called Lottery Lab and Frappes. She can't even drink the frappes anymore. So, and they got that phone. Oh, come on, got that phone on. Oh, cash out. Send the stars. Sending stars, that mean money. Not no stars because we love you in the sky. No, I'm talking about stars. They talk about cash.
And see, and that's unfortunate, but that's why it's important to know about a living will. If I get sick, have that stuff in place. Don't have no damn cameras up in my face while I'm sick. Don't put no tubes down my damn throat. If it's time for me to go, I don't want to be a vegetable. If it's time for me to go, let me go. But you can have stuff like that in the will. That's unfortunate. But that's a learning lesson.
And her grandson, and this is all on camera. So y'all can't say, oh, why you get messy? It's on camera. I don't understand. You used to get up and you used to walk. Bruh, your grandma got terminal cancer. She's in her 90s. It's almost time for her to clock out. So telling her what she used to did 2 years ago, baby, we in 2023. Thank God she living this long. You know what I'm saying? So you can't see, well, grandma, you used to walk and all that type of stuff. Get up. She can't. And she kept saying, I'm 90-some years old. Like, bruh, what are you talking? He had a whole mask on his, and this is on camera. Grandma, you should get up. You used to walk for 2 years. You get up. She can't do that no more. Like my grandmother had a stroke. That's just like me coming to my grandmother. Grandma, get up. You used to drive. Yeah. She can't do it anymore. And The reason why I didn't cry and get aggressive because I worked in this business with the elderly. So I understand if you have a crisis. I know my grandma's in a wheelchair. If God don't deliver her, she gets some type of miracle. Then I know this is how she's going to transition for being in a wheelchair. I thank God for the memories of my grandmother waiting to pick me to take me to school and drive and go to work. Now she can't do that anymore. She used to just walk in a walker and just move and go to church and everything. Like now she's declined a little bit more where she can't do all that work. She got to be in a wheelchair. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point she was walking with a walker. Now she can't hardly do that more. How that sound? I'm going to my grandma. Yeah, grandma, when I was here the last time, you were walking with your walker. Get up. She can't do that's an insult. You sound very foolish to even say something like that. And they stream this stuff on their cameras and their videos, and they got to be very cautious of that because people are watching and they will report you.
They will. And they don't have no respect for them, for the elderly, knowing damn well if grandma was well and you doing that to her, she has some type of sense, and you putting her out on the internet like that. That's not cool, man.
You open yourself up just like if I had children and I hit one of my children on camera. Somebody going to report me to Child Protective Services. They're going to do it. I remember it was a YouTuber. He threw his cat to the wall. He did it live. Guess what happened? They called the NYPD and animal control, and they came to the house. And he had to remove the animal. He almost got charges, and he had to remove the animal out of the house because somebody reported him because he was on YouTube, and they saw it on YouTube and sent it to the NYPD. And boom, 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 boom. NYPD came to his house. So you have to be very, very cautious.
You do. And I was about to say my grandpa, he's 104 years old, still lives by himself, still alert, still doing his own thing, and still very smart with his money. So I know he got something set up for, his children or whatever, but it's important, man, to have that type of stuff
Remember when Jaguar Wright, thank you. Remember when Jaguar Wright reported Tasha K to Child Protective Services? Because I guess Tasha said something to the daughter, she yelled at her or something, and Jaguar reported her to Child Protective Services, and they boom, 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 because they got to come. Whether it's a false report, whether it's every report, they have to investigate. I don't care how far-fetched it sounds. By law, they have to investigate. Now, if you out here reporting somebody falsely, then you can get charged and get in trouble. But in reality, if you call a report, they have to investigate every report.
Yeah.
And that's why when you do these shows, you have to be very careful whatever you broadcast. You're broadcasting everywhere. All around the world, people is watching your show.
People's watching.
So,
but all right, well, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
No, thank you for giving us that. And we need more of that, of getting insurance and about the insurance and all of that. And people need to understand you don't have to necessarily get into a cemetery and get a tombstone. You also, and I want to make clear, being cremated is cheaper than getting buried.
That it definitely is. But yeah, if you can make like I think I seen someone say like a Facebook group or something like that, like where we can kind of connect.
I can make a Facebook group. Yeah, I'll be down with that. I'll promote it. I'll make a Facebook group. Almost there.
Yeah, we can, just kind of share this type of information and whatever it is. It's your channel, but
no, that's a great idea. Facebook group. Yeah, I'm gonna work on that today. And then I'm gonna start sharing it. Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, because you have producers all over the world, and we can really help each other. And just shout out to the chat for just sharing information, and we just showing each other love. The chat be dragging, we be dragging each other, but at the end of the day, I just seen all these beautiful women, these beautiful men, just sharing information and wanting to connect. And I just love us, man. When we come together, it is so beautiful. We are so powerful and smart. No matter what the system tries to throw at us, we know how to get around stuff. So, shout out to all of us, and thanks, Wiley, for this conversation.
Thank you so very much for your love and for your support. Thank you so much.
All right, boo.
Bye-bye. Okay. Thank y'all so very much. We've been on here for about 4 hours. I may come back today, may not, because we did 4 hours. We did a YouTube short. So make sure you go check out our YouTube short. We got more YouTube shorts are coming. I don't care how many views it get. It's something I want to say in 60 seconds. So the YouTube shorts, and we also will post. I want to see, how can I post? I'm trying to see how can I post. I'm probably gonna post okay, I gotta post that on my TikTok. But yeah, I typically post all my YouTube shorts on TikTok, Instagram, and all of those type of things. Thank you so very much. Someone sent me a Cash App today. Thank you so very much for that, for the Cash Apps and stuff like that. This has been a great episode. You guys, I know a lot of people saying they want to work out in the gym. Just go outside and walk. You know what I'm saying? If you don't have, somebody say, I don't have money for the gym. What I do, if I'm not at the gym, I just go outside for a nice walk and do that every day. And just walk for 15, 20 minutes. All right. Your view's about to go up with the short. Yeah, I do 60-second shorts, and I got other ideas for the 60-second shorts, and that's what I do. And I have so many ideas where I don't have to hop on and do a 4-hour episode. I could just do it in a 60-second short, which I love the long form in videos. But the 60-second shorts are another entity to introduce us of what we do over here at the Wiley show. Yeah, so yeah, because that's what I said. They say if you don't go to the gym, just work out at home. Excuse me, work out at home. Put on some music and dance. Dance. You know what I'm saying? Sweating clean, bending, walking up the stairs, walking outside. Introduce vegetables and all that stuff. Eat outside less. You know what I'm saying? Just live your life. I've lost 20 pounds now just dancing, intimate fasting, eating clean. Yes, that's how you do it. Important time, my guy. He should have receipt. So I'm saying this to the people that are just joining in. We talked about a lot. Every topic that we put in the title, we talked about. We had in the title, we talked about Cory Hardrict. We talked about Miss Holla. What was in the title today? Because y'all said, did we get to the topics in the title? We talked about the Tory Lanez update. We talked about Cory Hardrick neighbor, and we talked about Grandma Holla. Those were the topics. And you can't put real estate in the topic because it only allow a certain amount in the topic. So in the show, we put on a good show when it comes to stuff like that. When it comes to stuff like that, we put on a good show. So we talked about all the topics. All right. We had Kiki on, and I'm going to talk to Kiki and see if she want to come on camera, because I think she would be a good person for Two Man and a Lady. I just want to get a vibe with her coming on camera. Great debate. It derived conversation. It got y'all to watch. Y'all were watching. Y'all were in the comments. That's a great host. Miss Barbara is another person that's on the list of that want to be doing Two Man and the Lady, calling in. Beautiful aura about herself. So it's a lot of. So I'm definitely gonna call her Miss Kiki and see if she can come on camera. We didn't agree, but I love having those conversations with Kiki. I love having those conversations with Kiki, because those conversations that we had with Kiki, we had a great conversation with Kiki. Okay. Really? Okay. And I just got blocked again. So before I go live, I'm gonna make a phone call because somebody just blocked me. And I'm gonna say this, and then we only had 3 topics, but what a live. Yes. So I just got blocked by somebody else. And before I go off and do commentary, I want to make sure why they block me. I'm gonna make a phone call first to verify to see why did they block me, and I'm gonna try to say what I gotta say before I actually go live and actually talk about it. But at least they're blocking me because of something on the YouTube video. But you know what I'm saying? Some they disagree with. I don't mess with these people. I don't rob these people. It's just some type of commentary that I said that they necessarily did not agree with. But I have been blocked, and I'm going to make a phone call to make sure. And if everything goes, if they tell me or they don't, then okay. But they did tell me in the DM that they're going to block me, and I went on their page and I were blocked. So I'm going to make a phone call, and we definitely gonna have a phone call. Now we're still working out the details with the Vegas trip. All right. It should be out soon. I gotta get on the phone with the people that's helping me plan it, but it will be in October. So I want to give the date out so y'all can already have it. So thank y'all so very much. And we will have that date out. Also, we were nominated for an award for the Boss Babe Award for YouTuber of the Year. Okay, YouTuber of the Year. We were nominated. All right, I'm gonna clap for myself. Can y'all clap, 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 clap. Boss Babe, they have an award, and we've been nominated for YouTuber of the Year. So that is our what we have been nominated for. Thank you all so very much. I want to thank the committee for nominating me. The award show actually will take place April the 30th, and the voting will start the first week in February. So once I have that information, I want you all to vote for me as much time as possible. Get your kids to vote, get your husband to vote. I want y'all to vote for me over and over and over and over and over. And this is an award that we've been nominated for. And I will be attending the award show with somebody, and we will attend it. And then if y'all want to attend, I will send y'all the information once I get it. But we officially has been nominated. This is the flyer. I think we've been nominated for 2 awards, and I'm so super excited. This would not have been possible without your work. Thank you all so very much. And I'm so happy to be nominated for a Boss Babe Award. So make sure y'all vote when it come out. Thank y'all. We might be back for another video. I can't wait. I really, really can't wait. I can't wait. Give me a second. Let me see. Okay. Give me a second. I'm live, but they can't hear you. But I just want to say right. Yeah, I'm live, but they oh, Holla, do you want them to hear you? Because I just want to make sure. I first, hold on, let me put you on speaker if they can hear you on the speaker. But this is the CEO of the Neighborhood Talk. But when Storm said that y'all did not credit him, I immediately took Storm Monroe's side and said, "Oh my God, they did not credit," because at that time he was not credited. Y'all changed it up. Now I can always change my title because you always have my number. So if any issues or problems that you have, you can just always say, "Hey Wiley, I don't like that title," and we can work on that.
No, yeah, because the thing is, how stuff can be perceived on the outside, it can look like, oh, they just took somebody's name out. But I mean, you got the other lady saying it's her audio. you go on her page, she has like hours and hours and hours of calls between her or her team, whoever, with R. Kelly. And it's like, we asked Storm, just send us the part where he says her name. I don't know. I'm just going based off what I'm listening to and what we are seeing. So in the end, we just tag all of them because, like I said, it's not that deep. Like, I understand, like, you know, you people want their credit and stuff, but we ain't over here trying to, you know.
What for me, for us YouTubers, it is that deep because this is how we feed our families, and credit means everything in this business. So when he didn't get credit, I ultimately said this is unfair because we, you know, it's hard and difficult for us Black YouTubers because during the trial, most of the coverage
you said I have your number and how I come to you. That's the same way I feel about certain people that
yes, sir.
You know, take to social media to, if you have an issue with something, you could have just said it in the DM. How when we came to you about it and we resolved it, versus you going on, I don't know, making posts to get attention when you could have just came in the DMs and we would have just answered the question. That's just my whole issue about it. But
I hear your point. I just think that, you know, Storm Monroe, he had an exclusive. He wanted to be credited. Because I knew that it was Storm Monroe.
You got two people saying that, like, this lady came very detailed in the DMs with saying, like, you know, this was hers, and even came with an additional person who I guess was on the phone. So, you know,
But the clip, and I can verify this, the clip that y'all played was Storm Monroe. That lady Natasha, she is wrong. It was not her exclusive. It was Storm Monroe, because in the clip that you played, you can hear it. It say it's the Storm show. It's identical to his show on his YouTube page, and that's what I was saying on my channel.
Right. Well, like I said, my whole thing is, why y'all just ain't take it up with the lady? Y'all.
We took, because you're the platform. Kyle, if the neighborhood, if no, sir, I can't, because if the Shade Room were to steal a story from the Neighborhood Talk and don't credit you, you would feel some type of way.
No, I would feel some type of way, but at the same time, I would handle it differently though if I knew the person. That's all I'm saying. But I hear your point. You know, at the end of the day, everybody was tagged. And I still don't know. Because the
public, when we in our entity, this is our platform. If you take an exclusive and don't credit us, our people are going to let us know. And Storm can't look like a punk, so he have to go to his audience and say, they ain't credit me. This is my exclusive. You have to let your audience know.
Handles things differently. Like I tell you all the time, I'm not that type of person. If I know you, I'm just going to say it directly to you. But everybody does things in their own way, which is fine. You know,
I hear what you're saying, but it's all about, because I also spoke up for Official King Payne when the lawsuit happened with Megan Thee Stallion. When Tory Lanez in the trial and the juror was in the elevator, it was Official King Payne exclusive. But they took it and gave it to the white media outlet and gave them credit like it was their exclusive and did not credit the Black man that saw the juror in the elevator. So it's my duty with my platform to say that. They say y'all have to credit these Black creators.
That's why I'm saying, well, in that regard, they don't know the person at the white media thing. So who you gonna go to and be like, this is mine? That's just like somebody else who we all know on YouTube, when they were at the Tory Lanez thing and they had got some footage, and then we had posted it, but we didn't know where it came from. They didn't go off or say anything. They texted me and told me, and then I helped them get the credit from the other pages as well. I actually made a message with it. So my only thing is people create. I'm not saying like him or anything, but sometimes on the outside, people might look at us like, oh, they just doing this, doing that. But just ask. We don't have a problem crediting anybody, but it is difficult sometimes trying to figure out, well, is it yours? Is it yours? Because I mean, if somebody's coming very detailed, saying that it's theirs, I'm just trying to make sure we credit the right person so we don't get a copyright.
I get you. I hear what you're saying, and the same thing. I think you were talking about Armand because I remember he called out DJ Academics on his platform. He could have DM'd him, but he called him out on his platform, which I don't mind because you have to notify your audience and let them know that I'm not being credited, and y'all go to these people because they may not see our DMs, they may not respond, but I'm going to use my platform and let people know to be credited. You've been in this business. You've been in this business for decades, and not for decades. You've been in this business for a little 1.3 million, not for decades, but you know what I said. You went to school for this. You got 1.3 million followers, and in the business as a good journalist, you have to credit your source or where you get information from, unless you got somebody a source and it's an unknown source or something like that. But if you got it from the New York Post, you got to credit that institution. That's the same respect we are required as YouTubers.
Right. I guess the issue with that one is it came off of Twitter. So it was from like a random, people pull stuff and just
Absolutely
put it on Twitter. So had it had been, let's say, if you or somebody had sent me a direct link from his page with that or hers, it would have been easy to identify. But because it was from like a random tweet and we just screen recorded the video and went from there, then it's like, okay, well, that's why in the end we just tagged everybody. Because I'm like, I don't know, to be honest, and I'm not trying to be getting no copyright, so just tag everybody.
So did you personally pull the audio? Because it's simple. When you pull the audio, you're pulling it off YouTube.
No, the audio was on Twitter.
So you're saying that audio of Storm Monroe was on Twitter, but did you hear Storm Monroe's music? Did you hear that part of that or no?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't even listen to none of this stuff.
You didn't listen? Oh, come on, Kaya. I know you didn't post it, but you represent the brand.
I was not on. I went back later on and tried to, but at the end of the day, like I'm saying, we did at the end of the day tell him to send where it says.
And I want to say this: Storm is in a chat, and Storm said this quote: "I got screenshots that Sean Davy Way and that Natasha girl was working together to lie and say that it was hers." And I'm here, and Kai, I love you. You're one of my favorite people in this media game. I can tell you 1,000% that was Storm Monroe exclusive. That was Storm. I would not lie to you.
I'm saying, like I said, it could be, listen, if it says exclusive, it says exclusive. I'm not here to say it's not. I'm just here to say we credit it. Everybody got the credit. Moving forward, I will make sure we figure out who is who so we don't have this issue again. Because I am a big person on credit. So
yeah, that's what because Storm, this is how he feed his family. This is how I feed my family. We want credit, and we have to work twice as hard because we are black outlets. You know what I'm saying? We are black outlets. And so when I saw that, I immediately went on my platform. I said, this is stealing, because technically it is, because he did not get credit. So I have to go with that narrative. And then when you block me, I'm like, whoa, Kai. And I know you got in your feelings, but I'm like, let's talk about this before the blocking so I can give you the reason of why I made the title the way I made it.
No, yeah, I mean, it's cool. Like, I'm not, it was a 2-second block.
I get you, because I'm like, oh, you block. I get you, because I know you under a lot of pressure, but I'm like, whoa. I said, but I got his number.
I don't need nobody saying that I'm not an intentional person. So it's like I'm not about to intentionally try to not give somebody something, because that's just what do I have? What do I?
But Storm Monroe said this, and y'all dragged the shade room for jacking y'all style. Come on now. That's what Storm Monroe saying in the chat.
Okay.
And I want to say this: you do not post every post on your page. That you don't. You have people that do that, but you do know anything that goes wrong, you take the blunt of it because you are the CEO.
Right. I'm just saying, in general, everybody was tagged. It's a new day.
But it's Storm Monroe exclusive. It wasn't that Natasha. She had a whole other.
Right. So
her exclusive was her. I'm telling you.
That needs to be a whole nother conversation because then she need to apologize for doing that because I don't know why people would be out here.
She did that because she's a clout. She lied. She blatantly lied. And for that woman to say, and hold on, let me tell you this. She said, I've been in the business for 20 years. Her exclusive were her and her mic talking through the entire thing. Storm Monroe, clear as day. R. Kelly did the talking. He ended the live. And you heard his tag. This is the Storm show. It's in the background. And I heard it directly on the Neighborhood Talk. Natasha, no shade to that woman. But what she did, she blatantly lied. That's what she did. I can't even take care of her. She lied.
Well, then she y'all get her on the phone and y'all grill her about why she did that. I'm just saying nobody on this team is intentionally trying to not give somebody credit. Is all I'm saying.
I understand your point. Somebody, Storm Monroe actually sent a super chat, and he said this quote: y'all made me prove myself, but took the girl's word for it. Make everyone prove themselves or do the proper research. That is what Storm Monroe said with a $20 super chat. I don't know if you want to respond to that.
I'm not responding.
Okay.
I'm not.
But I want to tell you, so Caillou, listen, you're doing a great service, but us YouTubers, we are very sensitive because y'all bloggers give credit to TikTok stars more than y'all give credit to YouTubers.
Well, I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of misconfusion because if you go on anything you take, you have to give credit or you can get a copyright. Anything that's not yours physically. So if we go on TikTok and get a video, you have to credit the person because it's their intellectual property. You might not want to, but you don't have a choice. So a lot of this stuff is just covering your ass so you don't lose your page.
Yeah, I hear your point. I was just saying this because Storm is an amazing talent, and he did not get credit, and I can back him up because I know he didn't get credit. The next time, before I do a video, Caillou, I'm gonna call you. If sometimes you ask, because I know you booked and busy, or I'm gonna send you a DM before I make a video because we do have a relationship. We do have a line of communication where I can call you. So I will do that in the future. But I got up, I saw Storm Monroe, I went to the page, he wasn't credited. I said, I gotta jump on the story. So in the future for you, I don't do this for everybody. I do it for you because I love you. I'm gonna do it because I don't want you to get mad and block me. I'm trying to be a good servant. Okay.
And tell me I'm on the air.
Okay. Yes. Yeah. And you know what? In this year, can you make a promise whenever your schedule allows that we can have a sit down interview?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I love it.
I don't got no issues with nobody. I wish
yes.
the best Storm Wiley. What's that lady name?
Her name was Natasha. She's been in the biz for 20 years. Otherwise, Storm War. And you're doing great. Like I said, you have 1.3 million followers, and with that comes with a lot because everybody's watching you.
Yeah, I'm minding my business though.
Huh?
I feel like two people be watching, but it's like I really am a chill person. I really just be wanting everybody to know that. I'm telling you, we are not helping.
Are you going to apologize? People saying, are you going to apologize to Storm Monroe? To Storm Monroe.
What is this?
I'm live on YouTube. Okay, you're not gonna apologize. Did you unblock me? Are you gonna apologize? Did you?
Apology. I think y'all have it misconstrued. Like I'm a part of something that happened. The apology needs to come from the individuals that said it was theirs.
Okay. And did you unblock me? I just want to make sure.
You just unblocked me.
Because I love your page. Like everything that you, let me be honest with you, Kyle. Everything that you do, your accomplishment. I read your articles. I read the fact that you were doing some dance. I was reading the fact when you was on this podcast. I didn't really get it because you were talking about anxiety. And I just love following your career. And I love your glow up. I just think in that particular instance, you have to really check your staff and be like, hey, when y'all get this information, make sure y'all triple check where y'all get this information because it's a reflection of me.
Right. No, moving forward.
Yes.
I mean, normally if it's something like to this degree, you can just delete the entire post in general.
I don't think you should delete the post. It's just giving credit because it was.
I'm not deleting nothing. I don't know what I'm saying. Like normally, if it got to like this degree, like not because it's already past 24 hours, but normally we wouldn't be going through all of this stuff. If we can't figure it out, we would just delete it and go on.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the nature of it, I'm not okay. But in the end, I just went back to the post. The age of I went back. She took the other girl's name out. It's Thorn. So that was the lady not even talking.
Okay. And then if you need me to be an advisor to help you be a fact checker, you can put me on your salary.
No, we are pretty good. I mean, I will show you where the tree came from. But
yeah, please show it. Please show it to me. I need to see that. Please show it to me because I want. Yeah, please.
I'm thinking, why was she like? I don't know why this lady would make it up.
Yes.
And then it's like, I don't know why she would. So it's like, then you just left in the middle. You're like, well, she would lie.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you. That was the CEO of the Neighborhood Talk, and he responded to what happened with Storm Monroe. He said he has been credited as of right now. Thank you. I don't want to hold you because I know you're busy. Anything else you want to share?
I don't know. I'm sure everybody's too doing that. I'm on my phone, so I don't know. I'm trying to get a drag in the comments.
Okay.
Am I getting dragged?
Well, yeah. You can if you want to come on StreamYard and come on camera, you can. Thank you, thank you. No problem. Love you, brother. Bye-bye. Oh man. Okay, that was Caillou from the Neighborhood Talk. Storm Monroe came on the show, and I want to let Storm know I don't care how shady I am with Storm on this show. But when I feel somebody ain't getting credit, whether you King Payne or whomever, I'm going to speak up because Storm Monroe is my brother. And he is in this business that I'm in. So if he's not getting credit and I go and research and I see he did not get credit and I know that was his exclusive and I hear his saying in the back, I'm going to defend him. Now, we're not going to always see eye to eye, no pun intended. We're not going to always agree, but when right is right, wrong is wrong. And what Brother Kyle have to understand, you represent a media outlet that got 1.3 million readers. So with that, credit means a lot for us YouTube because that is our intellectual property. The same way that they credit TikTokers is the same thing we are requiring as to credit the YouTubers. All right. I even did the same thing for Official King Payne, despite him did a 55-part series about surviving Wiley. When he had an exclusive of that juror in the elevator with Tory Lanez, I immediately said, Shade Room, Neighborhood Talk, all of these entities need to credit the Official King Payne because that exclusive was on the Official King Payne YouTube page with one of his listeners talking faces. All right? Okay? Now, they saying that I'm not blocked from the YouTube page. Okay, I'm going to try again. Maybe it was a glitch. I'll try again. But despite of me being blocked or not blocked, we still follow each other on Instagram. If I feel like that brother is not getting credit, I'm going to speak up. And not only for him, but for anybody. The same way Armand spoke up about DJ Academics, I'm speaking out for making sure that Storm Monroe get the credit from the neighborhood talk. Okay? All right? Was it right for Natasha that been in the business for 20 years to lie and say that that was her exclusive? No, it was a lie. And she shouldn't have did that. And for a sister that been in radio for 20 years, I can understand why you ain't in radio. You on your YouTube channel like everybody else, and you got to do an Instagram show. I can see why you ain't in radio. I won't want a liar that take people credit and try to lie and say it's your credit. You could just be fine in your bedroom, and that's probably why you ain't on the Breakfast Club. I'm just saying. All right? You want my respect. Don't try to take my credit, how I feed my family, and say it was yours when you know doggone well it wasn't your exclusive. Okay? All right? You've been in this business for 20 years. You claim. And you reaching out saying that wasn't your exclusive, honey. Don't allow Sean Davy Way to get and to lie to you because he jealous of Storm Monroe. Okay? Don't allow that. Don't do that. You got your exclusive with R. Kelly, but don't try to step on Storm Monroe exclusive. Because that brother worked hard for what he had. Now, do I agree on how he handled it with the 15 minutes? I think he should ask questions. But nevertheless, he got R. Kelly a Grammy Award winner on his show. He's a predator. We do know that. We don't have to say allegedly because he's in federal prison. But that was his exclusive. In the exclusive, it said, this is the Storm show. Right? And he got straight to the point, and his exclusive got more views than the lady that been in radio for 20 years. No shade. Numbers are numbers. Numbers are numbers. All right? And I don't care when people say people don't respect me. Who gives a darn? But I'm always going to speak up for what is right. He blocked me. He felt guilty that he blocked me, and we called him out. We will continue to use our platform to speak truth to power. We're going to continue to do it. I'm not going to stop speaking truth to power. I told you. We're going to speak truth to power. I don't care if nobody else come out and defend me, but my people, my audience will do so. Anytime somebody mention my name in another video, immediately somebody email me about it. So my people they got my back, and I respect that. But if I feel that somebody in this business are not being credited, I'm going to speak up. Just like the same person that with the 82, when he lost his monetization, I didn't laugh. I learned from that experience. And not only that, I prayed for that brother, and I also brought that brother on the platform, and that brother was able to continue with his monetization. All right? Didn't laugh at him, didn't throw no shade at him, because that is how he feed his family, because that could have happened to any of us. All right? And I immediately said, AT2, come on the Wiley show. And we brought him on the Wiley show, and we talked about it. All right? And what Brother Caillou from the Neighborhood Talk, he's going to have to learn that you're going to have criticism. You are attractive, but you in the business of criticizing folks. So when you do something wrong, people are going to criticize you. Okay. Okay. Storm wrote another 1999 super chat, and he said, I found out that R. Kelly really don't even really know them like that. They just happen to all be from Chicago. Yes, R. Kelly have a narrative. He want people to hear him about the DPD officer. The man is in prison for decades. So all he got is time. He gonna want to talk to whomever. When you in prison, you going to write folks. You want to talk to folks. You want people to put money on your books. So all he got is time. He ain't going nowhere. So of course he'll call whomever will listen. He's gonna keep calling. He ain't got nowhere to go. He's in prison. All he got is time. He ain't got too many girlfriends that he can talk to because most of them have left him. So he need people to put money on his books. He need people to hear his side. He need people to rally behind for his appeal. All of that, whatever stick it is. But he's painting a false narrative because Tasha K ain't the reason why you in prison. You in prison because the federal prosecutors and the jury of your peers found you guilty of running a criminal enterprise. Have nothing to deal with Tasha K. Tasha K wrote emails, nothing about the trial, one witness intimidation, one none of that. You broke the law because you stuck your grown peen in young women. And you made them young women eat your number two, as we can say. You made people do that. So you can't blame Tasha K and a DPD officer. You did that, sir. You continue to deal with young women. You continue to get involved with young women instead of dealing with women of your own age. You did that. You did the crime. You must do the time. So continue to call Storm. Continue to call the lady with the wig that been in the business for 20 plus years. Continue to call all of these people. Who gives a darn? But I'm going to continue to say you are guilty, guilty, guilty. All right? So you can call in and speak to Storm 55,000 times. You ain't going to change my mindset of how you was. Because for years, you have been showing up to Hyde Park High School, talking to young teenage girls, and you got away with it. And instead of you stop that behavior once you got off the first time, you continue to deal with that predatory behavior. You are a predator. When you get out of prison, you will be close to 90 years old. That appeal ain't going nowhere. You gonna be in federal prison. All right? Same thing with Tory Lanez. He not no predator. He just like to shoot folks. He fired his attorney. And now he hired a new attorney. And his new attorney is going to be, who is his new attorney? His new attorney that he hired. He fired his attorney, and his new attorney is going to be Suge Knight, former attorney. I don't care who you are. Guilty. All right. Kaylan Walker. Kaylan Walker came on the show. He was a celebrity at that time, was one of the most popular celebrities I ever had on my Wiley show to date because he was in the show in Superfly. Called into the show. I didn't sing that man praises. I didn't kiss that man butt. I believe those victims. I believe that he was guilty. And I told that brother, I said, if it come out that you're innocent, I apologize. But bro, you guilty. You going to prison. Oh man, I'm black. I'm a black man. It can happen to you. I said, bro, you did that. And he's sitting in prison today. All right. But he called into the Wiley show. We sent that exclusive to all the blogs. None of them picked it up. Not one blog site picked up Kaylan Walker on my show. Not one of them picked it up. But I'm okay because I can still talk to my audience here in the chat. So congratulations to Storm Monroe for getting the exclusive. Congratulations to Natasha that been in the business for 20 years for getting an exclusive. I don't want to call her lying Tasha. With so many Tashas that be lying. So she need to clean that up. Don't get involved with Sean Davy Way and try to manipulate and all of that and lie. All right, don't do. Oh, he followed me back. Kyle, you follow me back, you guys. Don't do that because I don't want to call you lying wig. I don't want to do that. I don't want to call you lying wig. You're coming there with all that wig and you lie. Don't do that. You've been in this business for 20 years. Don't start that lie. And try to steal somebody's trying to steal somebody exclusive. Don't do that. Because Sean Davy Way wouldn't like nobody stealing his exclusive. He wouldn't like that. Sean Davy Way wanted R. Kelly to call him, but he didn't call Sean Davy Way. So that's how that happened. All right. Give me a second here. Kiki?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you back? Okay, you're back. We've been on here for 5 hours.
I do long strings all the time.
Yes,
I know how it is.
Thank you so very much. You're back. So you wanted to respond about the show. We're going to give it about a few more minutes. Kiki, you're back. And you wrote a DM. And
no, I just sent you a screenshot of something that just came to my inbox from somebody hiding behind a fake account.
Okay.
You know, calling me all out my name and everything. So
wow.
I just was letting you know what type of some of the riffraff that has been attracted to our conversation.
Wow. But that's the public. The public always have things to say.
Mm-hmm.
But you came on and you said what you said. And we're not going to always agree. I can't wait till you come on camera. I would love to bring you on my show more times because, again, whether I agree with you or not, you stand on what you believe in.
Well, beyond that, as much as we talk about protecting Black women and that whole conversation, nobody don't hold up white supremacy like Black people. Now, I'm sitting here telling you all I have a bachelor's degree in media management from the Scripps Howard School of Journalism and Communications. Tony Brown of Tony Brown's Journal was my dean. I have a master's degree.
Oh, master's.
It's in professional counseling. Okay, with thousands of hours of counseling. Yes. I have provided free mental health for people. I have helped gone down to the women's shelter and taught women basic skills, basic living and life skills, and helped them transition into the workforce. I have helped several Black males and female get into college, help them with their acceptance letters, and help them to go down to the Black College Expo and all the people that were not my children when I did not have to. There's a difference between just talking to somebody in their opinion and them having a qualified opinion. I am a doctoral candidate.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I am working on a dissertation, and I was born in 1984. I just don't look like it. Now, when I was coming up, we would understand and qualify and understand who it is that we're talking to, and we would have appreciation for that because you might, even though you don't think you agree with somebody, they might point you in the right direction where you can gain more information. I'm not here to argue with you all about what y'all believe and don't believe. You have your own brain, and I'm hoping you believe what you want to believe. Not when people are forcing you to believe.
I want to say this point for you giving your point across, and there you go. Thank you. But thank you, Kiki, for giving us point. I definitely got to bring you back on because you talked about a lot. So whenever your schedule permits, I
come here's the thing now, because to me, Meg Thee Stallion, if I was hiring an assistant, I would not hire that girl to watch my child or my pet while I was away. So now, if I'm talking to a group of people who feel like that woman deserves respect, but I'm supposed to be getting called up out my name with the work that I have been putting in by myself,
right?
I'm not tolerating that because, quite frankly, unless you do have a doctorate, you're not even qualified to check me. I'm not even qualified to help me do my homework.
Right.
So it's like now people get used to having these just flippant conversations, and everybody all of a sudden is entitled to an opinion, but everybody's opinion is not qualified. I consider this a public service to try to wake people up and let them know that the
Yes,
main people that you are defending and supporting, those are the ones who get paid off your downfall. Ain't nobody paying me to have these conversations. This is not my livelihood.
yes, ma'am. But we thank
And
you.
I'm at home for the ones who was worried about it.
Thank
I'm
you.
using my education and my free time to raise my daughter so she don't grow up and be like Meg Thee Stallion. And on that, y'all go up and have you a nice Sunday afternoon. All right.
Thank you so very much, Kiki.
Mhm.
Bye bye. And so that's just how that goes. And so if Storm is still listening, y'all can send this to Storm. We would love to have a conversation with Storm. We love our brothers. We love them all that come on the Wiley show. And my audience was here. Caillou did follow us back on Instagram. We was live. I did text Brother Caillou, and I called him because he texted me back, and I said, "Hey, I'm live." And if you all did not get to hear about it, my apologies, because usually this speaker on this phone is trash. So I'm going to get me a new phone in a couple of days. I'm gonna get me a new iPhone because this iPhone speaker, I had this iPhone for a while. It's paid off. It's been paid off, but it's time for an upgrade. All right, it's 2023. I need to upgrade on the cell phone. Okay, I need to upgrade on the cell phone. Why does May have to do anything? Clearly, she was okay. I have to upgrade on the cell phone. Not call, follow you back. Still not apologize to Storm. We asked him to apologize. Storm is not telling the truth. R. Kelly says after the word Storm does not make sense to get Storm actually interviewed R. Kelly over talking Wiley, being rude, how have all these degrees. Okay, we have somebody backstage. And then also, if y'all want to invite Caillou, tell him to hit the link. Y'all can hear him loud and clear. Kelly?
Hey, Storm. Lord have mercy. Hey, Wiley, how you doing?
Yes, welcome, Kelly.
The only comment that I have, Wiley, about the whole Storm acknowledgement debacle, Storm may get just what he asking for. And what I mean by that,
yes, ma'am.
How Storm go off on black women and talk to women like he did that woman the other night. When they give him the recognition he want, he better be ready for it because it's coming. Like you want to be praised for the good now, you're gonna be praised for the bad. So you gotta watch what you ask for because they coming.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? But anyway, you look great on this Sunday, Wiley.
Thank you. And I want to say this, it's all about credit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And we invited Sister Natasha on the show. And we invited her on the show. She have not responded. We would love to talk to her. She's been in the business for 20 years. And we called the neighborhood talk out. And Kyle immediately reached out and said, I'm going to block you.
Wow.
And he blocked me. And I didn't even say nothing about really saying names about the block yet. But I texted him and said, what's going on? Why is this? Let's talk about this. Just get an understanding. But, people are easily to block the Wiley show, which is fine because I'm not in the business to get Instagram followers from other bloggers. I'm in the business to get followers from our audience, right, and others.
Right.
So it does not surprise me that I had got a 15-minute block because I'm in the business of applying pressure to those in power and to make sure us upcoming talent are getting the credit that we deserve. Now, this is just a Instagram blogger, but you're gonna see politicians gonna block me. You're gonna see them make nasty tweets because I'm gonna call them out as well.
Right.
So I'm in the business of using my platform and to entertain, educate, and agitate. That is what
right.
I'm in the business of doing. So when Storm came out and I found out the information that they did not give him credit, I immediately called the neighborhood talk out.
My thing about it is, Wiley, you got thick skin. It's a lot of credit you should get to me. And people say what they want to say about you, but your platform, the information that you give us, whether it's politics, entertainment, anything, you do it and you do it with thick skin. You know, Storm got to get thick skin. And you can't sit up there and hold on, this my shit. Like a kid, bro. You like a kid. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and just like I said, the acknowledgement you want for the good, you better get ready for the bad because you done talked a lot of stuff, a lot of crap about these people not acknowledge you. So now you better get ready. Cause on site dirty.
Yeah,
Cows can be dirty too, you know. How he
and
got on there and did Jaguar right, you know, a lot of people lost a lot of respect for Storm. Because you don't have that same kind of smoke with Armand. You were like a mere mouse with Armand. You know what I'm saying, Wiley?
I think that because we represent the slow kids and I represent that brand very strongly, they feel as though they can talk to the slow kid. Yeah, have you ever been in high school? They talk to the slow kids all type of way. The popular kids, they talk to the slow kid any kind of way. I'm the type of slow kid. I'm in the slow class, but I got some sense. But I love the slow kid because that's all I do. I got me some good sense. I can have a professional conversation with the slow kid. So
Right.
I represent that brand, and they could just block me anytime, any way they want to block. They can talk
So
any kind of way, but I'm always going to defend and say what I have to say because I accumulated a platform and some type of power where I can talk to my audience. You know what I'm saying? But if I was any other entity, whether it's Armand, Lovely T, or others, I don't think they will give them that ultimate disrespect. No.
my thing about it though, Wiley, my point is that you got thick skin though.
I absolutely have
You
thick
see
skin.
what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
You have to
Like
have thick skin in this business.
you got a coat of armor on. You don't be
Yeah,
standing
'cause
up, they block you. You come over there and talk about 'em like a dog the next day. You know?
you know what I'm saying? Like when Caillou blocked me, I didn't take it a personal because
Right.
it is you have a right to block. I've been blocked by Jason Lee, Lovely T, Nika Knight, Armand Wiggins, Sean Davy Way, Mikhail, Kevin. He recently unblocked me. Roland Martin, about a year and a half ago, recently unblocked me. I'm blocked by K. Michelle, blocked by Milan Christopher, blocked by Bobby Lights. So I've been blocked, and that does not bother me. But
Right.
people, they still know who I am.
That's all that matters. They know your name.
Yes.
That's all that matters. And my thing about it is with Stone, you know, you up there jumping around, hollering, acting like a damn fool. You got your credit, bro. You got your credit. You got an R. Kelly exclusive. Can nobody make me mad, Wiley? I wouldn't even acknowledge that. I would have went on to the next topic, the next story. I want to make now another video saying, well, this blogger didn't recognize me. This blogger didn't say anything. I wouldn't have gave them the satisfaction. Official T-Pain over there got content off him over there acting like a fool. You know what I'm saying? People making content off you, bro. Calm down. You know, get Wiley skin. Get the coat of Wiley. That's all I'm saying. You know, because I'm telling you, when they come, now you watch and see. When they come in storm, they come. They're gonna do the good, bad, and ugly. He gonna get just what he asked for.
All right. But we thank you so very. I love you, Miss Kelly. It seems like you're not at work because it seems like your background is I think.
Wiley, we got off. Wiley, we been off the weekend. I'm so glad. Wiley, you know, Lord have mercy.
I
I
don't
don't know
blame
how
you.
to act. I'm so
I don't
glad.
blame
We
you,
been
Miss
running them
Kelly.
7 days, them 6 days,
Yes.
man. I'm so glad. Yeah, I'm at home. Eat me some turkey necks and broccoli, rice, and cornbread.
Yes, Miss Kelly. Thank you
Yeah,
so very
so
much, Miss Kelly, for calling in.
all right, Wiley. I'm
Thank
still
you.
watching you.
Love you.
All right, love you
Okay,
too.
bye
Bye
bye.
bye.
Y WHY.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Wiley.
Yes.
Okay, so that super chat, and while we thank him for the super chat, uh, he meaning Storm, mentioned that throwing shade on Natasha and her producer, saying that R. Kelly didn't know them, right? I think that's what he said.
That's
Uh-huh.
what he said. Uh-huh.
Well, here's the thing. R. Kelly doesn't know you. So I was like perusing the YouTube streets, and I saw a post from Levi for Kelly, and you can go to that post. and he credits himself for getting the interview for Storm. Now, the interesting thing about this guy, Levi for Kelly, is that he says that he is R. Kelly's cousin. Okay.
Is he on
And
Instagram? What's the name again? Is he on Instagram? Can you spell it?
Wiley, go to YouTube, and
Okay.
we're gonna do Levi,
Uh,
okay, and then we're
oh, for
gonna do the
Kelly.
number 4, and we're
Okay.
gonna just we're gonna peruse over to his community tab, okay.
Okay, I'm on his community
Um,
tab.
okay, and so you will see that the guy who is saying that he is R. Kelly's cousin, who also said that R. Kelly, that he's got confidential information that R. Kelly will be out in
He said this Storm. He said,
2022.
yeah, he said Storm interview with my cousin is heading towards 100,000 views in only 2 days. Men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. Just remember, Levi was raised up top. My cousin is the king of R&B, so I have to hook him up with someone who is up top when it comes to interviewing with someone with a large YouTube audience. Everybody by Levi is big, ladies. Remember, I wear 16 shoe. He also said, happy birthday, Cuzzo. Trust me, you're coming home.
Mm-hmm. So, uh, there have been R. Kelly's brother has spoke out about this guy, and this is an interview that was done a year ago from Choke No Joke, and you can look that up too. And he basically has said he does not know this guy. Okay. The
Wow.
interesting piece about Levi is that he sounds similar to his cousin.
Wow.
Okay. His so called cousin. And he can also sing. And so I just wanted to bring that to
Mhm.
your attention. And the other thing I wanted to bring to your attention is the fact that Storm says that he has been working on this for 2 years. Now, if my math is mathing, he was with Tasha K during that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what was Tasha K trying to do? She was trying to put him in the jail.
Mhm.
Okay. And so one would have to ask, what was Storm doing as her mentee? Since he said that he had been working on getting what? Because your mentor was working on getting him locked up. So one would have to question, what exactly were you doing for those 2 years? Were you working against Tasha, or were you working in conjunction with Tasha regarding those emails? Now, I'm just saying that, the reason that there's always question around what Storm does is because there's always some sort of white lie in between what he does. And the thing about it is that you have someone who is claiming to be R. Kelly's cousin and has been asked to his brother, well, who is Levi? Even Choke No Joke has had him on his show and asked him, well, what is his father's name? And it's crickets. So we trying to figure out 2 years under Tasha. Okay. You said you've been working on an interview for 2 years. What exactly were you working on? And you can you can do what you did to the other lady, cuss me out, do this, do that. But the fact still remains, these are your words.
Right.
And the other part is, one thing is, okay, not Star. Storm has also said, well, I just let R. Kelly talk. The difference between Natasha's producer's interview, is that they asked questions. Okay, they conducted an interview. While they may have let R. Kelly speak, They still conducted an interview. And there's no reason to shade somebody that you don't know, because frankly, they did not shade you. They just spoke facts about what their audio was. And the fact that you sipping tea saying that somebody don't know somebody, well, they don't know you either. And now that Levi for Kelly is connected to this, there's more questions that one may have. And what were you doing to Tasha during those 2 years? Okay, Wiley, that's it.
Wow. Thank you so very much. I was more so thinking about that, Storm needed his credit because the neighborhood talk did not credit him, and they finally got the credit right. According to Kyle, he said Natasha said it was her exclusive, and in reality, it was not. It was actually Storm. But thank you for giving that point of view. But that's what made Kyle called in, and he blocked me. He unblocked me.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of the other things is that, while it's respectable to have 200K followers, but the problem in this situation is, number one, Kyle did not believe him initially. So you may have, you may boast and compare yourself to Natasha's subscriber count, but the fact is that she was able, for maybe a split second, to gain the trust of Kyle, who does not know her, but somehow she came with more influence and power and credibility than you, because he switched those names. And it wasn't until you made 1, 2, however, 3, however many videos and cried about it. But keep in mind, that's just one post. You got to deal with Kyle for years if you plan on being in this game. And the fact is that messing up a relationship or trying to call Kyle out or hiding behind being passive aggressive on your show and this and that, and getting your subscribers to windmill for you in Kyle's comments and I mean, the thing is, you still got to deal with him. And the fact is that he still didn't believe you initially. So 200,000 really, unfortunately, is not giving you influence over somebody who has less than 5,000. And that's it.
And but this is the thing where I have to say it's all about, giving credit. And I didn't like that Storm was not giving credit. And I did not like if, for Sean Davy Wade to go to Natasha and lie and say it was her exclusive. It wasn't. It was Storm Monroe exclusive. I came out when the information first dropped, when Storm had the exclusive. People kept saying, and I can tell when people are not using their critical thinking skills, they said Storm stole her exclusive. That's not the truth. Storm had his own exclusive with R. Kelly. Storm had his own exclusive with Natasha. Storm exclusives got more views than Natasha. Storm got more subscribers and all of that. He got more recognition, and that's what happened. So I stand on it. It was a narrative because Sean Davy Wade used his platform to paint out a lie and say that Storm did not have that exclusive. Storm stole the exclusive from Natasha, stole that, and that's not the truth. Storm did not steal the exclusive. Sean Davy Wade have to understand that in this business, you have to have integrity. You cannot say that he stole her exclusive. Storm Monroe had an exclusive on his show, and R. Kelly came on Storm's show. Storm had more views. The Neighborhood Talk took Storm exclusive and tried to say it was Natasha exclusive, and that was not her exclusive. It was Storm Monroe exclusive. So facts are facts, facts are facts. And it was a misservice for the Neighborhood Talk CEO, Mr. Kyle, allow other people to take it off Twitter and not do their due diligence of research. Because again, I understand on these blogs, you want to post, be the first one to post to get the news, but you must post correctly, especially if you having millions of followers. You are held to that same standard of the New York Post, BET, all the mainstream media. You're held to that standard because you are mainstream media. So you're held up to that same standard. So when you make a mistake, apologize, fix it, and keep it moving. All right. We got another sister that's back on backstage. Hold on one second. I'm going to drop the link. I don't mind you coming on. I don't mind speaking to Sean Davy Way. I think he sent me a DM. He wanted me. I said he can come on the Wiley show because I don't do other platforms. If you want to talk and cuss me out, not that you can do that over here on the Wiley show, and we could definitely have a conversation over here on the Wiley show where it's public. I don't go on no third platform, but I don't get paid. If you notice, I rarely go over there on station. If I do, I talk a little bit. Most of the time, I'm playing a little music, but I'm mainly doing the talking where I get paid. Okay, that's what mainly I do. I mainly do that where I get paid. And we do that talking. I don't mind going on set, but mainly I go and play music. But most of the time, I'm over there where I'm getting paid and where I'm definitely getting a stream. Okay. Let me drop the link if y'all got something to say. Storm, he know we live. Somebody said, did you drop the link for Storm? I sent link to Storm. He's more than welcome to hit the link. Yes, Natasha, she posted her recording first, and Storm posted his. So Storm had an exclusive as well. It is what it is. He did not steal it from Natasha because the same person that got in contact with Natasha was the same person probably got in contact with Storm. Either way, R. Kelly called Natasha producer, and he also called Storm not once, but twice. And I think he called Natasha a couple of times. Why? Sister?
Hold on. Let me take you off speaker.
Okay. And so that's just how that happened. Can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So here's what I'm saying too. Okay, you are mentioning, Sean and everything, and that's between y'all two. I'm not gonna speak on that. But and it just kind of goes back to what Kelly was saying. If I know that my exclusive is solid, then I would not make 3 and 4 videos outside of the exclusive explaining the exclusive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like the interview should have spoke for itself. Instead of they're discrediting me and they're doing this and they're doing that. Like, why are you crying to your subscribers if you're not trying to start nothing? And so that's what I'm saying. And Storm does not have that same smoke for, and I am going to mention him this time, for Sean. He don't have that same smoke. So my thing, but he'll get up on his platform and yell at the top of his lungs over an interview that is supposed to be a real interview. Like, and that's what I'm saying. It leaves too many questions, too many, things like, okay, is it really your interview? Do you believe it's your interview? Because if you did, you would have been sitting pretty on your chair talking about other content instead of doing content on top of your content. Like, it makes no sense to me. But anyway, Riley.
Well, I think that, when you are in the seat as a content creator and you feel as though people are not crediting you and they did, it's a narrative out there, you will use your platform for clicks and views. Again, he's getting clicks and views, and that's what he's doing on his channel. And people are doing that to get clout and to get clout off Brother Storm's name. And Storm say, hey, I had this exclusive. I'm going to explain to you what happened. I'm going to respond to the people that reviewed my interview, and I'm going to respond to it. I think he released a video saying I'm going to respond to the haters. So I don't see a problem with that. I think that if you have a video, if you have an exclusive, you want to release an exclusive, if you want to tell us about the people that's reviewing it, it just bring more viewership to your channel because it just drives you an algorithm, and people that's in the seat of us as a content creator understand that tactic that a lot of YouTubers are using. I used it, and Storm is using it as well.
Yeah, and I understand as far as the clicks and views are concerned, and the multiple videos and keeping the situation going just for clout and so forth, and then re-explaining what you just explained. But my thing is that there's no need to knock Natasha. If you don't know her, there should be nothing for you to say about her, because on record there's nothing she has said about him. All she has done is said something about her producer's interview. And so my thing is that if you are not insecure, if you feel, if you are confident enough on what you bring to the table, then why knock somebody else? And that's my thing.
I think that, you know, where this thing with Natasha, she played a dirty game because Caillou said that Natasha reached out to me and said it was her exclusive.
Yes, I
Blatantly,
saw the screenshot.
and so that is immediately wrong to say, because that's a lie, and that need to be called out. So
Wait a minute. What's a lie?
So if you're saying, because Natasha reached out to Kyle and said this is my exclusive, blatantly lied to brother Kyle, because if you listen to that exclusive, that is directly off of Storm page, and it even got Storm music in the background. Direct.
Right. I think that there is a miscommunication, because I actually saw the communication between Kyle and Natasha. Natasha provided her video.
Right.
Kyle did not post her video. So what she did was she said such and such, and here is my exclusive. You see what I'm saying? So Kyle did not go back and edit that post to remove the Storm's audio and replace it with Natasha. She basically provided him with everything he needed for that post. And again,
yeah, and so, you know, it was, and we want to verify and make sure it was Storm.
Yeah, I can go back and get that screenshot.
Okay, it was Storm Monroe exclusive, and I've heard it on YouTube, and before I went live, I made sure I put it out there on the exclusive. Storm responded and said, nope, she showed him that my exclusive was hers. When I provided proof otherwise, it was corrected. That is what Storm said right then and there.
Okay, I have to look at the screenshot again, but
yeah, because that's not an exception, because Kyle said Natasha said it was her exclusive, and I said no, that lady
sent the link. She sent I saw the link in her DM where it showed that she sent the actual footage. I mean, the actual audio. So
and Storm Monroe said, quote, I got the DMs from the neighborhood talk saying it themselves.
Well, that's what I was looking at, what Kyle sent. But anyway, my thing is that, again, I stand on what I said. You know,
and Storm, and I want to read this. And Storm said, I sent my footage as well, which is why it got corrected. Why? And then I'm gonna go to the next person. Go ahead. Why?
Right. Yeah, he's posted probably 10 posts since then. But yeah, it's way down in there. But anyways, Wiley, again, you said you got somebody else. That's fine.
Yes, ma'am. And you can always call back. I'm gonna bring. Let me see what this person had to say, and
okay,
you can call back, or you can just stay backstage. Hey, Locks, is that your name?
Goldilocks. Hey, Wiley, how you doing?
Welcome.
Well, I was calling just to say I'm not understanding what people aren't understanding, that Storm did what a creator is supposed to do. If you put your time, your dedication into something, you want credit for it. That's just like if you're at work, and if you're working and you do a job at work, you want the credit for what you did. You're not going to want no coworker to take your credit. So I'm not really understanding, why are we coming at Storm for doing what he's supposed to do? He brought us content. The same way you bring us content, we want the content. So what's the big problem?
Absolutely. And I think that because Sean David Wade led that charge and said Storm stole an exclusive, that's not correct of what Sean David Wade did. He's told a lie. Storm had an exclusive with R. Kelly. Natasha had her exclusive. How the neighborhood talk got involved in this, they posted Storm exclusive and credit the wrong creator. They credit Natasha and not Storm. And then I got involved because I saw the video I went live on yesterday. I said that the neighborhood talk stole Storm Monroe exclusive. Kyle reached out to me and blocked me and said he didn't agree. He immediately blocked me. We text Kyle and we called him on the air and he blocked me and he said, quote, I am not going to apologize to Storm Monroe.
Well, I think that's crazy. I just feel like give props when props is due. The man did his job. Regardless of what everyone is saying, they're talking about how Storm dragged Jag. I'm gonna be honest. I feel like Jag needed. Don't nobody talk about Jag when she come up here and she ripped and run everybody through these YouTube streets without a problem. Regardless, a black woman this, a black woman that. I'm a black woman, but my whole thing is you have to separate that from the content that you are giving. While you done said some crazy stuff about white women this, white women that, that never stopped anyone from watching you, enjoying your content. So what's the whole big point about Storm doing what he did? I don't see what the problem. Sean is messy as hell. I'm sorry, messy. I didn't mean to curse Wiley. But I feel like Sean is messy. And as Natasha, for her to be in this industry for over 20 years, this is not even something she should have touched. And I saw bits and pieces of her interview with another creator. I'm just going to say her name. I'm not too sure if you're comfortable with me saying her name. But okay, with Tasha K. I've seen a little piece of it, but she was saying, well, I've been in this for 20 years and I wasn't trying to go to YouTube. But I mean, if you're trying to come to YouTube, how everything is set up, I feel like for you to be a professional, to be in the industry that long, that's not even something that you should have even got into it. You should have let everybody handle that on YouTube and you should have just left it at that. If they said it was the credit, okay. If you have other interviews, just come out and show us more heat and prove yourself in the YouTube street. Me personally, that's how I feel.
And that's how I feel about it, because just like with the whole thing with Sean David Wade fans, I tell them all the time, I say, I'm media. I go everywhere. Whether you're good, you talk about me. Whether bad, talk about. I got to hear what's going on so I can report back onto the show. And what Sean David Wade did was a lie. He got mad at Storm because Storm had the exclusive, and he was mad he didn't get the exclusive.
Absolutely. And I think that's why, honestly, that Sean, King Pay, I feel like none of them like Storm like that. I feel like Storm is a threat to them. Storm is just not coming on YouTube just talking about the mess. If you are a real Storm chaser, which I am, you will see the content. With me being a part of his I forgot what it's called, but just his being a part of his chat, I get to see the other side of Storm. I love his conspiracy. It's just, I feel like Storm is well-rounded. So it's just not messiness. And I feel like they know that they cannot come to YouTube with those type of topics and entertain the people and get everyone into it. Yeah. And that may be a threat as well.
And when Sean David Wade came out with that blank lie, I'm using my platform to say it was a lie. And he put the narrative out there. Natasha took that and was, oh, yeah, he did take one. No, he did not, sus. The producer, R. Kelly, talked to your producer, and R. Kelly talked to Storm. And I'm hearing that R. Kelly going to be talking to other content creators as well. He's going to talk to whomever is going to answer that phone and run out them charges, because he have a narrative because the brother is in prison. He's fighting to get out of prison. And he's trying to change the court of public opinion because he's still got this delusion that he's innocent. In his sick, twisted mind, he's innocent.
And I have to give you that. At this point, this man is in a cell. Who did he have in this corner at this point?
Absolutely.
So he's going to entertain anyone at this point. It's like, okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if everyone in the YouTube streets that we all listen to have some type of exclusive with R. Kelly. And at the point it's going to just start being the same stories over and over again. At the bottom line, we know what you did. But my whole thing is just give Storm his credit. Like just
Absolutely.
dragging him. Like he did the work. So give the man his credit for doing his work. And that's it. I don't see what's the point of us going back and forth about it, if you want to be honest.
Absolutely. And that's why Storm have to come out and defend himself. And he's using his platform to say, hey, this is how I got this exclusive. I'm not going to give you my source. I got this exclusive this way because you never tell your source. And Storm made a mistake before because he posted that he was interviewing the neighbor, didn't interview the neighbor. The neighbor people reached out to me and we actually interviewed the neighbor.
I remember.
Interview ever since, right? So in this business, and so people were accusing me, Wiley stole Storm exclusive. Wiley stole Storm exclusive. I get it. I didn't care. I got the views and whatever. And also we had an artist, an R&B artist on our show, Angel Sessions. Storm Monroe interviewed Angel Sessions, but Angel Sessions reached out to me, and then people said, Wiley stole another exclusive Storm. Wiley stole another exclusive. So that's what the public is going to say because they don't understand that an artist can go to multiple platforms. When an artist got a new album to release, they go to the neighborhood, they go to the Breakfast Club, Hot 97, Wendy Williams, Sherry Shepherd, Jennifer Hudson, and I never hear, oh girl, you stole Sherry Shepherd. No, like you have something that you want to do, and you want to have something that you want to present, so you're going to go on different entities. But on YouTube is the crab in a barrel. We automatically say you stole. No, if you got an exclusive, if you got an exclusive, you can go to Storm, you can go to Wiley, you go to whomever. It's their right. And so when they come on Storm Monroe's channel, yes, Storm can say exclusive because it's exclusive to his audience, because most of his audience don't listen to Natasha. So you understand what I'm saying? So it's an exclusive to them because that's the first time they heard that information.
That is true because I never heard of Natasha until honestly the whole situation with Storm. I'm just strolling. I'm at work trying to find something to listen to, and I seen that. So I'm like, okay, it caught my attention. But honestly, I'm just going to be 100. I don't really listen to Tasha K like that anymore. So it's like it caught my attention for a second. Then somebody else went live and I went over. So I never finished listening to the interview. But without Tasha K doing that interview with Natasha, I wouldn't have known. Because honestly, when I just was listening to, I thought it was Wendy Williams. So when I looked at it, I was like, oh, okay, I see where we at. But other than that, I just hate how everyone be dragging Storm. Storm just seems like a nice guy. He may have his stuff. I think we all do. But he does his job. When he come to YouTube, he deliver us the content, any type of content. So in this even times I reached out to Storm. I'm like, can you cover this? Can you cover that? And Storm have done it. So if he's doing his job as a providing us with the content, just give the man his credit and let that be it. That's all I really have to say, Wiley. Oh, no, I don't. I lied. I do have one more thing to say.
Oh, go ahead.
I think personally they are threatened by you and Storm. And as a Wiley, I've been watching you for the longest time from when you were sitting in a car on your phone. And I love your content. And I feel like they see the growth. They see how your channel is coming along and they hate that. So honestly, the hate train that Storm have now, I feel like they're going to try to pass that to you as well. But I just want to give you your flowers. I really appreciate you coming on, giving us the content. And I really love your long lives because it really gets me through work. But I really do. And I definitely want to thank you. And I just wish you nothing but the best for 2023 as a good health as well as wise. And I hope you have a great Sunday.
Thank you so very much, ma'am.
All right. Bye.
Switch gears and we got another sister backstage and she got something to say. Why?
Yeah, I was just going to say that in regards to his source, Levi for Kelly has already stated that, that he was the one who hooked up the interview for Storm. And in addition to that, I think that what is questionable, and I think that Natasha's team and her have to clear this up, is the way that it was promoted. It was promoted as though R. Kelly was exclusively speaking to them, right? So that is where the discrepancy comes in that they need to clear up on their end. As far as this comment, I hope that, Storm uses his platform to call out Sean Davy Way because, if that's who, he is saying is lying, then he probably should go to his platform to say such things. And I know that you said that after he made that comment, Wiley, but it's like give that smoke where you want to get where it needs to be given. So anyway, like I said, I
Yeah,
mean,
I think the reason why Storm, because that is what Sean David Wade wants. Storm is not going to put his name in the title and give him that clout. But what Storm has done strategically, he will go and respond in a general sense. And it will make Sean David Wade go live and talk about Storm, put Storm in the title, and continue to talk about him. And he talk about him on all other entities because he can't talk about Shanquella Robinson anymore because it's no more. You took that story and you didn't. Ain't no more you can say about Shanquella Robinson. So now you have to jump on I don't like Storm. He stole an exclusive. And he's trying to base Storm into Storm going on the show, in which Storm is not going to do that because that's how Sean going to gain clout, and he shouldn't have to do that.
Oh, so you think Sean needs clout from Storm?
I think that Sean David Wade is using Storm over for clout, and what Sean David Wade wants, because I've been in this game long enough, and I know clout chasers, been around clout chasers all my life. He wants Storm to put his name in a title so he can get more viewership on his page. That's the oldest trick in the book on this YouTube game.
Yeah, but
that's what he's trying to do to base Storm into a beast. So he can go and post it on his. So Storm can post it in the title, so Sean David Wade can gain more viewership.
But if he's bold enough to type it, he's bold enough to say it, right?
I think
because
that
right now Sean doesn't know that he said that, right? So Sean is on his own platform calling out Storm.
He knows, like these people,
right? But what I'm saying is that if you're gonna stand on something, if you're gonna make a statement that somebody is lying, don't go to somebody else's chat. Do it on your platform because Sean did it on his. So you don't have to put his name in the title, but that statement you're saying, Sean has no idea. But Storm has an idea that Sean came directly at him.
Yeah, I think that he's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do that at all. What Storm gonna do? He's gonna continue to type in the chat. He's gonna continue to type on the Wiley Show chat. He's continue to do his press tour with up and coming talent because we are the promotional geniuses, promoting the stronger talent. Without us, a lot of channels won't be popping like that because we keep these channels relevant. Tasha K, you gotta understand, Storm is from the Tasha K school of media.
Oh, I know that.
And so what did Tasha K do when she was on fire? She befriended smaller YouTubers and she did a press tour. She stopped doing it because she just don't have time to go on smaller channels anymore. She got to worry about building up her own channel. She don't have the energy anymore. She don't want to answer questions about Cardi B because she can't really talk about her anymore, and she already know what the question is gonna be about. So she's too busy on bingo. She's too busy on her YouTube, on her app, and she's busy paying lawyer fees. So, but the old Tasha K before all that, she stayed in smaller content creator chats and was hitting a link.
Yeah, and that's a good thing to do. In terms of that. But one thing I do want to say, that last caller, mentioning you and Storm in the same sentence, and see, you stand out on your own. You are your own man. You walk to the beat of your own drum. Nobody's pushing you to do anything. So the thing is that, you all are teaming up for this situation, but you still, at the end of the day, this is the Wiley Show. Absolutely. And you're going to say what you want to say. So there's no like I and team kind of thing. You all are separate, just combined on this situation.
And I agree. And I think that, and I understand that. And we stand for it. Like when I did a video, I didn't do it on anybody else's channel. I immediately called the neighborhood. Now, I didn't have to do that, but I did it because that could have been me not getting credit. You know what I'm saying? And I spoke out because I see the greater good is the support of Black YouTubers, because if they think if they can get away with not crediting Storm Monroe, then they can take my story and won't credit me. So if you don't call it out, then that behavior will continue. And now once Caillou got that, that smoke from the Wiley show, he will think twice. He will double check to make sure that he credit the correct source.
Right. And one more thing, and then I'm gonna hop down. The other thing I was gonna say is that yes, the other piece that makes this look weird is that he said that he was working on this for 2 years, which he would have been under Tasha for part of that 2 years. And the thing is that we all know that he was trying to I'm sorry, that Tasha was trying to put R. Kelly in jail. And so, when you say that you've been working on something for 2 years, that, to us is kind of still questionable on certain ends, But again, I'm just stating what I think.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put you backstage. I don't know if you want to say something. Let me
No,
add.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
Okay. I want to add somebody else that's backstage. Is it Nada?
Yes.
Nada, welcome to the Wiley Show. I believe this is your first time.
It really is, Wiley. I like
Welcome.
watching this show.
Welcome.
And I do love Storm.
Yes.
But I don't usually call. I'm that one that like to, as y'all say, sit in the bushes. But the last caller, she has called about 15 times to your show. We all know that's Natasha. So let's go ahead and put that out there. That's Natasha. If it ain't Natasha, it's one of her friends. Because she's up here doing a whole promo for Natasha. For what? Look, whatever it might be to you, let it be. But at the end of the day, Storm has been doing his thing. You can tell it's about her because she doesn't know how the YouTube streets work. That's why she keep calling with all these questions. Oh, well, why he's not mentioning Sean? Why are you worried about it? I mean, you would think that she has something to do with something in the midst of anything, because it don't make no sense how many times she done called back just to view her point about Natasha and this so-called exclusive. Go ahead, Wiley, because I'm about to go into a rant.
I hear you. And, to anybody that's listening, because I see a lot of people that are over here, we got about 519 people been on here for 5 hours. To the Natasha fans and also the Sean Davy Way fans, Storm got an exclusive R. Kelly. He got the highest views of this R. Kelly exclusive with this call from jail. And shout out to Source. I forgot the name of the website, Source something. They actually credit Storm Monroe.
Exactly. And then a couple points. At this point, I should have just took notes every time Natasha or Natasha friend called, because there's so many things that she said that just really sounded stupid. I'm not even gonna sit there and say it was this, you sounded really stupid saying it. My thing is, yes, y'all are two different men. She tried to play on that by saying, oh, y'all two different men. Oh, they keep calling and saying that y'all this, y'all that, and y'all going this way. That's why these people. Nobody's not saying that y'all are conjoined together. That's not what they're saying. They're saying that Wiley has his show and his content and the way he puts it out, and Storm puts his out another way. But y'all are to be reckoned with. Because come on now, back in the day, they wasn't even saying that you was going to make it this far. Absolutely. Storm hooked up with Tasha, even though he already had a couple followers. But yes, she did elevate him higher, but y'all still was doing y'all own thing. And y'all have accomplished a lot. So nobody's saying y'all the same person. So stop trying to play on that little point to say, oh, y'all got the same. That's not what nobody is saying. What we're saying is, it was Storm's exclusive because it came to Storm. Storm talked to this man. Nobody is saying that everybody views what this man is saying is correct, because everybody think he's supposed to be in jail. But it was his exclusive. He talked to the man. The man said Storm so many times on the phone. I was just sitting there saying, yeah, like, come on, you know that says. My thing is, it is what it is now when you're able to go at her and say, well, Natasha, she said it was her content. Oh, well, they need to clear that up. No, No, Miss Natasha. Miss Natasha, why should they have to clear it up? If you said it was yours, now he put it out. He dropped down, he put the text out. You said it was your content. So why do he have to clear it up? She need to clear it up. That's why I say this is Natasha's girlfriend, her friend, her sister. I don't care. That's Natasha calling or somebody related to her calling. That's all I got to say, Hot. I'm so tired of her getting up there. Now she about to call again because she got to debunk something like somebody care. Woo. You have a blessed Sunday. I don't even usually call it. I couldn't even articulate my words the way I normally do because I'm just so heated. Like, I'm looking at her like, why you keep calling every 5 seconds? I bet you she backstage already, ain't she? She back
no,
she back. Give her 5 minutes. Give her 5 more minutes. She'll be back up here again. Don't do that. She'll be back up here again. Give her a minute. Watch this. Watch. I'm going to drop down on purpose. And then I might have a better dialogue when I get back up here because I was just too pissed right now. Whew. Okay, Wiley, you have a blessed day.
Thank you so very much for tuning in to the Wiley Show. Thank you so very much, man. We've been on here for about 6 hours. Wow. I wasn't planning on it, but I'm happy. All right. I want to be happy. This is my wedding day. I want to be happy. What movie that was off of? Oh, man. Tell me what movie that was off of. I might watch that movie because this is my wedding day. I'm supposed to be happy. Yeah, what movie was that off of? But I'm so excited. And shout out to Sean Davy Way fans. They have been DMing me, telling me to go over there to get cussed out. And I'm not going to get cussed out with Sean Davy Way. I'm not doing that. We invited Sean Davy Way on the Wiley Show, and I said you're more than welcome to come over at the Wiley Show. We would love for you to come over at the Wiley Show to have a good time over here. We can have dialogue, but I'm not going on other entities so I can get cussed out. Why do that? You know what I'm saying? It's a new year. Not doing that. If you want to drag me and cuss me out, I can get a click and why I can get a view. But I definitely want to give a special shout out to all Soul Star. Special shout out to MSTF 5F4. Special shout out to all of the people that are out there and supporting and showing love and showing support. We're definitely here. We support content creators. Again, y'all don't know that Storm Monroe been a member of Two Man and Lady our first season, so we go way back. Thank y'all so very much. We go way back. Shout out to Ernestine 001 for reaching out to us. She says she loved the Wiley Show, so shout out to the love of the Wiley Show for showing us great love. Shout out to our moderators for the great love and support of it. I haven't ate none all day. I think I ate I ate a sausage McGriddle. No, a sausage croissant. And that's what I have to say. And this has been a great show. And I love the show. We've been on here for about 6 hours. Exactly. Let him come over here so we can tag him. Yeah, come over here. I'm not going over no other show. And I am going to get dragged. I'm just not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. I've been dragged for so many years. And I feel like if you want to act ignorant, as they say, you can come on the Wiley Show and do a Wiley Show and come on and do a show. Okay. Have had lunch and dinner, listen to the Wiley. I know why. I'm hungry. I just want to be happy. This is my wedding day. I just want to be happy. I gotta watch Soul Food. I may not go on other entities. I need to eat and watch a movie and be back tomorrow. Y'all got 6 hours. 6 hours of content. Good God. If I was up to y'all, I'd be on here for 24 hours, but I have to go and do content on other days. But thank y'all so very much. But wow. Yeah, I'm definitely ordering me a good meal today. The lady sounded like, and also shout out to Grandma Holla. We talked about that. They said so. Storm unblocked you out. I don't know about the YouTube thing, you guys. I don't know. I did. Last time I thought I was blocked, but they said it was a glitch. So I'm gonna try again next time he go live. But I'm not blocked on Instagram. So I can't. That was like maybe a couple of months ago that I noticed that I couldn't send a super chat. Maybe it was a glitch. And something maybe it was. Storm said Storm said you was never blocked. Maybe it was a glitch. So that's what he said. So maybe it was a glitch. We love Storm Monroe, and we love his content. I was on his OnlyFans. I don't know what happened with that. He ain't really released no content. Once you release content, I will be, paying my $30 a month over there at his OnlyFans. So we definitely will be doing that. Watching his OnlyFans. I did watch Brother Von Ray interview that he did with Brother Storm. We released a recording. The employee responded to us, and we haven't responded back to the employee yet because I don't know what she said about Brother Von Ray. So I'm not, I plead the fifth unless I get subpoena to speak in the court. Yes. Oh, it's not $30 a month. It's not $30 a month. Oh, that's my other friend. That's my other friend at OnlyFans. Wait a minute. That's my other friend. What is his name? Now his OnlyFans. His OnlyFans is what's his OnlyFans? His name is Jeff Cuts. His OnlyFans is everything. He is a straight guy. He have a family, but he catered to LGBT people. He's a masseuse. He's a new model. I was on his Cam for Cam model stuff. So I am on his subscription is $30 a month. I love his OnlyFans, and he got some good content over there. So you know what I'm saying. I love OnlyFans. And I like to watch it. So he got a family, he got a wife, he got kids, and he be so he got a family and everything. Yeah, he's on a Cam for Cam. Absolutely. So I'm when I go to DC, he's gonna give me a massage. It costs like $500. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get the right price. I think it's $500. I think a massage is $500. Let me see. Let me check. I think it's I think it's 500. Let me double check. I think it's 500. Oh, let me double check. Give me a second. I think it's about 500. But yeah, I think it's about 500 for a massage. Yeah, I think it's about 500. Let me see. Hold on, let me double check. If I book up, it's 300. I'm sorry, 300. $300 for a massage. For a massage. $300. $300 for a massage. Okay. Yeah, $300. Yeah. It was $300 for a massage. So, I always wanted a massage. I never got a massage before. And that is what that is. So, we got Storm Monroe's back. We called Sean David Way out. Sean David Way said he's gonna ignore us like Nick at night. I mean, Malago Grounds don't know us. She talked about us. Her husband actually reached out to us and said I reached out to her husband because he DM'd me. I said, I want to challenge you to a boxing match. Our mom biggest don't know us. He talked about us on station here. So you can go ahead on with that type of stuff. I'm gonna have Storm Monroe's back because Storm did not steal no exclusive. That didn't happen. And once you become successful, people try to come for you in that regard. Now, do I agree with everything what Storm does? No. But in this regard, he didn't steal no exclusive. That brother worked hard for his exclusive, okay? He does. So all of those people, and I told her husband, I said, let's go to a boxing match. He didn't respond. I go to Houston, let's box. And I don't think that's the husband because I have a I can't say that content creator name, but she gave me her PI. Can't see I don't want to make sure I don't say no names because I'm trying to find that marriage certificate, that marriage license. I don't think she's married. I think he's just a baby daddy. I think that's just somebody she's screwing. But once I get a hold to the license, I'll be able to verify if they marry or not. Once I get a hold to that license, I'll be able to verify. But right now, I can't talk about that. That YouTuber that gave me her PI, her private investigator. I want to get a hold to that license. I don't know if she married to that, and if she is, she could do much better. For that. So I don't know. Maybe it's common law. I don't know. Maybe somebody she's screwing. He ain't have no place to say, breaking down boxes and giving a place to say. So I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try to find that license. He look kind of dusty, and I understand. Tory Lanez will be a major upgrade, and she liked Tory Lanez and stuff like that. But he in prison, so I mean he's in jail. He's waiting to sentencing, and now he's trying to deflect and get a new lawyer and all that type of stuff. Fired his lawyer, his legal team. Okay, we got a while. He didn't steal it. Yeah, he didn't steal it. Breaking down them boxes and all that type of stuff, and giving her some D. Mm-hmm. Okay. Breaking down them boxes and giving her some of that Amazon D. Ain't nothing wrong with that. While she out there getting exclusives and, I heard that her and DJ Academics did something. I can't confirm that, but DJ Academics gonna try to hit that. And she don't mind. I heard he sniffed it or something. That's what I heard. I don't know how true it is, but I heard he hit that. That's what I heard. So I don't know how true that is. I'm gonna verify with my reliable source. Right, Paul? I think that ran across our desk. Okay, that did run across our desk. I think so. That ran across our desk. We have to say allegedly, but I believe that ran across our desk. He gave us some of that turkey that day. That belly D. They call that belly D. People have that belly. They got to lift. You have a guy that have a certain side. They have to lift that belly up, lift it up and hump. But something that's with that belly D. So I don't know how true it is. I can't confirm it, but that's one of the rumors that I heard in the chat. That's one of the rumors that I heard. I can't confirm it because again, I was not there in the room. But this source, they don't lie. They've been in the business for a long time. One of my reliable sources. So some of that belly D. All right, you have to lift that belly. So I don't know. I'm just gonna mind my business and all that. And who cares here? The relationship that you'll still hit that, and stuff like that. It is what it is. If you want to come up, you do that. Okay. So I don't know. I'm gonna mind my business because I'm not 100% sure about it. And right, Paul, we're gonna verify it. Paul is back. You had a good vacation, Paul? Good vacation. Ate really good. That's good. New year. Got a new year. Yeah, you're engaged. Paul is engaged. So I'm so excited. I suppose officiate of the wedding. So he's gonna get married, right? Right, Paul? Yeah, thank you, Paul. So he's definitely going to get married, and we wish Paul nothing but success for um, the support that he's been doing in the show. Thank y'all so very much for the show. Thank y'all. This has been a great. I need my business while show. Yeah, I was minding my business, and it comes across my desk. I'm gonna go eat. I need to eat me a juicy burger. Right? Okay. I'm gonna go eat me a juicy burger. All right. Yes. He's been on vacation. He's back. Okay. So thank y'all so very much. Congratulations, Paul. Thank you. All y'all for the song. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, we need me a juicy burger. No, I'm not manic. You guys. I've been on here for 6 hours. I'm not manic at all. I'm actually fine. I'm not manic. If I am, who gives a darn? All right. But I'm not manic. I'm not manic. I don't think I'm manic. Is I'm manic? No! Of course not. I hope I'm not manic. I don't know why they keep saying it's I'm manic. I don't think so. I don't think I'm manic. I better not be. I'm gonna check with my doctor. Is I'm manic? Right, Paul? I keep saying I'm manic. But being manic, guys, I'm telling you, like, I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna quit. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. So, being manic, you be up for days. I've been sleeping, so I'm not manic. You be shopping, you be feeling good, pacing, and having all type of sex. And I haven't had sex, and it's been a while. It's been a while. It's mainly OnlyFans and videos. It literally been a while. I'm not worried about that. I'm single, single, and just I'm single, and single. Y'all haven't said manic because you wouldn't joke about. Okay, you wouldn't joke. They don't know what manic mean. So I'm asking Wiley if he's manic. If it was you, you wouldn't have. If you wouldn't have to act. Okay, you don't appear manic. Go eat what? Okay, these people saying manic. These people are something. Oh man, manic. You mean grind? Okay, I'm grinding. We're not going to act like Kyle and Tasha K aren't best friends. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. Did Wiley wanted to marry Paul? No, I don't want to marry Paul. Right, Paul? No, sir. Paul is not my type. Paul is not my type. We love Paul. Paul, I'm not going to say his race, right, Paul? But he's a beautiful brother. And, I'm not going to say his race because I don't want to get canceled about the race that he is. And that shouldn't matter. He's a good worker. So we thank you, Paul, for all the work that you're doing. Thank you for the support. No, Paul is not on Instagram. We making sure we don't put Paul on Instagram. Paul is a very private person, and if he is on Instagram, you won't be able to find him because we want to make sure we keep Paul to ourselves because we keep him pretty busy over here at the Wiley Show. So Paul isn't a producer, been a producer, been knowing him for a long time. And I met you through Tinder. Was it Tinder or Christian Mingle? I think it was Tinder. Yes, I think it was Tinder. I think it was Tinder. I think it was. Or it could have been Christian Mingle. Yes. It was one of those sites. And I was looking for a producer. and I think it was Tinder. Could be Tinder or Christian Mingle. I don't know which one. That was a while ago, but I'm glad that we're able to have a conversation. We were able to bring you on the show. I believe it was Tinder. Yeah, I believe it was Tinder. I was looking for a producer, and you reached out to me, and that is how that happened. And I reached out to you, and we got you on the show. Thank you, Paul. Love you, brother. I love you. Y'all met on we met on Tinder. I believe it was Tinder. While we don't want to act like Kyle and Tasha K are not best friends, obvious Kyle has a problem to not apologize after saying you don't even listen to the clip. Wow. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank y'all for the super chat. Thank you so very much for doing that. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we had so much fun having with y'all today. Thank y'all so very much. So I'm gonna make my church announcements really quickly. We're gonna get up out of here. We may be back tonight. It all depends on how I feel. I want to give a special shout out to the producers and to also get a special shout out to the moderators. If you want to be notified when I go live, text Wiley to 888-534-4939. It is free. Sign up today. And every time I go live, I send a text. P.O. Box 701122, Dallas, Texas 75370. If you send in letters, if you send in checks and money orders, make it out to Marquise Wiley and you send it to that P.O. Box. Also, if you want to be a financial blessing, this is an independent operation. $ Marquise Wiley 28, $ Marquise Wiley 28. Our Twitter, you can follow us on Twitter at Wiley Show, WILEYSHOW. If you have a story, if you a baby mama drama, baby daddy drama, you got some family drama or some type of drama, a story that I should talk about that is not getting the recognition that it should, and you want me to break the story, email me at wileyshow@gmail.com. Email me at wileyshow@gmail.com. Email me at wileyshow@gmail.com. If you in a domestic violence situation and you want to expose your lover, you want to expose it on over there, and you want to expose it over here on the Wiley Show, email me at wileyshow@gmail.com. If you slept with your girlfriend's mother, and if you want to talk about it on the Wiley Show, email me at wileyshow@gmail.com. If you're dealing with high rent costs, if you want to talk about your story and how you're trying to survive, email me at wileyshow@gmail.com. If you have a brother or cousin in prison and they've been in there because of because they've been set up, email me at wileyshow@gmail.com. Little black girl, you are beautiful. Little black boy, you are enough. You walk down the street, stuff get hard. Just know, give yourself a big, big hug. Peace and blessings to all of you, to all of my beautiful black brothers in the world. Thank you for the support. Thank you for your awesome energy. Also, I want to give a special shout out to my good friends that have been emailing me all day. Shout out to y'all for y'all massive support. Thank you. And I will continue to support each and every one of you. I want you to do something really close before we get up out of here. I want you all to do something really, really close before we get out of here. I want you to do something before we get out of here. I want you to hug yourself right now. If you've never been hugged, I'm giving you a virtual hug. I just want to hug you right now. Give you a virtual. If you've never been hugged, but just squeeze yourself real tight. Squeeze yourself and say, I love me. Squeeze yourself right now and say, I love me. Squeeze yourself real tight and say, I love me. queen. A virtual hug. Yes. All right. I want you to squeeze yourself real tight. Squeeze yourself and say, I love me. Thank you so very much for the support, for showing us the love, and showing us the massive support. Thank you. I thought this would never happen, where we would have a show for 6-7 hours and talking to hundreds of people. Thank you. This have been an incredible, credible episode. This would not have been possible without your support. Thank you. And we will see y'all in the next video. Peace. Please subscribe. Don't forget, hit that subscribe button.